Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 14 of the series. Chapter 45 from By Die City. Chapter 45 from By Die City. Boom! As the spear attacked. A loud noise sounded at this moment. The energy barrier of his mechanical mount was directly knocked out by the dark-edged spear. The pupils in Bai Jianfei's eyes shrank and the strength of his body was about to explode. Boom! But at the next moment, a matrix framed his entire being. The pupils in Bai Jianfei's eyes shrank slightly and his body wanted to struggle. But no matter how hard he tried, there was no way to break free from the shackles of this matrix. There was no way to mobilize his source strength. In this space source mark matrix, even the Sage Warrior level warriors had no way to break free, not to mention Bai Jianfei, a respected warrior level warrior. Let me out! Let me out! Bai Jianfei roared loudly with a ferocious expression at this time. He used all the strength of his body, but there was still no way. Bai family. Bai Jianfei. Right. Lin Ziyu looked at him and said lightly, "I'm the Bai family. If you dare to kill me, you will die." Bai Jianfei looked at Lin Ziyu, still roaring loudly. He has always been arrogant and domineering. When has he been treated like this? Tell me, what is your status in the Bai family? Lin Ziyu said lightly, "Trash, let me out." But Bai Jianfei still ignored Lin Ziyu's words at this time and still roared as if he didn't care. Lin Ziyu narrowed his eyes slightly and snapped his fingers with his raised right hand. Snapped. With a crisp sound. Many water droplets suddenly condensed in the air. Then, extremely small water needles were formed. In the next moment, these water needles stabbed towards Bai Jianfei's hands. Bang bang bang. As those tiny water needles penetrated his hands, Bai Jianfei, who was still roaring, suddenly felt a huge pain. What? His whole body trembled wildly and let out a wailing scream. The 10 fingers were hurting badly and now there were a lot of dense pores in his hands. These are all produced by those water needles running through his hands. At this time, blood started to flow out. I'm giving you a chance to answer my question honestly. Lin Ziyu looked at him and said lightly, "I am the direct descendant of the Bai family." Bai Jianfei actually said out of breath. After experiencing the pain just now, he would not hide anything at all and told Lin Ziyu everything he knew. He belongs to a direct descendant of the Bai family. Otherwise there would not be so many warriors to protect him. I heard something happened in Wildfire City, so I came to take a look according to the words of the elders in the clan. At this time, Bai Jianfei said with a trembling body. At this time, he already understood that Lin Ziyu would not care about his life or death. Not to mention whether he is the so-called Bai family. How your Bai family still have power in Wildfire City? Lin Ziyu raised his brows at this time, then said lightly. According to the information Lin Ziyu knew, the Bai family was active in cities in the other hemisphere. It was quite far from this Wildfire City, and between the two hemispheres, it seems that there is no way to establish a space transmission device because of a special force. Yes, Tao. The Xiao family is a chess piece we placed in Wildfire City. At this moment, his voice trembled. Wildfire City, after all, was between the north and the south and it was made up of various intelligence organizations. It collects information on the entire planet Namir and even other planets. But the Zhao family suddenly lost contact and the news from Wildfire City seemed to be blocked. I see. Where are you guys from? Lin Ziyu continued to speak. Bai Dai City. We came from Bai Dai City. Bai Jianfei didn't dare keep anything from Lin Ziyu at this time and quickly told Lin Ziyu everything he knew. After continuing to interrogate Bai Jianfei, Lin Ziyu also had a general understanding of the Bai family. There were many warriors at the Sage Warrior level of the Bai family. More than 100, especially in recent years. Their Bai family had expanded to other planets, and it seems that they have gained extremely strong power there, which has prompted their Bai family to have more Sage Warrior level warriors. In the entire planet Namir, the Bai family alone already has most of the Sage Warrior level warriors. As the most powerful force, They were indeed worthy of this. However, what Lin Xiu has to do now was to destroy this force. It was not so easy to eradicate the Bai family. It can only be done slowly. And what Bai Shanfei told Lin Xiu still shocked Lin Xiu. There were more than 100 sage warriors. How can there be so many sage warriors? When dealing with the 5 elements sage warriors just now, Lin Xiu spent a lot of energy and even used fury. If the Bai family had sent so many sage warriors, he probably wouldn't be able to deal with it alone. Now can I go? Bai Shanfei said with a trembling figure. Now he still has a tingling sensation in his hands. The intense pain made him go crazy. He is Bai Shanfei, a member of the Bai family. When has he been hurt like this? Go, where are you going? Lin Xiu said lightly at this time. You. Bai Shanfei opened his eyes wide, and in the next moment, he saw the matrix that framed him expand. Boom! The entire matrix exploded in an instant. Bai Shanfei, who was in the matrix, was directly bombed to the bone. In the same way, the 3 sage warriors on the other side, who were framed in it, were also directly bombed to pieces. Not dead yet. However, when Lin Xiu returned, he found that the 3 sage warriors, although their bodies were a little bloody, were not completely dead. Damn, boy! You want to fight against our Bai family? You are deadbeat. The few warriors looked at Lin Xiu, who came back again, stared at Lin Xiu with stubborn eyes and said with difficulty, after all, they are sage warrior level warriors. Although Lin Xiu's matrix limits the use of their source strength, it is not so easy to kill them directly. But no matter how they threatened, Lin Xiu didn't have the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. Bai family, I will go over and get rid of it myself. Following Lin Xiu's indifferent voice. In the next moment, Lin Xiu's dark edge spear waved and 3 flames charged towards the bodies of the 3 warriors. Boom boom boom. Chapter 1046 Experience Skyrocketing. Chapter 1046 Experience Skyrocketing. They were on the verge of death because of the explosion of the matrix just now. At this time, with the fire of hell, they all died in the next moment, burned to charcoal by flames. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing the sage warrior level warriors and gaining experience 867,570,967. At this moment, there was a system prompt of experience gained in his mind. Taking a closer look, the entire experience progress bar has risen to 60 or 70%. Seeing the scene, Lin Xiu was also excited. If it goes on like this, if he killed a few more sage warrior level warriors like this, then he would be able to level up again. At the sage warrior level, every level up was extremely difficult. Damn! At this moment, because of the after effects of fury, a sense of dizziness came, causing Lin Xiu's body to fall directly to the ground. Exhausted. Damn! He almost forgot the time of fury. It has already begun to disappear. But fortunately, the surrounding warriors were all killed, so there was nothing to worry about. So tired. An extremely tired feeling came, and Lin Xiu slowly closed his eyes. The artificial angel's eyes also had purple light blooming at this time. She stood up, then walked over to Lin Xiu and sat beside Lin Xiu. She seemed to be protecting Lin Xiu. White light. At this moment, Lin Xiu saw white light, but this white light soon began to slowly disappear. Then he saw the surrounding scene. On this mountain, a woman with long white hair was waving the long sword in her hand day after day. You. Looking at the familiar back, Lin Xiu suddenly shouted loudly. It's just that when he said the words, he suddenly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he found that the surrounding sky had become pitch black. Night had fallen. Lin Xiu could clearly feel that his strength had completely recovered. I actually slept for so long. Lin Xiu shook his head at this time, a look of surprise in his eyes. Generally, after using fury, the after effects only took a while. Unexpectedly, this time, he actually fell asleep directly, and the picture in the dream was obviously Liu Yu. With this thought, Lin Xiu looked down at the moon-shaped jade pendant around his neck, and Lin Xiu held it. Feeling the residual warmth from this jade pendant, it seemed as if Liu Yu was beside him. Let's set off. Lin Xiu stood up at this time, looked around and said aloud. The artificial angel also stood up slowly at this time and followed Lin Xiu. Bai Dai City. Now Lin Xiu is going to Bai Dai City. Where the Orchid of Heaven was at also happened to be in the direction of Bai Dai City. Lin Xiu also wanted to see what the Bai Dai City was like. At this time, riding the artificial angel, he quickly flew to the Bai Dai City. Bai Dai City was very far away from this place. Although the artificial angel was flying very fast, they only arrived at Bai Dai City in the early morning. Bai Dai City was an extremely huge city. At this time, from a distance, Lin Xiu could see the bustling scene of the Bai Dai City. What a thick source strength in the air. Lin Xiu looked at this city and was surprised, because he could feel the strong source strength fluctuations coming from there. This source strength fluctuation was really too strong. It was richer than any city in the planet Namir where Lin Xiu was before. However, in the airspace above Bai Dai City, you can clearly see that there were many flying machines patrolling the sky. Some powerful warriors stood on those flying machines. Seems like he couldn't ride on the artificial angel and fly in. As soon as his thoughts were triggered, he controlled the artificial angel to stay in a deep mountain on the other side. Lin Xiu looked at the Bai Dai City at this time, thought for a while, then walked straight ahead. Stop. Just when Lin Xiu was about to walk in, the warriors guarding the door immediately blocked Lin Xiu's way. Peak respected warrior. Taking the lead, the warrior standing in the middle turned out to be a warrior at the sage warrior level. This made Lin Xiu a little surprised. Now, are there such strong warriors even for those who guard the city gate? You must know that in the cities where Lin Xiu lived, there were almost no sage warriors. There were only 5 sage warriors in Wildfire City, except for Sima Kang, and all of them have been killed by Lin Xiu. Could it be that the cities where Lin Xiu had gone before were rural cities? With this thought, Lin Xiu was a little dumbfounded. I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Seeing that Lin Xiu did not answer his words at this time, one of the guards frowned and reached out to push Lin Xiu. However, Lin Xiu, who had regained his senses, turned his body slightly to the side and easily avoided him. I'm here to play, Lin Xiu said with a smile at this time. Play. The guard stared at Lin Xiu for a while, then said coldly, you can't simply play at any city. Come here for an inspection, he said coldly at this time. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly and walked over at this time. There seems to be a huge machine at this gate. When a warrior passes this way, the system will scan it. The information of a person was easily scanned. At this time, Lin Xiu walked over, and when a red light swept across Lin Xiu's body, he could clearly see Lin Xiu's figure on the projection on the screen over there. The above shows Lin Xiu's various functions, as well as the comprehensive strength, whether he committed a crime in Bai Dai City and other information. Junior respected warrior. HNG. Just now, the guard looked at Lin Xiu's strength level displayed on the screen and couldn't help sneering. It seems to him that a warrior of the respected warrior level was not worth mentioning at all. Could it be that the respected warrior level warriors were flooding the streets already? Thinking of this, Lin Xiu felt speechless for a while. After all, when he was on Marquee Planet before, the respected warrior level warrior was an invincible existence. What are you looking at? Get in quickly, the warrior guarding the door said coldly to Lin Xiu at this time. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly, then walked directly into the Bai Dai City. Unlike the cities he had been to before, this Bai Dai City had very wide streets, and there are a lot of people coming in and out. It looks very lively. Chapter 1047 Meeting Jaime again. Chapter 1047 Meeting Jaime again. Walking in the Bai Dai City, Lin Xiu familiarized himself with the terrain and came to a hotel to prepare something to eat, then took the opportunity to inquire about the situation. BTCH. I called you over here. Did you hear me? At this moment, a voice came from the front. You are shameless. As the man's words just fell, another female voice, which seemed a little familiar, also came from there. Hearing this voice, Lin Xiu raised his eyes and looked ahead. He saw a group of men in a restaurant, surrounded by 3 women in white battlesuits. One of the women's figures, Lin Xiu found it to be a little familiar. Tang Kai, don't go too far. One of the women looked panicked and said aloud while stepping back. Arrogant, so what if I'm just so arrogant? The ruler of your Hao Yu sect. It is said that he was seriously injured when he went to the secret realm. At this moment, the man called Tang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly and greedily glanced at the three women. Hearing Tang Kai's words, the faces of the three women also became ugly. They all belonged to the Hao Yu sect. Every force was led by a top-level figure, so as to ensure that this force will not be eroded by other forces. But the most powerful existence of their Hao Yu sect was indeed severely injured because he encountered a crisis in the secret realm. As soon as this matter spread, the surrounding forces began to eye the Hao Yu sect. Moreover, Hao Yu sect has another characteristic: all the members of the sect are female. Those forces outside are even more eager on plotting evil. So it seems. What I said is true. Tang Kai showed a strange smile at this time, and with a smile, he continued to reach out to grab them. Impudent. One of the women snorted coldly and took the long sword in her hand and slashed at the hand that Tang Kai grabbed. Tang Kai was startled. He quickly stepped back and dodged the sword. You wanna die? Tang Kai was also furious at this time and shouted angrily. Tie and take the three of them back. He let out a roar at this time. The three warriors behind him were about to make a move. Sage warrior. Lin Xiu clearly sensed the strength of one of the warriors and his eyes changed slightly. He didn't expect that after a meal, he could meet a sage warrior level warrior. At this time, one of the women also attacked with a weapon. The sound of the collision of weapons came out in an instant. Jai Mei. Lin Xiu subconsciously activated the analytic eye, and the information about the woman who fought with the sage warrior appeared. No wonder Lin Xiu found the voice a little familiar just now. When Jai Mei heard this voice, she was stunned. When she wanted to look back, the sage warrior slapped her on the shoulder. Boom! That powerful force made Jai Mei's body fly straight out. Lin Xiu stood up at this time, with a wave of his right hand and the release of source strength. Jai Mei, who was flying out, felt that her body was instantly stabilized, then slowly landed on the ground. However, there was still a smear of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She subconsciously wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her sleeve, then turned to look to the side and saw Lin Xiu's figure clearly. Lin Xiu. At this moment, she said in surprise. Lin Xiu smiled slightly and said lightly, why are you here? Her eyes were full of surprise. It seems that she has forgotten the pain in her shoulder. Come here to play. Lin Xiu smiled lightly. He also did not expect that after the sage warrior space, he would meet Jai Mei here. Boy, there are some things that you can't meddle in. Tang Kai looked at Lin Xiu like that with a cold look in his eyes. And at the same time, the other two women were restrained by the warriors beside Tang Kai. At their necks, there are swords. Almost all the warriors who were eating around left. They didn't want to be implicated. Let go of Bing Bing and Lamlin. Jai Mei looked at her companion with a weapon around her neck and said suddenly, let go. Tang Kai sneered at this time. Are you kidding me? You. Hearing Tang Kai's words, Jai Mei's expression changed. She clenched her hands tightly, but the strength of the sage warrior beside Tang Kai was much stronger than hers. Although they were also sage warriors, there were also strong and weak among sage warriors. Come here. Stay with me for one night and this is over. He stared at Jai Mei and said with a sneer, keep dreaming. As soon as he finished speaking, Jai Mei said angrily, then you just want me to kill them? Tang Kai glanced at the corner of his eyes and said, Jai Mei's two peers were being held by his subordinates with swords around their necks. Jai Mei, ignore him. Go back and tell the elders. At this time, one of the women said aloud, shut up. When the warrior heard her words, he shouted angrily and with a little force on the sword in his hand. A blood stain appeared on her fair neck. No. When Jai Mei saw this scene, she quickly said aloud, then do you agree or not? Tang Kai said with a wicked smile at this time. It seemed that he was set on getting Jai Mei. You're making things so hard for her, eh? Lin Xiu said lightly at this time. What are you? Is it a place for you to speak here? As soon as Lin Xiu finished speaking, Tang Kai looked at him and said coldly. His eyes were full of contempt. Because Lin Xiu used the disguise skill, Lin Xiu's strength now looks like the level of respected warrior. Moreover, he was disguising as a first level respected warrior, and for them, it was indeed very weak. Snapped. Lin Xiu ignored his words, and as Lin Xiu snapped his fingers, at this moment, a black source mark appeared on his forehead. The arms of the two warriors holding the swords against the two women were framed by two matrices. What is this? Looking at the translucent matrix that framed their arms, they were surprised. Boom! At the next moment, these two matrices exploded directly. What? A wailing and screaming sound came instantly. The arms of these two people were directly blown to pieces. What happened? The pupils in Tang Kis' eyes shrank suddenly. Then he looked behind him and saw that the arms of the two warriors broke off. Chapter 1048 Black Source Mark. Chapter 1048 Black Source Mark. And their arms seemed to have exploded. Come here quickly. And Jai Mei also seized this opportunity at this time to save Bingbing and Lanlin back to her side. Uncle Zhang. Kill him. Tang Kai ignored Jai Mei at this time, but instead looked at Lin Xiu and suddenly felt that all this was done by Lin Xiu. As soon as Tang Kis' words fell, the middle-aged man of the sage warrior level appeared in front of Lin Xiu in an instant, reaching out to grab Lin Xiu's shoulder. Swoosh! But at this moment, Lin Xiu's figure flashed and he easily dodged. When sage warrior saw that he had grabbed the air, the expression in his eyes changed slightly. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes, because he clearly felt that Lin Xiu was just an ordinary warrior. Why did he suddenly burst out with such a powerful force? Lin Xiu appeared in the back at this moment. Lin Xiu, ill deal with. Jai Mei looked at this scene at this moment and said aloud. Originally, this was the grievance between them, and Jai Mei was very grateful for Lin Xiu's help just now. Now if Lin Xiu got involved in this matter, she would indeed feel very sorry. It's okay. I just like to find trouble, Lin Xiu said lightly. To Lin Xiu, this was a chance for him to gain experience. An incomparable amount of experience. HMPH. Uncle Zhang. Kill him. Tang Kai stared at Lin Xiu and said coldly. But this time, before the sage warrior could make a move, Lin Xiu had already rushed towards him. At the moment of rushing over, with a thought, the dark edge spear appeared in his hand. As the source strength passed over, the body of the dark edge spear became like amethyst glass. The warrior's eyes changed slightly, and with a wave of his right hand, a sword also flew over to his hand. Dang! The moment the spear stabbed out, he held the sword to resist. Lin Xiu wielded the dark edge spear in both hands, using the destiny spear art, and attacked frantically. This spear art was really too sharp, too vicious. Every strike was aimed at the opponent's fatal point. This sage warrior's eyes also changed greatly at this time. The sword in his hand also waved wildly. Following the battle between the two, a large number of cracks appeared in the surrounding ground. All those tables and chairs were knocked out. Tang Kai also stepped back at this time, looking at this scene with an unbelievable look in his eyes. What the hell is going on here? How can this kid be so powerful? He just felt that Lin Xiu was just an ordinary warrior. Tang Kai. At this moment, Jai Mei shouted loudly and attacked Tang Kai from the other side with the long sword. Block her for me. Tang Kai looked at Jai Mei, who was attacking, and his body retreated subconsciously, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. Although Jai Mei had just advanced to become a sage warrior not long ago, her strength was not comparable to that of Tang Kai, a top-ranked warrior. As soon as Tang Kis' words fell, the other two warriors stood in front of Jai Mei. At this time, her companions Bingbing and Lanlin were also holding weapons to help Jai Mei attack. Your opponent is me. Lin Xiu sneered when he saw that the sage warrior wanted to help Tang Kai, and his figure quickly appeared in front of the warrior. With a wave of the dark edge spear in his hand, he attacked him with a dark blue flame. This sage warrior used the sword to resist, but when the sword touched the dark edge spear with a dark blue flame, his sword seemed to be directly burned red. The extremely scorching feeling was transmitted to his hand, almost causing him to throw away the weapon in his hand. It's hot. It's really too hot. When the sage warrior stepped back directly to the back, a dazzling light burst out from his body. Domain force. This sage warrior seems to want to use domain force. Seeing the scene, Lin Xiu snorted coldly, and in the next moment, his purification domain was also activated directly. The moment the sage warrior's domain force was used, it completely disappeared. What's the matter? The sage warrior, who felt all this, widened his eyes. How could his own domain force disappear? Before he could think about it, Lin Xiu already held the spear in his hand and attacked his body. The speed of the shot was too fast, and the sage warrior had no choice but to unfold the sphere directly. Boom! As the spear tip of the spear stabbed into his sphere, a loud sound suddenly erupted. Although it didn't directly break his sphere, the powerful impact still made his body smashed through the wall at the back and flew out directly. Lin Xiu carried the spear and continued to rush out. It's not that easy to kill a sage warrior level warrior. As soon as he rushed out, he found that the body of this sage warrior was already suspended in the air. There were many warriors around. Watching the battle here, Lin Xiu's thoughts were triggered at this time, and his body flew directly into the air. The moment Lin Xiu flew into the air, the warrior showed a sneer, and the source mark on his forehead suddenly appeared. Black source mark. Lin Xiu, whose eyes were very sharp, saw this scene, and the expression in his eyes changed slightly. The source mark on the man's forehead turned out to be black. Then it means that it was the spatial source mark. Lin Xiu also became vigilant at this time, and his sphere unfolded. Boom! In the next moment, a huge hole opened up in the space behind Lin Xiu. An incomparably huge black claw directly grabbed Lin Xiu's body and dragged Lin Xiu into this space. This sage warrior also rushed into this space at this time. The beast was extremely huge, and its huge black claws were pinching Lin Xiu's body. But on the sphere that Lin Xiu unfolded, there was a dark blue hellfire. The giant beast grabbed Lin Xiu's hand and was instantly burned by the dark blue flame. Roar! It seemed to feel severe pain, and the beast's claws were released directly. Lin Xiu's body was also suspended in the space at this time. Under the protection of sphere, he did not suffer any scars. It's just that the surrounding scene surprised him. Chapter 1049 Another Space. Chapter 1049 Another Space. Where he was at was another space. This space seemed to be in the crater, and the surrounding ground was full of terrifying lava. The entire space was extremely bright red and very hot. The black giant beast madly patted the magma under it with its claws, and soon, the dark blue hellfire slowly disappeared. Boy! Although I don't know who you are, but if you dare to provoke me, then you are doomed. The figure of the sage warrior appeared on the other side at this time. Looking at Lin Xiu's figure, he immediately sneered. Go! With a wave of his right hand, the black giant continued to attack Lin Xiu, and in the fiery red lava behind him, there are even more of these black giants, slowly starting to get up from the lava. A lava giant beast. Under the analytical eye, Lin Xiu easily knew that these giant beasts were evolved beasts close to the beast saint level. Moreover, they live in lava and have very high resistance to fire-type skill. Lin Xiu's dark blue hellfire just now didn't directly melt the arm of this giant beast. Looking at the lava giant beasts, they were all frantically waving their claws to attack him in the air. With the look in Lin Xiu's eyes, his figure flashed and he dodged directly. Boom boom boom. Some lava giant beasts opened their mouths and sprayed out a lot of extremely high temperature flames. But Lin Xiu, who is also extremely resistant to fire attribute, was not afraid at all. I thought, what kind of spatial source mark it is, yet it merely brought me to this darn place. Lin Xiu's figure stopped in the air. As he had the sphere unfolded, all the attacks of those lava monsters were blocked. Lin Xiu was unhurt. When the sage warrior heard Lin Xiu's words, his face became extremely ugly. He also did not expect that Lin Xiu's resistance to flames would be so high. Thinking of the dark blue flame that appeared from Lin Xiu's dark edge spear just now, he can now be sure that Lin Xiu is a warrior who uses fire attribute skill. Then, let's see if your fire is stronger than mine. The sage warrior seemed to speak to himself, and at the same time, his hand spread open, clap clap, as all his power was released. At this moment, The magma below seemed to be boiling instantly, making a loud noise. Rise! He continued to wave his hands and roared, and the boiling magma below all rose up, forming several giant magma snakes that flew into the air. Go! With the wave of the sage warrior, the combined magma snakes all attacked Lin Xiu. Boom boom boom! As these magma snakes charged over, there was a huge sound in the air. Looking at the giant lava snakes charging from all directions and the giant lava beasts that were constantly attacking him, Lin Xiu's expression remained unchanged, as if he was not afraid at all. In the next moment, the giant magma snakes hit the sphere that Lin Xiu unfolded. With a loud noise, Lin Xiu, who was unfolding the sphere, was instantly covered by a large amount of magma. Let's see if you can survive this sage warrior said coldly. Lin Xiu knocked him out of the hotel just now, and it made him feel extremely ashamed. He was a dignified sage warrior, but he was knocked out by such a young boy. Next, we will deal with that How You sex woman. This sage warrior seems to have already predicted that Lin Xiu will die because of the blow he just made. He triggered his thoughts and the space is broken open again. He wanted to enter the broken space and return to Beatty City again. Boom! But at this moment, a huge sound rang out and a large amount of magma was directly swept into the surroundings. Moreover, the bodies of the lava monsters that attacked Lin Xiu were also directly broken into several halves. What happened? The sage warrior turned around abruptly and found that Lin Xiu's figure reappeared in the air as the magma scattered around. Lin Xiu, who was in the air at this time, was not injured at all. The whole person is still intact. You're only capable of that. Lin Xiu looked at the sage warrior and said lightly, "How can that be?" Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the sage warrior took a closer look. Lin Xiu was indeed perfectly fine. Even his sphere could be unfolded normally. Damn. This sage warrior's face has become sinister. He'll let you see what power is. While Lin Xiu said lightly, the power of his body immediately started to work, freezing the distance. With the release of Lin Xiu's source strength, the extremely scorching temperature around him turned cold in an instant. The temperature was still dropping. Clack clack. With a crisp sound, everything around was instantly covered with ice. The magma on the entire ground seemed to freeze in an instant. The original scorching magma cave turned into an ice cave. And at this time, with the triggering of Lin Xiu's thoughts, a large number of ice cubes condensed on Lin Xiu's side. Soon, these ice cubes shattered into icicles. Go! With the wave of Lin Xiu's right hand, these icicles all charged toward the sage warrior. When sage warrior saw the scene, the pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly, because he can clearly feel that there were source strength fluctuations on the icicles. They were not ordinary icicles. His eyes changed slightly, and as soon as his body moved, he was about to escape directly from the broken space and into the Beatty City. Leaving, Lin Xiu raised his brows, and at the next moment, along with the black source mark on his forehead, a black light appeared and a huge matrix appeared in front of the broken space, directly blocked the opening of the space. Boom! This sage warrior's body directly hit the matrix. There was absolutely no way to leave. Damn it! He roared inwardly, and out of the corner of his eyes, he clearly saw those icicles, which were already charging toward him. There was no way. At this time, he can only directly unfold his sphere and resist. Bang bang bang. In the next moment, icicles hit his sphere, making a loud noise. That icicle had a powerful force, as if it was going to break his sphere. His body suspended in the air kept retreating because of the impact of the ice pick. Get down there. At the same time, Lin Xiu's figure appeared above him at some point. Holding a spear, he directly attacked. Chapter 1050 Detained in the Dungeon. Chapter 1050 Detained in the Dungeon. This sage warrior raised his eyes to see this scene, and the expression in his eyes changed greatly. Originally, just because of the attack of this icicle, his sphere became a little unstable. At this time, if Lin Xiu continues to attack, it is still very possible that his sphere will be broken directly. He wanted to dodge, but Lin Xiu was like a phantom and he was instantly impacted. Lin Xiu's spear was full of incomparable power. Boom! At the next moment, as the tip of the spear hit his sphere, a loud sound suddenly sounded. he was slammed directly to the ground that was covered in ice. Boom! A hole was instantly created on the entire ground and his body fell to the magma below. Those magmas did not get frozen. At this moment, as his body was hit by Lin Xiu and flew into the magma below the ice block, a scream came instantly. This sage warrior's sphere exploded at this time and the body came into contact with the extremely hot magma below and the whole body seemed to be melted. He roared wildly, struggling to run up. Goodbye. Lin Xiu sneered when he saw the scene. As soon as his thoughts were triggered, the ice hole was filled with ice cubes at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sage warrior, who wanted to escape at first, was directly blocked below. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing the sage warrior level warrior and gaining experience. Soon, a system prompt for gaining experience came from his head again. What? Hearing the sound of the system improving, Lin Xiu subconsciously looked at his experience bar and found that killing this sage warrior increased his experience by about 7%. Although it was less than when he killed the 5 element sage warriors, it was quite good for Lin Xiu. Looking at the space crack that was blocked by his own matrix, Lin Xiu's thoughts were triggered and after the matrix disappeared, he flew out directly from the space crack. It's him. As soon as Lin Xiu went out, he heard voices from outside. There was a large number of warriors suspended in the air. These warriors all held weapons and watched Lin Xiu who came out of the space crack with vigilant eyes. The strength of these warriors. Some were top-level respected warriors and there were 1 or 2 warriors of the sage warrior level. On their bodies, they are all wearing uniform battle suits. Tang Kai and the few warriors he brought were standing on the ground below, while Jai Mei and her 2 companions were standing on the other side. On their sides, there are these strangely dressed warriors. When Jai Mei and others fought with Tang Kai and it seemed that the hotel was destroyed, there were a lot of cracks on the surrounding ground due to the use of skills. Chief Yu. It's this person who started it. Tang Kai looked at Lin Xiu appearing in the air and suddenly said aloud, Chief. Hearing Tang Kai's words, Lin Xiu also raised his brows. The one Tang Kai spoke to was a sage warrior level warrior. At this time, as Tang Kai's words just fell, he also looked at Lin Xiu. He jumped up and flew in front of Lin Xiu. According to the regulations of Beatty City, those who cause trouble in the city will be imprisoned in the dungeon for 15 days. Take them away. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding warriors surrounded Lin Xiu, seemingly afraid that Lin Xiu would resist. These warriors clenched their weapons tightly and looked very cautious. Boy, let me tell you, if you dare to resist, you will be the enemy of the entire Beatty City. Even a sage warrior cannot escape death. This warrior, who Tang Kai called Chief Yu, stared at Lin Xiu and continued to speak. I didn't say I was going to resist. Lin Xiu spread his hands helplessly and said, everything right now was a little bit beyond Lin Xiu's expectations. Because in those cities Lin Xiu were previously, they didn't care, but it seems that fighting here was not allowed. These warriors should be the subordinates of the city lord of Bai Dai City. Interesting. Take them all away. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiu, Jai Mei, Tang Kai and others were all taken to the other side. The so-called dungeon was under a huge building in a barren area in Beatty City. Be obedient. At this time, those warriors held the weapons in their hands and held them around Lin Xiu's neck. Lin Xiu didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. If Lin Xiu wanted to leave, it would be easy. But now, Lin Xiu needs to find out all the information about this Bai Dai City. If he resists, he will probably become a wanted criminal in the entire city. At that time, it would be very unfavorable for him to get information. And it's not clear how many sage warriors there are, so it's better not to startle the snakes. At this time, the warriors of the City Lord Council continued to press Lin Xiu and the others with the weapons in their hands to the underground passage. After a while, walking down this underground passage, Lin Xiu arrived at the so-called dungeon. There are many independent cells around. These cells seem to be made of special metal, extremely hard, and there is no way for ordinary warriors to get out. And here, there is a strange power. It seems to limit the use of spatial power. preventing someone from leaving with special spatial power. Interesting. Lin Ziu felt all this and became more and more interested. He wanted to see who created the rules of space in this so-called dungeon. Go in. Soon, Lin Ziu was placed in one of the cells. However, this cell is similar to the traditional cell in ancient China, except that the materials used in the building have been replaced with special metals. Jai Mei and others were assigned to the opposite side of Lin Ziu, while Tang Kai and others were on the other side. Be good and Yao come out after 15 days. One of the warriors who escorted Lin Ziu in said aloud to the crowd, then left directly. Boom! The exit channel was also locked immediately. Lin Ziu, are you alright? Jai Mei, who was opposite Lin Ziu, said with concern. I'm fine. Lin Ziu shook his head and said, that's good. Jai Mei nodded. In order to maintain the stability of the city lord of Beatty City forbids fighting and destroying buildings in the city. I implicated you just now. Jai Mei said it with a bit of remorse. There were too many warriors in Beatty City and all of them were very powerful. Far stronger than those in other small cities. If these warriors fight, Bai City would be easily destroyed. So there was such a rule. It's fine. Lin Ziu said lightly. Boy, where did he go? At this moment, Tang Kai, who was in the cell on the other side, looked at Lin Ziu and shouted angrily. Chapter 1051 The Power of Rules. Chapter 1051 The Power of Rules. Hearing his words, Lin Ziu glanced at the corner of his eyes and said lightly, went to another world. Tang Kai was startled, then said in disbelief, you killed Uncle Zhang. Impossible, you bastard. You can't beat Uncle Zhang. At this time, he was in self-denial as he spoke. Lin Ziu ignored him at this time, because at this time, Lin Ziu could clearly feel that his spatial source mark seemed to be restrained and he was unable to use it. This was a special kind of power of rules. But how is the power of rules formed? Lin Ziu frowned, lost in thought. Just as Lin Ziu was thinking about it, Tang Kai turned his attention to Jai Mei and the others. You three bitches. When my Tang Pavilion people comes, you are all dead. I will get people to abolish you and turn you into slaves. His face was hideous and he looked very terrifying. Our Hallyu sect will be afraid of your people from Tang Pavilion. Jai Mei's face also turned cold at this time. Looking at Tang Kai, there was undisguised killing intent in his eyes. The two of them were instantly at each other's throats. But in this cell, it is impossible to fight. The special design in this cell made it almost impossible for ordinary warriors to break out of the cell. What's more, if you escaped from prison, unless you don't enter Beatty City for the rest of your life, you will be a wanted fugitive and you won't even have the chance to enter the city gate. Time passed quickly. In this cell, there was no food to eat. There was only one nutrient solution every day, which was enough to supplement the energy necessary for the body. In the past few days, Jai Mei looked at Lin Ziu in front of her with curiosity in her eyes. Lin Ziu didn't struggle in this cell and he closed his eyes all day, as if he was cultivating or something. Seeing this made her very curious. Jai Mei, where did he come from? Bingbing sat beside Jai Mei and looked at Lin Ziu, who was sitting on the opposite side with his eyes closed, and said curiously. Lin Ziu's face looked angular and handsome. And Lin Ziu had a special temperament. I am not sure as well. Jai Mei shook her head at this time. No way. Don't you know him? Lanlin also said curiously at this time. Jai Mei smiled bitterly. She knew Lin Ziu only because she was in the ancient war zone. At that time, she hadn't thought that Lin Ziu would have such a powerful strength. But what exactly was Lin Ziu doing now? Looking at Lin Ziu sitting down with his eyes closed, Jai Mei rested on her chin to look at Lin Ziu opposite, and seemed to be in a daze. The power of the rules should also be a power that the warriors use in the space where they are located that can run continuously with a specific trajectory. It's like programming. A program that is compiled in a special language and can run automatically. And rules are languages compiled with the power of warriors. In the past few days, Lin Ziu has been constantly studying this rule. Lin Ziu seems to have some kind of insight. This power of rules should be like domain force. But it was more advanced than domain force. Domain force can be used within a certain range to bring strength or increase in various attributes, or have other special abilities. But the rule was used to formulate a special restriction for the whole space. This space could be inside a building, it could be a city, or it could be the entire planet. Soon, 15 days passed. The people from the City Lord Council opened the prison door and led Lin Ziyu and the others out. Next time you fight in the city again and destroy buildings, it won't be as simple as 15 days of detention. A warrior from the City Lord Council said coldly while letting Lin Ziyu and the others go out. And at this time, not far away, there was a group of warriors coming over here. The uniforms on them looked almost identical to those of the warriors beside Tang Kai. People from Tang Pavilion. Seeing the scene, the expressions of Jai Mei and others changed slightly. Looks like my father has come to pick me up. Tang Kai's eyes looked at the front and the corners of his mouth curled up. Lin Ziyu, let's go. Jai Mei also said aloud at this time. Inside the Tang Pavilion, there are several warriors of the Sage Warrior level. This Tang Kai's father, Tang King, was a warrior at the level of Sage Warrior. Moreover, he has been promoted to the Sage Warrior for a long time and his strength is far stronger than the average Sage Warrior. Jai Mei didn't want Lin Ziyu to be involved in danger, because she always felt that this matter was caused by them and Lin Ziyu was implicated. What's the hurry? Let's see first. What is the strength of this Tang Pavilion's people? Lin Ziyu said with a faint smile. There was no panic look on his face at all. But, near this dungeon is a barren area. If they fought after leaving this place, the people from the City Lord Council will not care. Because here, there will be no damage to the building. And the location of the dungeon is here. It seems that the city owner of Beatty City deliberately arranged it like this. Father. At this time, Tang Kai watched his father, Tang King, bring everyone from Tang Pavilion over and said in surprise, HMPH. Disappointing. Tang King walked over and slapped Tang Kai directly. Snapped. With a clear sound, a red mark appeared on Tang Kai's cheek. At this moment, Tang Kai forcibly held back the severe pain in his cheek and did not dare to say anything. At this time, Tang King looked at the arms of the two warriors behind Tang Kai, which seemed to be broken and his brows frowned slightly. What happened here? It's him, this slut from the Heiyu sect. Teamed up with that guy to deal with our Tang Pavilion. At this time, Tang King stretched out his finger and pointed to Lin Ziyu and others not far away and said aloud. When he just came out, he didn't dare to say anything. At this time, seeing his father bring the people from Tang Pavilion over, Tang Kai suddenly seemed to have support and became extremely arrogant and domineering. When Jai Mei heard that Tang Kai didn't say anything about what he did, but instead directly scolded her and others, her face became cold. Also, there is Uncle Zhang, who seems to have died in his hands. Tang Kai pointed at Lin Ziyu and said, although he didn't see it with his own eyes, Lin Ziyu fought with Uncle Zhang and in the end only Lin Ziyu came back. At this time, it was already certain that he was indeed dead. Is what you said true? At this time, Tang King's face also became ugly. Uncle Zhang was a warrior of the Sage Warrior level. One of the few Sage Warriors in the Tang Pavilion. He got killed just like that. Chapter 1052 Tang Pavilion People. Chapter 1052 Tang Pavilion People. Tang Kai nodded and his face was a little grim. At this time, he looked at his father, Tang King, and continued to say, Father, the one from the Heiyu sect has been confirmed to be seriously injured. Should we just arrest them all? He said this without any scruples. When Jai Mei and the others who were not far away heard his words, their expressions became ugly. The chief of their Heiyu sect, the top warrior of the Sage Warrior level, has indeed been seriously injured. They have been hiding this matter, but they don't know why Tang Kai knew about it. Is that so? At this moment, Tang King turned his eyes to Jai Mei and others on the other side. In the next moment, the warriors of Tang Pavilion also surrounded Lin Ziyu and the others. Seeing this scene, Lin Ziyu raised his brows. The guards of the City Lord Council looked at these and returned to the dungeon. There was a wilderness around here. As long as no one was fighting in the center of Beatty City and destroying those buildings, No one will care. What do you guys want? Jaime also drew out her long sword at this time and looked at the people in the Tang Pavilion with alertness. What do you want? Tang Kai also seemed to be fearless at this time, standing next to Tang King, staring at Jaime with a sneer. Tang Pavilion. Is it going to go against our Hao sect? At this moment, Jaime said with a nasty look on her face. Although there are many people like Tang Pavilion now, there is still no fear in Jaime's eyes. Bingbing and Lan Lan also stood beside Jaime with their weapons in their hands. Hao sect, what is that? At this moment, Tang King glanced at Jaime and the others, then said lightly, You. Hearing Jaime's words, both Bingbing and Lan Lan flushed with anger. And you. You killed Zhang Yud. Tang King ignored Jaime and the others and looked at Lin Xiu at this moment. The moment he looked at Lin Xiu, his brows slightly wrinkled, because he clearly felt that Lin Xiu's strength was very average. With such general strength, even Tang Kai could easily defeat him. But why did Tang Kai say that Lin Xiu killed the sage warrior? This made him extremely puzzled. So what? Lin Xiu looked at him, then said lightly. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Tang King's eyes narrowed slightly and there was killing intent in his eyes. Boy! You have guts. While he was talking, he gestured to the surrounding warriors. Those warriors seemed to understand what Tang King meant. Several of them, holding the weapons in their hands, attacked Lin Xiu directly. Be careful. When Jaime on the other side saw this scene, she immediately said aloud. Although she knew that Lin Xiu's strength was not ordinary, she said subconsciously when she saw these people surrounded and attacked. As soon as she finished speaking, the weapons held by those warriors were about to slash Lin Xiu's body. Because of the transmission of their source strength, their weapons have become full of power at this time, incredibly sharp. But at this time, Lin Xiu seemed to be frightened as he stood on the spot without the slightest movement. Dang! In the next moment, as their weapons attacked Lin Xiu at the same time, a crisp sound suddenly sounded. The weapon slashed Lin Xiu's body, but there was no way to hit Lin Xiu's body. When Tang King saw the scene, the expression in his eyes changed slightly. Taking a closer look, you can clearly see that Lin Xiu's body has a faint source strength covering his body. It was because of the coverage of the source strength that Lin Xiu formed a transparent armor, so that those weapons could not cause any damage to Lin Xiu. This is simply impossible for a respected warrior-level warrior to do. Boom! Just as Tang King was shocked, Lin Xiu's body burst out. Boom! A large number of dark blue flames burst out directly with Lin Xiu as the center. What? Those warriors who attacked Lin Xiu were all covered by the sudden burst of flames. They couldn't even unfold the sphere at all and they were covered in those flames. The temperature of the flame was really terrifying, letting their bodies melt away quickly. In a short moment, they were burned into coke. Their strength don't seem like much. Lin Xiu looked at Tang King and the others in front of him and said lightly. The Tang Pavilion's people looked at Lin Xiu's eyes and glanced over, as if they felt a strong murderous aura. At this time, they subconsciously took a step back. You are not a respected warrior. Tang King looked at Lin Xiu and said with an ugly expression. Although he didn't know why, he couldn't feel Lin Xiu's strength at all. But what was certain was that Lin Xiu must not be an ordinary respected warrior-level warrior. Otherwise, just now, his subordinates wouldn't even be able to unfold the sphere and they would be burned to black coal in an instant. Tang King's body also subconsciously took a step back at this time, hiding behind Tang King. The strength that Lin Xiu showed just now is indeed a bit terrifying. This matter has nothing to do with your excellency. Everything before the Tang Pavilion, can let bygones be bygones. Tang King said to Lin Xiu at this time. This is a world where formidable warriors are respected. The strength that Lin Xiu showed just now really made him feel that something was wrong. Besides, it is also possible that Lin Xiu, such a young warrior, would have a stronger power behind him. There is no need for him to continue like this and have one more mortal enemy. Of course this matter has something to do with me. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes when he heard his words, then said lightly, You want to be hurt, my friend, and besides, you want to kill me. How can this have nothing to do with me? A faint sneer appeared on the corner of Lin Xiu's mouth. Are you sure you want to oppose my Tang Pavilion? Tang King never imagined that Lin Xiu would not give any face at all. At this time, his expression was extremely nasty. From today, there will be no such force as the Tang Pavilion. Lin Xiu glanced at the surroundings, then said lightly. Hearing his words, Tang King laughed angrily. Very well. I want to see. How are you going to make my Tang Pavilion disappear? As soon as he finished speaking, at the next moment, his right hand was raised up in the air. A large amount of source strength gathered and released from his arm. A blue energy group burst into the air directly. Boom! With a loud noise, a strange pattern bloomed in the air. Signal huh? Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu also said aloud like he was talking to himself. Chapter 1053 here to give experience. Chapter 1053 here to give experience. Jai Mei and the others also clearly knew this and their faces became extremely nervous at this time. This signal from Tang King was obviously a gathering of all Tang Pavilion warriors. There were many warriors in Tang Pavilion, many more than their Haiyu sect. If it weren't for the tyrannical strength of their Haiyu sect master, they would have been swallowed up long ago. As Tang King's signal was sent out, Lin Xiu raised his eyes and could clearly see a large number of warriors attacking from all directions. There were many of them. It may get a little dangerous. You guys stay here and don't move. Lin Xiu looked at this scene, then said to Jai Mei and others, Stay here and don't move. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Jai Mei and the others were stunned. Just when she was puzzled, she suddenly found that a translucent energy matrix appeared around her, directly framed them in it. Master. At this time, a large number of warriors flew to Tang King's side. The signal released by Tang King just now is the most advanced signal in the Tang Pavilion. The level of this kind of signal is only released when it reaches the level of life and death. It called out all the warriors of their Tang Pavilion. That boy in front. Deal with him. Tang King stared at Lin Xiu at this time and said lightly. Hearing Tang King's words, the eyes of many warriors turned to Lin Xiu. Is it this warrior who poses a great threat to Tang Pavilion? Lin Xiu looked at these warriors. There was no fear on his face, but a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Experience. These warriors were only experience in Lin Xiu's eyes. Experience delivered to his door. Why not? As soon as his right hand was raised, the dark edge spear appeared in Lin Xiu's hand from the expansion space. Kill. At this moment, the rest of the Tang Pavilion warriors had already attacked Lin Xiu at the same time. There are indeed many warriors in Tang Pavilion and almost all of them were peak respected warrior. When these warriors came over, they directly released their powerful skills. Boom boom boom. Those skill powers were released and rushed to Lin Xiu's body. But what is shocking is that Lin Xiu still was fine. Too weak. While Lin Xiu said lightly, the dark edge spear in his hand slashed directly into the air. The body of the warrior in front was instantly cut in half by the spear. Damn. Seeing the scene, Tang King's expression changed slightly. That's the peak respected warrior and even he, the sage warrior, couldn't kill him so easily like crushing an ant. Lin Xiu raised his hand and killed several top-level warriors in their Tang Pavilion, making Tang King feel that his heart was bleeding. After all, it's not that easy to cultivate a peak respected warrior. At this time, while he watched the warriors in his Tang Pavilion continue to attack Lin Xiu frantically, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jai Mei and others on the other side. Humph! Tang King snorted coldly and with a flash, he appeared in front of the matrix. Reaching out, he was about to grab Jai Mei who was in the matrix. Boom! But the moment his hand touched the matrix, he found that he had no way to penetrate the matrix at all. What is this? Tang King's expression changed and the long sword behind him appeared in his hands. With a long sword in both hands, he is about to break this matrix. Jai Mei and others in the matrix opened their eyes wide and subconsciously unfolded their sphere. Bang bang bang. His long sword slashed crazily on this matrix. He still had no way to cut down the matrix. Jai Mei and the others in the matrix were also surprised at this time. They looked at Lin Xiu subconsciously. At this time, Lin Xiu was already holding the dark edge spear in his hand and dancing frantically. With Lin Xiu now possessing such a powerful force, the dark edge spear swung as if it could break open the space. The Destiny Spear art was really too powerful. The moment the weapons of those warriors collided with Lin Xiu's spear, they were directly knocked out. Some weapons were directly destroyed. Boom boom boom. Dark blue flames burst out continuously and huge flaming birds appeared one after another, charging towards the warriors of Tang Pavilion. There are too many. Those Tang Pavilion warriors. There is no way to dodge. And as they unfolded the sphere, those flaming birds hissed their sphere and even their sphere was burned and melted away. Stop. Tang King looked at this scene at this time, and the expression in his eyes changed greatly. He couldn't break the matrix no matter how hard he tried, so he turned to look at Lin Xiu. At this time, every time Lin Xiu swung his spear, he would definitely kill several Tang Pavilion warriors, causing Tang King's eyes to widen in anger. Lin Xiu, in a short period of time, actually caused his Tang Pavilion to suffer such heavy casualties. Master. At the same time, in the sky, several warriors rushed over. These few warriors looked different from ordinary warriors. Their strength was obviously much stronger. Left Guardian, Right Magic, Elder Lin and Elder Bai are all here. Looking at this scene, Tang Kiss' body also trembled slightly. These 4 warriors were not in Beatty City. He didn't expect that they would come here at this time. You guys came. Seeing this scene, Tang King immediately said aloud, "We got the news. Is this the kid?" One of the warriors with white hair was suspended in the air, looking down at Lin Xiu and said coldly, seeing the surrounding area. The flaming bird that Lin Xiu released just now filled the surrounding area with flames. The whole area was a sea of fire. On the ground are the bodies of the fallen warriors of Tang Pavilion. Almost all of them were burnt to coke by the flames. Experience has been slowly increasing and now it has risen to about 86. He could upgrade soon. It was true. As long as he killed these sage warriors in the sky, then he should be able to level up again. Elders. That's him. The people from the Hao Yu sect teamed up with this kid to slaughter our Tang Pavilion. Tang Kai was at the back, pointing at Lin Xiu and roaring loudly. It's just that at this time he was very panicked, and his body was shaking. Chapter 1054 Another 5 Sage Warriors. Chapter 1054 Another 5 Sage Warriors. You talk a lot. Lin Xiu looked at Tang Kai. He didn't expect that Tang Kai hadn't died yet. With a wave of the dark edge spear in his hand, a dark blue flaming bird burst out directly. Then it charged toward Tang Kai. Boom boom boom. As the flaming bird burst out, the surrounding air seemed to be distorted. Tang Kai's eyes widened when he saw this scene and his eyes were full of horror. How dare you, kid? The 4 sage warriors in the air saw this scene and flew down at this time. At the same time, they released their own source strength and formed a huge barrier. Boom! This barrier directly blocked the flames released by Lin Xiu. Tang Kai was out of breath at this moment and there was a look of panic in his eyes. He was really afraid that Lin Xiu would kill him directly. Those flames are really terrifying. You will pay the price. Tang King also walked over to Tang Kiss' side at this time. Looking at Lin Xiu, his eyes were filled with infinite killing intent. If eyes could kill, Lin Xiu might have been killed many times. Jai Mei also opened her mouth slightly at this time. In the Matrix, she looked at everything around her with an unbelievable look. Lin Xiu actually killed so many warriors. Almost all of the warriors in the Tang Pavilion were slaughtered by Lin Xiu in this short period of time. Although Jai Mei herself was also promoted to a Sage Warrior level warrior, it was impossible for her to do this. Even if the respected warrior level was one step lower than the Sage Warrior, it is not so easy to deal with so many peak respected warriors. Moreover, the domain force released by Lin Xiu was very strange, as if it covered all the domains of other warriors. Those more than 100 respected warriors had no way to use their domain force at all. They could only use the source mark power to attack Lin Xiu, and Lin Xiu seems to be proficient in the power of various attributes. So those source mark powers had little effect on Lin Xiu. Coupled with Lin Xiu's powerful defense, there was simply no weakness at all. After Jai Mei analyzed it in her heart at this time, the expression in her eyes became even more shocked. Well, It's another 5 sage warriors. Lin Xiu looked at Tang King and the others and said aloud as if talking to himself. Father, you must kill him. Tang Kai was behind these warriors. His eyes fixed on Lin Xiu and he said, Shut up. Hearing Tang King's words, Tang King turned his head and shouted at him. If Tang Kai hadn't provoked this person, Tang Pavilion wouldn't have been hurt so badly now. But at this time there is no other way. Lin Xiu must die. Left and right guardians. The 2 elders are here and the strength of the boy is not ordinary. Let's be careful. Holding the long sword in his hand, Tang King looked at Lin Xiu and said aloud, Why not kill them first? One of the guardians looked at Jai Mei's side and immediately frowned. They can't be killed. Tang King also said with an ugly face at this time. There was no way to break through the matrix that surrounded Jai Mei and the others. So Tang Kai had no way to kill them. Kill this kid first. Elder Lin of Tang Pavilion said coldly at this time. At this time, the 5 elders, including Tang King, quickly stood in 5 directions. Looking at Lin Xiu, they seemed to be preparing to attack Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu stood in the middle without any movement. He glanced at the people around him. His eyes narrowed slightly. The Fury skill was already used when killing the 5 element sage warriors. Now is the cooldown time. If you wanted to use it again, you had to use the reset skill first. However, he didn't have to be in a hurry. Kill. While Tang King said coldly, he took the lead in attacking Lin Xiu. His speed was very fast and he appeared in front of Lin Xiu in an instant. The long sword in his hand, full of powerful sword strength, slashed directly at Lin Xiu's body. Dang. Lin Xiu sneered and the spear in his hand charged directly at it. Under the collision of the long sword and the long spear, the powerful impact made Tang King take several steps back. His hand seemed to go numb. How can that be? He was terrified and never thought that Lin Xiu's power would be so powerful. Whoosh whoosh. While he was in shock, Lin Xiu had already stabbed with the spear in his hand. The spear pierced out, as if thousands of cold lights flickered. Sphere. When Tang King saw this scene, there was no way he could resist with a sword. He could only roar in his heart and directly unfolded his sphere. As his sphere unfolded, the thousands of spear shadows that Lin Xiu stabbed directly hit his sphere. Bang bang bang. A dull sound kept ringing and a large number of cracks instantly appeared on Tang King's sphere. Courting death. What happened just now went by in a flash. At this moment, the elders had already run over from the other side. Their speed is very fast. They attacked Lin Xiu from 4 directions. These people were all holding swords and as their sword strength was transferred to their swords, a dazzling light suddenly bloomed. Humph! Lin Xiu snorted coldly when he saw this scene out of the corner of his eyes. The spear in his hand did not stop moving and continued to wave the dark-edged spear to attack Tang King. Stop! When Tang King saw the scene in front of him, his face was full of fear and he couldn't help but let out a roar. Because Lin Xiu's spear is too sharp. At this time his sphere is already full of cracks. As long as Lin Xiu continues to attack again, his sphere will also be broken. Without the protection of the sphere, he would be finished. At this time, the 4 sage warriors attacked and their weapons all attacked the sphere that Lin Xiu unfolded. It didn't affect Lin Xiu at all. The sphere that Lin Xiu unfolded perfectly blocked all their attacks. Moreover, Lin Xiu ignored them and continued to hold the spear in his hand to kill Tang King first. I told you to stop. Just as Lin Xiu stabbed with his spear again, the 4 warriors roared and blocked directly in front of him. At this moment, Tang King took advantage of this and stepped back directly to the other side. Looking at Lin Xiu and the 4 sage warriors fighting together in an instant, there was a look of fear in his eyes. Tang King was panting. His sphere was almost broken by Lin Xiu just now. This Lin Xiu was really too strong. His eyes continued to look forward and Lin Xiu waved his spear frantically. Fighting with 4 sage warriors at the same time, he wasn't losing at all. Chapter 1055 The Death of Tang King. Chapter 1055 The Death of Tang King. Destiny Spear Art. This level of spear art was far more powerful than the sword art of these people. At this time, the dark-edged spear in Lin Xiu's hand continued to collide with their swords. One after another sparks flickered in the air. When the sword of the Tang Pavilion's left guardian slashed on Lin Zia's sphere again, white smoke came out of the hand holding the sword. The sword in his hand almost fell out. Damn! He let out a roar with an extremely nasty snarl. The outer layer of Lin Zia's sphere was really too hot. As their weapons continued to attack Lin Zia's sphere, the weapons in their hands became more and more scorching hot. His hands were so hot that he almost threw the weapon in his hand. Don't fight with him in close combat. Let's attack from a distance. At this time, Tang Pavilion's right guardian also felt that Lin Zia's melee ability was too powerful. If they continued to fight, they would not take any advantage. Because Lin Ziu unfolded that weird sphere, not only did he resist all their attacks, what's even more terrifying is that the dark blue flames on the sphere made their weapons almost melt away. At this time, as they distanced themselves from Lin Ziu, their bodies released power at the same time. At the same time, all kinds of light burst out from the body. It's useless. Lin Ziu looked at this scene, narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly, "What they use is domain forces." But Lin Zia's purification domain has already been released. When their domain force was just released and covered the ground, they found that their domain disappeared instantly. What exactly is going on? At the same time, the four sage warriors showed extremely shocked expressions on their faces. The domain force they just released disappeared for no reason. Even they didn't know what was going on. It's him. This kid's domain force. At this time, Tang Kai was still a little breathless and said aloud, "He just recovered from Lin Zia's frantic attack just now. It could remove someone else's domain force." At this time, Elder Lin of Tang Pavilion's face also became ugly. In a single-player battle, the removal of the opponent's domain force would at most result in the ineffectiveness of both domains. But if there are multiple people fighting, the horror of this domain force will be revealed. Using this domain force that doesn't seem to have any power augmentation can abolish the domain force of all the opponent's warriors. This is really terrifying. Why? Are you surprised? Lin Ziu looked at them at this time and said with a smirk. The moment Lin Ziu spoke, he flashed and appeared in front of Tang King. Although Tang King was the head of the Tang Pavilion, his strength was indeed the weakest among the 5 sage warriors. It is impossible to kill all of them at the same time. After all, Lin Ziu wanted to keep the use of reset. After all, there are many warriors in Beatty City and there is also the existence of the Bai family. If he can no longer use fury when he is in danger, then things will be troublesome. At the same time, Tang King looked at Lin Ziu who suddenly flashed in front of him. The pupils in his eyes could not help shrinking slightly. He never thought that Lin Ziu would continue to attack him again. The sphere that was full of cracks just now unfolded again in the next moment. At this time, although those cracks disappeared, but because of the loss of source strength, the sphere that he unfolded again became thinner. Boom! Lin Zia's dark-edged spear in both hands directly attacked his sphere. The powerful impact made Tang King's body shoot out directly. What? The moment he flew out, Tang King roared and a purple source mark flashed on his forehead. Crackling! A large amount of purple lightning charged directly towards Lin Ziu, who continued to chase after him. Humph! Lin Ziu snorted coldly. Without dodging at all, stared directly at the lightning he released and continued to charge. If you want to blame it on your bad luck. I have an extremely strong resistance to electrical energy. At this time, as Lin Ziu charged over with the long spear, the whole person was like a black dragon, showing his teeth and claws and charging directly at Tang King, who had been sent flying out. Those lightning strikes hit Lin Zia's body, and they didn't cause anything to Lin Ziu at all. No. Seeing this scene, Tang King's eyes widened and he roared loudly in his heart. But now, he has no way to dodge. Boom! As Lin Ziu, whose whole body was transformed into a huge black dragon, rushed over, he directly penetrated his body until a huge hole appeared. The sphere he unfolded was directly blown away. Father! Tang Kai looked at this scene and suddenly screamed loudly. He originally relied on his father, Tang Pavilion's master, to be so unscrupulous. If Tang King is dead, then he is nothing. Master, When the 4 sage warriors saw this scene, they also roared loudly. The flashing souls movement technique Lin Xiu just used allowed him to appear by Tang King's side before they could react, and attacked Tang King. By the time they came to their senses, it was already too late. Go to hell. Elder Lin of Tang Pavilion let out a roar at this time, and the source mark on his forehead also appeared. There was a gust of wind all around. Whoosh whoosh. One after another terrifying wind blades charged towards Lin Xiu. Although those wind blades could not be seen clearly with the naked eye, but with Lin Xiu's ear, he could clearly hear the sound of these wind blades flying over. Lin Xiu's body instinctively dodged, and those wind blades directly impacted the ground behind Lin Xiu, causing a large number of deep cracks to appear on the ground behind Lin Xiu. But Lin Xiu was totally fine. This kid! What the hell is going on? The face of Tang Pavilion's left and right guardians has become extremely ugly at this time. Lin Xiu's strength was simply too strong, beyond their expectations. I don't know either. It was the young pavilion master who provoked him. Elder Bai looked at Tang Kai at this time and said coldly. It seems that he saw the look of Elder Bai looking at him, and Tang King's body also trembled at this time. Now that Tang King was dead, no one would care about his life or death now, especially now that all the warriors in the Tang Pavilion have died. The entire Tang Pavilion can be said to be completely destroyed. Before, it was because of the old pavilion owner that I followed the Tang Pavilion. Now my obligations should be almost fulfilled. Tang Pavilion has nothing to do with me in the future. Elder Bai said aloud at this time. Chapter 1056 Source of Ice and Fire. Chapter 1056 Source of Ice and Fire. Bai Chuan. What do you mean? When the left and right guardians heard Bai Chuan's words, their eyes suddenly changed. That's exactly what I mean. I don't want to die like this with you idiots. Bai Chuan said with a cold snort. Now, he should be able to clearly feel that Lin Xiu's strength is unusual. If they continue fighting, although there is a chance of winning, it is also possible that Lin Xiu will kill him. These old guys, they value their own lives even more. Bai Chuan, you dare to leave? Elder Lin had just used the wind attribute, source mark, and he was very upset that he did not cause any damage to Lin Xiu. Hearing Bai Chuan's words at this time, his face became even more sinister. You dare to keep me? Bai Chuan sneered. I didn't belong to your Tang Pavilion at first. I belonged to the Bai family. Hearing Bai Chuan's words, the expressions of the other 3 sage warriors became ugly, but they did not dare to make any move. You don't have to leave. Just stay. But at this moment, Lin Xiu's voice came over. Hearing this voice, they all subconsciously raised their heads and looked in the air, and they clearly saw Lin Xiu's figure. Courting death. Bai Chuan's face changed slightly, and with a wave of his left hand, all the rocks on the ground burst. And at this moment, all those bursting rocks floated in the air. With the use of Bai Chuan's power, these rocks directly formed a huge earth dragon, which charged towards Lin Xiu in the air. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu snorted coldly. Without dodging, the dark edge spear in both hands stabbed straight down from the top. Boy! Die! Bai Chuan roared angrily, and a more powerful force suddenly came from the body of the rock dragon, charging towards Lin Xiu. The rock dragon was showing its teeth and claws, as if it was going to tear Lin Xiu's body to pieces. Break! Lin Xiu looked at the giant rock dragon charging towards his body. Holding the dark edge spear in both hands, he continued to charge down from the air. At this moment, Lin Xiu's figure was surrounded by a large number of flames. Boom boom boom. As the spear charged down, the huge rock dragon was directly hit by Lin Xiu's spear and exploded. Swoosh! And at this moment, a cold light appeared in front of Bai Chuan. The pupils in Bai Chuan's eyes shrank slightly, but it seemed that there was no way to dodge, and there was no way to unfold the sphere. Boom! The next moment, Bai Chuan's head was directly pierced by Lin Xiu's dark edge spear. Elder Bai. Although Bai Chuan wanted to escape just now, and made the expressions of the 2 guardians and Elder Lin change greatly. Seeing Bai Chuan being killed at this time, they suddenly felt a kind of sadness, like they sympathized with him. Where did you go? There was no system prompt in his mind, so Lin Xiu could be sure that the warrior did not die. At the same time, Bai Chuan's figure appeared several miles away. Damn boy. Almost died in his hands. Bai Chuan was panting at this time, thinking of the shot just now. He almost burst his head. At this time, if you look closely, you can see that there is a white strange source mark on Bai Chuan's forehead. His source mark was different from the source mark strength of ordinary warriors. It was not an attribute source mark, but a source mark with a special ability to clone. What Lin Xiu just killed was just his clone. Boy, if you want to kill me, I won't let the matter drop, he muttered to himself with a grim expression. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. I actually let him go. At this time, as Lin Xiu's thoughts were released, feeling the aura of the warriors in the surrounding area, Lin Xiu couldn't help frowning. Looking at Tang Pavilion's left and right guardians and Elder Lin, there was a strong killing intent in his eyes. He already let one of them escape, so the remaining three can't be let go so easily. Clearly aware of the strong killing intent in Lin Xiu's eyes, the three sage warriors directly unfolded the sphere. They didn't want to be killed by Lin Xiu's strange movement technique. The left and right guardians also looked at each other at this time, and the source mark on their foreheads lit up at the same time. There is a red source mark on the left guardian's forehead, and a blue source mark on the right guardian's forehead. Go! As the two of them roared loudly, a burst of ice attribute energy, along with fire attribute energy, gathered together and charged towards Lin Xiu. What is this? Seeing the scene, the look in Lin Xiu's eyes also changed slightly. Under the convergence of the two forces of ice and fire, it seems that a special reaction has occurred, forming a terrifying ice and fire tornado. Looking at the incoming ice and fire tornado, Lin Xiu quickly waved the dark edge spear in his hand, and immediately released flames one after another, colliding with the ice and fire tornado. Bang bang bang. But the fire and ice tornado seemed to be extremely powerful. In the next moment, all the flaming birds released by Lin Xiu have blasted away, hitting Lin Xiu in an instant. Although Lin Xiu unfolded the sphere for protection, this powerful force made Lin Xiu fly out. Boom! He flew a distance and the entire ground shook wildly. Lin Xiu, seeing this scene, Jai Mei couldn't help shouting loudly, HMPH. This is our strength. The left and right guardians were suspended in the air at this time as they said coldly. They can be sure that this time, Lin Xiu would either die or be disabled. The source of ice and fire of the left and right guardians is really powerful. Elder Lin watched this scene and after heaving a sigh of relief, he also spoke to the left and right guardians. The power generated from layering the two kinds of source mark power is really terrifying. Hearing Elder Lin's words, both the left and right guardians touched their beards, with a proud look on their faces. This source of ice and fire, combined with the source mark, is the most powerful force they can release together. Let's go and see if that kid is dead. At this moment, left guardian looked at the explosion caused by the source of ice and fire, and there was even a mushroom cloud rising from the ground. That was enough to see the horror of this power. Lin Xiu was definitely dead. At the same time that the three of them flew over to Lin Xiu's side, Tang Kai and the other two warriors also walked over to Jai Mei's side. You three bastards have caused my Tang Pavilion to suffer heavy losses. You are all dead meat. Chapter 1057 Killing a Sage Warrior Again. Chapter 1057 Killing a Sage Warrior Again. It's your own fault. Jai Mei looked at Tang Kai who was approaching and sneered. You will die for me. When Tang Kai heard Jai Mei's words, his face became ferocious. Holding a sword in his hand, he was about to attack the matrix that surrounded Jai Mei and the others. Boom! But as soon as his sword was slashed, an extremely strong recoil force directly sent him retreating. Tang Kai's body took several steps back and fell directly to the ground, like a dog eating shit. Young Pavilion Master. When the other two warriors saw the scene, they quickly helped Tang Kai up. Damn. At this time, Tang Kai looked at Jai Mei and the others in front of him with a grim expression. If I come out, you will be the one who will die. Jai Mei looked at Tang Kai not far away and said coldly. In their Tang Pavilion, only those few sage warrior level warriors were stronger. As for Tang Kai and the two warriors beside him, she could easily get rid of them. But at this time, her eyes turned to the other side. In the distance over there, a huge mushroom cloud appeared, which was caused by the power of the two sage warriors' source of ice and fire. It seemed dangerous, but Jaime believed that Lin Xiu would be fine. This kid, go to hell. The left and right guardians and Elder Lin flew to the ground where Lin Xiu was shot down. At this time, as the thick dust around him slowly dissipated, they could clearly see that a huge pit had been blasted out on the ground below. The pit was pitch black and it looked bottomless. Dead for sure. Elder Lin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene, but just as he finished speaking, he seemed to see something from the corner of his eye seemed and his expression changed. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, in the next moment, they could clearly see that under the dark pit, there was a light that was slowly rising. Lin Xiu didn't die. At this time, Lin Xiu's body was protected by a sphere and the entire body had a dark blue light, which was very conspicuous under the huge dark pit. Damn boy. Seeing Lin Xiu's body slowly levitating, the expressions on the left and right guardians became extremely ugly. The blow just now was the most powerful blow they had combined. Even so, Lin Xiu was not killed. Who? At this moment, Lin Xiu, whose body was slowly coming up, took a deep breath. After wiping the blood from his lips, Lin Xiu's body slowly levitated. The power of the blow just now was indeed very powerful. The terrifying impact made even Lin Xiu, who was protected by the sphere, suffer some injuries. Next, it's my turn, while Lin Xiu said lightly. Holding the dark edge spear in his hand, he swung it straight into the sky. Boom! One after another, dark blue flames burst out in the next moment. And when the flames burst out, Lin Xiu snorted coldly. The Heart of Frost started to work and continued to release the energy of the ice attribute. The power of the ice attribute and the flaming bird gathered together and charged directly toward the three sage warriors in the air. Lin Xiu was inspired by the joint source of ice and fire they just used. This kid! The left and right guardians and Elder Lin had a change of expression, but the flames that combine the power of the ice attribute have already charged towards them. The three warriors wanted to escape, but found that the flaming birds seemed to have a tracking function and continued to charge towards them. What? At this time, Left Guardian looked at the flaming bird that was rushing towards him, and when he realized that he could not escape, he roared angrily. With his roar, in the next moment, he unfolded the sphere. Boom! When the flaming bird mixed with the power of the ice attribute slammed into his sphere, a huge sound broke out. This sound shocked Tang Kai and other warriors on the other side that they had to cover their ears, as if the eardrums were about to be shattered. Although the left guardian used the sphere to resist, but this was too powerful. Taking a closer look, he found that a lot of cracks had appeared on his sphere. Blood also flowed from his mouth. The impact of this blow was too strong. Swoosh! And in the next moment, Lin Xiu's figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of this left guardian. Break! Without the slightest hesitation, the dark edge spear in both hands attacked his sphere. Boom! With a loud sound, he remembered that his sphere was directly smashed by Lin Xiu's dark edge spear. As soon as the sphere was broken, he received a powerful backlash from the source strength, and a huge pain caused him to spit blood directly from his mouth. Goodbye. Lin Xiu looked at him and roared angrily. In the next moment, the dark edge spear held in both hands burst into dazzling light. Lin Xiu's whole body was charging toward him like a fierce tiger. Tiger descends the mountain, courting death. Seeing that Lin Xiu's terrifying skill was about to hit the left guardian, Elder Lin and the right guardian slammed their left palms into the air and terrifying energy groups charged towards Lin Xiu. But Lin Xiu didn't care at all. Those energy groups impacted Lin Xiu's body, causing little damage to Lin Xiu. After all, the existence of the S-rank battle suit Holy Light battle suit can help Lin Xiu resist a lot of damage. Die. And at this moment, the body of the left guardian was directly smashed into countless pieces by Lin Xiu. Left guarding. Dead. Next, it's you guys' turn. After Lin Xiu killed the left guardian, he looked up at the right guardian and Elder Lin. His eyes were full of infinite killing intent. Once he killed these two sage warriors, he should be able to level up immediately. Go! At this time, Elder Lin's face became ugly. Lin Xiu not only killed almost all of the Tang Pavilion's warriors, but also the Tang Pavilion's pavilion owner. An elder and a guardian were beheaded by Lin Xiu. Those are all sage-level warriors. How powerful is this kid? Don't care. Now he could only escape. When the right guardian heard Elder Lin's words, he also moved at this time and was about to flee to the other side. He didn't want to be killed by Lin Xiu just like that. Where are you guys going? These two are very smart and they both ran in opposite directions. But Lin Xiu, he wouldn't let the experience he was going to acquire just go to waste. As Lin Xiu's thoughts were triggered, at this moment, a black source mark appeared on his forehead. Chapter 1058 The Last Battle. Chapter 1058 The Last Battle. As the black source mark appeared on Lin Xiu's forehead, there was a large amount of arrays that appeared in front of them while they were trying to run away. What are these? Both of them left as quickly as they could, but that's when they realized that there were huge arrays right before them. With the control of his mind, more and more arrays kept appearing. Soon, the entire sky was covered by the semi-transparent arrays and it formed a huge dome. Their bodies were completely covered by the dome formed by the arrays and there was no way for them to escape from it. Damn it! The look in their eyes changed. At the very next moment, they tried to activate their warrior's skills in order to break open the array. Boom boom boom! As they continued to madly attack the dome, it did not affect the dome at all. It was impossible for them to break through. Such powerful strength. Seeing the scene up in the air, Jai Mei's eyes were wide open as well. Lin Xiu, the Right Guardian and Elder Lin were all inside the huge dome, formed by the arrays. He's so powerful. Bingbing and Lanlin, who were standing next to Jai Mei, had their eyes open wide as well. They were looking extremely surprised. The strength and abilities that Lin Xiu showed them were alarming. As for Tang Kai who was behind them, his entire body started shaking. They were killed again. Another two sage warriors from the Tang Pavilion were killed. If this goes on, Elder Lin and the Right Guardian would soon be killed by little girl Lin. But, what can he do now? Suddenly, his legs started feeling weak. Xiu. At the same time, the array that was over Jai Mei and the rest had disappeared. When Jai Mei noticed what happened, she subconsciously looked at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu noticed that she was looking at him as well and nodded his head. Under such circumstances, no one would be able to threaten them. As for warriors like Tang Kai, Lin Xiu wasn't even bothered about killing him. The EXP that he would get was too little. There's nothing over them, now kill them. Tang Kai saw what was happening as well and he screamed at the top of his lungs. Without the protection of the array, there was nothing to be afraid of. This was what Tang Kai thought. But, he seemed to have forgotten that Jai Mei was also a sage warrior. Is that so? There was a cold look in her eyes. She held onto her sword and slowly walked closer to Tang Kai. Bingbing and Lanlin, who were also by her side, grabbed tightly onto their weapons as well. Now, the ones left were Tang Kai and two respected warriors. Jai Mei would be able to kill all of them on her own. What are you two doing? I'm telling you to kill her. Tang Kai soon noticed that both the warriors by his side looked nervous as they were walking backwards. He couldn't help but scream once again. You fight her then? You rubbish. Both the respected warriors were mad as well after being shouted at by Tang Kai. Rats leave the sinking ship. Tang Kai was the young master of the Tang Pavilion previously and this was why they would obey his commands. Now that the Tang Pavilion has been annihilated and Tang King is dead, why should they still fight for Tang Kai? This was a joke. Then, at that moment, both the warriors ran. HMPH. Jai Mei sneered. As her body moved, the sword in her arms was aimed at both the respected warriors who were trying to escape. Ziu ziu ziu. She was moving the sword in her arms and there was a bright cold light that was released from her sword. Both the warriors who were trying to run had their bodies cut in half. Tang Kai, who has been acting fierce all along, fell to the ground when he saw such a bloody scene. Don't come any closer. He had just realized that he was nothing. With Jai Mei's abilities, she would be able to kill him without breaking a sweat. Bing bing. Lan Lan. I'll leave him to the both of you. Jia Mei glanced at Tang Kai before telling the two girls. Sure. These girls may look soft, but they were sage warriors who were at their peaks. With their weapons in their hands, they started walking towards Tang Kai. Both you be teachers, you better leave or I'll destroy the Hao Yu sect. Tang Kai subconsciously grabbed onto his weapon as well and pointed it at the girls who were getting closer to him. Do you think that with you in your stinky mouth, you will be able to destroy the Hao Yu sect? Bing Bing asked in a cold tone. Then, Lan Lan attacked him without any hesitation. Clang clang clang. There were sounds of metals colliding with each other and it was followed by a loud, painful cry. Tang Kai's body then soon fell onto the ground. Damn. Elder Lin and the Right Guardian noticed this as well and the looks on their faces became even uglier. Other than Elder Bai, who managed to escape, they were the only two left in the Tang sect. Now, this is the last battle. Lin Xiu, whose body was floating in the air, looked at Elder Lin and the Right Guardian. Young man, you need to know your limits. Elder Lin warned Lin Xiu in a serious tone. The Right Guardian had an awful look on his face as well. The array had trapped them and there was no way where they could leave. The only choice that they had left was to fight Lin Xiu. Enough with the nonsense. I'm waiting for a level up. Lin Xiu sneered. A level up. Both of the men were confused after hearing what Lin Xiu said. We have no other choice. Elder Lin, we have to kill him. The Right Guardian took a deep breath before telling Elder Lin. And Elder Lin nodded his head in agreement. This array was incredibly odd and there was no way where they could break it open. The only thing that they could do now was to fight Lin Xiu till the very end. They have to kill Lin Xiu. With the control of their mind, there were source marks that slowly appeared on their foreheads. Boom! The Right Guardian had an ice element source mark, which caused the whole place to be covered with ice. Soon, there were large blocks of air that appeared in the air and soon it looked like huge ice picks. Go! With his command, these ice picks then headed toward Lin Xiu. Xiu Xiu Xiu. At that instant, there were noises that sounded like the air around them was being pierced. Lin Xiu's body was still floating in the air and he remained motionless. Go to hell! The Right Guardian screamed deep inside his heart. Lin Xiu was still standing in the way. He was definitely asking for it. These ice picks weren't things that could be blocked by his sphere. Did you really think that I would be afraid of these ice picks? Lin Xiu muttered to himself. He had the heart of frost and his control over the power of the ice element were stronger than anyone else. Without using much strength, all of the ice picks that came from different directions froze the second before it touched Lin Xiu's body. Chapter 59 The Peculiar Green Energy. Chapter 59 The Peculiar Green Energy. This was impossible. When the Right Guardian saw what happened, his eyes were stretched wide. The ice picks that he had realized were floating next to Lin Xiu and they were not attacking Lin Xiu's body. This scene was incredibly odd. I am better than you at using these skills. Lin Xiu looked at the Right Guardian who was standing right in front of him and spoke in a calm tone. Run! Elder Lin seemed to have realized something and quickly warned the Right Guardian from behind. Go! Lin Xiu quickly gathered his thoughts and soon, all of the ice picks that were headed toward Lin Xiu turned around and was attacking the Right Guardian instead. Xiu Xiu Xiu. This is impossible. When the Right Guardian saw what happened, his eyes were filled with shock. These ice picks that were built with his own energy from the source mark was attacking him. This was definitely something that he thought was impossible. However, this was truly happening as well. These ice picks were coming from all directions. He was now trapped inside such a small space and there was nowhere that he could hide. The only thing that he could do was to block them with his sphere. Boom boom boom. As the ice picks landed on his sphere, there were loud explosions that followed it. Ah! The Right Guardian screamed out loud as he realized all of the energy that he had left in order to strengthen his sphere. However, the impact of these ice picks were scary. The Right Guardian had already released his sphere, but the scary impact that came from the ice picks caused his body to be thrown far away. As he fell onto the array behind him, there was another loud sound that came from the collision. There were too many ice picks and they kept coming at him non-stop. His sphere was still blocking the continuous attacks coming from the ice picks and soon, There were cracks all over his sphere. Go to hell. At the same time, Elder Lin rushed toward Lin Xiu. Now, there was a green source mark that appeared on his forehead. There was also a ball of green energy that was headed at Lin Xiu. What's this? When he saw the green energy ball coming at him, Lin Xiu's pupil shrank subconsciously. Xiu. He quickly moved and Lin Xiu disappeared from the spot where he was at. Xiu Xiu Xiu. Most of the ice picks were covered by the green energy and all of them melted instantly. Where did he go? Elder Lin's pupil shrank. This was because he noticed that Lin Xiu was now standing right in front of him. He was so quick. Clang! His body's reflex caused him to place the machete in front of body. The tip of the long spear that Lin Xiu was holding onto collided with his machete. With the loud ring, his entire body was thrown far away into the distance. Boom! His body that flew into the distance finally landed on the array. With the strong impact, he had a mouth full of blood. However, he didn't have time to care about his injuries as he realized that Lin Xiu was about to attack him. Breaking mountains and heaven strike. When he saw Lin Xiu with the long spear, Elder Lin gripped onto his machete and shouted in rage. As he shouted, there was a ray of energy that came out of the source mark that was on his forehead. The green energy was then headed towards Lin Xiu through his long spear. There were small cracks that soon appeared in the space around them. Seeing how the green energy was still coming at him, Lin Xiu subconsciously released his fear. The attack that he got from this green energy caused Lin Xiu to be thrown far away. Then, the green energy slowly crawled onto Lin Xiu's body. What on earth was this? This green energy was about to penetrate through Lin Xiu's yuan and was getting onto his body. This was the first time that Lin Xiu had seen something so scary, but at the same time, it was shocking as well. Soon, he felt an intense pain coming from all over his body. This green energy had a strong corroding effect. Soon, they could see with their bare eyes that Lin Xiu's skin started to corrode. He's dead. Elder Lin wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. It was extremely difficult for him to aim the green energy onto someone else. He only managed to do it by placing it on his machete and allowing it to be transferred to Lin Xiu, who was about to attack him. This green energy of his was able to penetrate through a warrior's sphere. Right, Guardian? Are you alright? After seeing Lin Xiu being covered in green energy, he turned around and looked in the other direction. Fine. The right Guardian's sphere has been completely destroyed by the ice picks. Some of it had pierced through his shoulder and there was blood pouring out of it. His face was now looking extremely pale. From the look of it, he was definitely severely injured. Don't move. Elder Lin rushed to his side and then took out a bottle from his pocket. As he opened it, there was a blue liquid that was poured onto his wound. Soon, his wounds were recovering quickly. That fella should be dead now. The right Guardian spoke while gritting his teeth. The blue liquid might have been able to hasten the recovery of his wounds, but there was still an intense pain that came from it. This was not something that anyone could stand. He must be. Elder Lin nodded his head. He finally got to give out a breath of relief. This battle has been extremely aggressive. He almost died in the hands of Lin Xiu. That young man. How did they train him to be so strong? Elder Lin asked in rage. Lin Xiu, who was now covered by the green energy, was covered in blood. All of the skin on his body had been corroded. He felt terrible pain all over his body. However, Lin Xiu's body has a very strong recovery ability. As his skin was being corroded, they were quickly being healed as well. With Lin Xiu's mind, he was able to control the blue-colored energy ball that hung around his neck. Then, there was a bright blue light released from it. Then, there were large amounts of droplets seen in the air. What are these? Elder Lin and the right Guardian suddenly realized that there were water droplets inside the array and they were both shocked. The array was still around them, which meant that Lin Xiu wasn't dead. Then, both of them turned towards Lin Xiu. That's when they noticed that amongst the green energy, there was also a bright blue light coming from inside it. Chapter 1060 Level Up Level 67. Chapter 1060 Level Up Level 67. What was this? When Elder Lin and the right Guardian saw what was happening, the look in their eyes changed drastically. What on earth was that? Soon, With the bright blue light that was released, all of the green energy slowly disappeared. As for the water droplets that gathered in the air, all of them rushed into Lin Zia's direction. Soon, they could all clearly see the water droplets going on to Lin Zia's body. Lin Zia's entire body was initially covered in blood, but then, all of the wounds started healing on their own. Soon, all of the wounds on his body completely disappeared. It was as good as new. Your strength is indeed a little peculiar. Lin Ziu looked at Elder Lin, who wasn't far away from him, and commented, How many elements do you have? Elder Lin's lips started trembling as he looked at Lin Ziu and asked, From when the battle just started? Lin Ziu has already released fire, electricity and ice. He even had the water element. It was incredible for someone to be able to control only one element, but Lin Ziu was able to control so many of them. The right guardian started trembling as well. He thought that Elder Lin could have killed Lin Ziu. However, he didn't think that things would go on in this manner. This man, how could he be so strong? From now on, it's my turn. Lin Ziu took a deep breath and in an instant, he was able to move the energy inside his body. As he gathered the energy, his body started glowing brightly. This was the glow coming from the energy that was being gathered inside him. Then, all of the energy was then pushed onto Lin Zia's long spear. He is about to use his warrior skill Quick Run. Elder Lin seemed to have felt something and he quickly screamed. As soon as he finished, the right guardian had an awful look on his face as well. Both of their bodies were floating in the air and were trying to find a way to dodge it. But, they were still being trapped by the arrays around them. They wanted to run, but they had no place to go. You're dead. Lin Ziu screamed as he looked at the men before him. With that, Lin Ziu held onto his black spear with both hands and then swung it toward him. Boom! There was a crescent being drawn in the air by the long spear, and at that moment, the entire space seemed to be shaken. Elder Lin and the right guardian were both trying their best to break the array, but then, they couldn't do so. They turned around and looked. Then, they noticed that there was a bright light that appeared before their eyes. Damn! Boom! Their body was then instantly hit by the bright light. Although Elder Lin had quick reflexes and released his sphere, Lin Zia's attacks were so powerful that he didn't get to dodge it. The sphere that he had released instantly exploded as well. His body as well as the right guardian's body instantly tore into multiple pieces. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for reaching another level. You are now at level 67. Then, Lin Ziu heard the notification coming from the system. He finally killed them. After hearing the notification from the system, Lin Ziu finally felt relieved. The skill that he had used earlier was naturally Heaven-Breaking Strike. This may be a powerful skill, but the amount of energy needed was large. At that very moment, he had already exhausted all of the energy in his body. So, without being 100% sure that he could hit them, Lin Ziu would never use such skills. He took a good look around him. The confined space that he had created with his array had been sliced open by the warrior skills used. Lin Ziu took a deep breath and dived into the system. Level 67. Million. Strength 8,341. Physique 7,415. Speed 3,100. Potential points 67. Skills, Analytic Eye, Rage, Disguise, Engulf, Mirror Image, Heavenly Array, Reset, Power of the Stars, Immortal Body, Exotic, Summoning, Sacrifice, Skill Enhancement, Soar, Strength, Control. Title, Sage Warrior. Unused title, Rank 1 Warrior. Rank 2 Warrior. Rank 3 Warrior. Rank 4 Warrior. Rank 5 Warrior. Rank 6 Warrior. Rank 7 Warrior. Rank 8 Warrior. Rank 9 Warrior. Warrior Master. Respected Warrior. Rage Buildup to 1. Level 67. Lin Ziu looked at the system interface and he was looking excited. At such a high level, it was an extremely difficult thing to get to another level. There were only 3 levels left till he got to level 70. That when he could truly be a warrior god. Then, he would be more confident to travel to the palace known as Warrior God Realm. As he thought of it, Lin Ziu clenched his fist together. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for upgrading. You have been rewarded with 1 lucky draw. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for getting the monthly lucky draw. As he heard the notifications from the system, Lin Xiu was a little surprised. He had 2 lucky draw chances now. But 2 chances were still too few for Lin Xiu. He would have to accumulate a little more in order to get something better. As he returned to reality after quitting the interface, he gathered his thoughts and all of the arrays disappeared. Lin Xiu looked onto the ground and noticed that Jai Mei and the rest had already gotten rid of Tang Kai and the other warriors. All of the people from the Tang Pavilion, except for Bai Chuan, have been killed. Are you guys alright? Lin Xiu's body flew back to the ground and checked on Jai Mei, who wasn't far away. I'm fine. Jai Mei shook her head. This time, I'll have to thank you again. Jai Mei smiled as she thanked Lin Xiu. Thank you. Bingbing and Lanlin walked closer to him and thanked him in a solemn tone as well. If it wasn't because of Lin Xiu, they would have all died by now. It's no big deal. Lin Xiu shook his head. In fact, all of these were really nothing for Lin Xiu. He even gained extra EXP and leveled up because of this. Where will you be going next? Jai Mei looked at Lin Xiu and paused for a while before asking. I'll be going around, hoping to find some intel. Lin Xiu thought about it before answering her. The Bai Dai city was huge, and he still had no idea where the Bai family was. Intel, why don't you come with us to Hao Yu sect? We have a strong intel team at the Hao Yu sect. Chapter 1061 The Road of Ice and Fire. Chapter 1061 The Road of Ice and Fire. After hearing what Lin Xiu said, Bingbing immediately offered. Lin Xiu was instantly stunned after hearing her suggestion. The Hao Yu sect also seemed to be one of the forces in Bai Dai city. It's alright. He thought about it for a while and then shook his head. All of them in the Hao Yu sect were women and it would be inconvenient for him to be there. As for the intel on Bai Dai city, he could get his own men to look for it. I still have other things to deal with. Lin Xiu continued explaining himself. Bingbing and Lanlin had disappointed looks in their eyes. They were really hoping that Lin Xiu would be able to join them. Lin Xiu had other things that he had to do. Jai Mei felt helpless as she glared at both Bingbing and Lanlin. These 2 girls must have been attracted to the unique temperament of Lin Xiu due to the skills and abilities that he had shown earlier. If there's anything that you need help with, you have to let us know. Jai Mei looked at Lin Xiu and told him in a serious tone. Lin Xiu had just saved their lives. Sure. Lin Xiu nodded his head and smiled. After bidding goodbye to Jai Mei and the girls, Lin Xiu headed back into the city. However, this time, Lin Xiu was going to the other side of Bai Dai city. The Bai family. At one of the underground bars, one of the staff heard what Lin Xiu asked and the look on his face changed. Why are you looking for the Bai family? Nothing much. I have a relative that works there as a guard. I just came to pay him a visit. Lin Xiu intentionally showed a blunt smile. Initially, he was going to get the Dark Shadows to do so, but the Bai Dai city had been undergoing strict inspection which made it difficult to get any information. As for the internet, there aren't many details about the Bai Dai city, especially when it comes to the Bai family. Tusk can't believe that you have a relative there working as a guard. That's pretty good. After hearing what the waiter said, Lin Xiu couldn't help but laugh. The Bai family is located in that area. The waiter then continued telling him more things about the Bai family. He told Lin Xiu where their house was and also some basic information about it. The Bai family was located in the center of Bai Dai city and it was stretched across a very huge piece of land. In the middle of the city, there was a mountain valley that belonged to the Bai family and they lived on one of the peaks that was at least 2,000 m from sea level. However, this was not the actual Bai family and was only one branch of it. After getting some information from him, Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. The Bai family was indeed a strong one. The Bai Dai city revolves around the Bai family and the city has been built surrounding it. This was already happening when they weren't even the actual Bai family. They were only one of the branches of the almighty Bai family. Bai Zhanfei should be one of them that belonged to the Bai family here in Bai Dai city. But, without much time, they would know that Bai Zhanfei and the rest of his men have been killed. Thank you. Lin Xiu smiled and then gave the waiter a few odd crystals. The waiter caught the crystal subconsciously and when he saw that it was a Beast King odd crystal, a smile grew on his face. By selling these crystals, he would be able to exchange it for a large amount of money. Brother. If there's anything that you would like to know, you can always ask me. I might not be good at anything, but I do have a lot of information on hand. Since Lin Xiu was being generous, the waiter started being more friendly. Do you know the road of ice and fire? Lin Xiu nodded his head and asked, the road of ice and fire. After hearing what Lin Xiu asked, the man was stunned for a moment before saying, of course, that is known as the road to death. With that said, the waiter seemed to have thought of something and he was looking frightened. The road to death. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. While traveling on that road, you have to bear the torture of both ice and fire. Plus, there are lots of scary evolved beasts on the road. You could die very easily there. The waitress said to Lin Xiu, do you know how to get there? Lin Xiu then continued asking, you want to go there? The waiter asked subconsciously, no. I would definitely die if I went to someplace so scary. Lin Xiu chuckled, I just wanted to know more about it. Let me tell you about it then. In order to get to the road of ice and fire, you can go to the Warriors Guild at the northern side of the city. They would usually hire warriors to complete missions on that road. Once you accept the mission, they will have people guiding you there. If you went on your own, it would be difficult for you to find your way in. The waiter continued, I understand. Thank you. Lin Xiu took a sip of the alcohol and smiled. Although he didn't get much, he still found out a few things about what he wanted. Then, the waiter no longer spoke with Lin Xiu as he had to serve the others. As the night passed, there were more and more people in the bar. Lin Xiu then took out both the golden boxes from his expansion space. This was the reward that he got for being first in the Tanjiu competition. Lin Xiu had no idea what was inside this box. He never got a chance to open it. Now that he has, there was an eye-blinding light that appeared from inside the box. An odd crystal. It was an odd crystal that was shining brightly. A beast saint odd crystal. If Lin Xiu was still a respected warrior, this beast saint's odd crystal would be useful for him. However, at his current stage now, he was already a sage warrior. Even if he absorbed it now, it wouldn't help much. But it was better than having nothing. What would there be in the other box? He returned the gold box with the odd crystal back into his expansion space before opening the other one. As soon as he opened it, there was a bright light that came out of it and a scorching heat came from inside the box. What was this? Lin Xiu was stunned. When he took a closer look, he noticed that there was a white flame inside the box. The flame was in the space of a lotus. White lotus flame. This was considered as a unique type of flame. The box must be made out of some special material and technique, so that it could keep such a flame inside it. As Lin Xiu held onto the box, he couldn't even feel the warmth coming from inside. Without even thinking much, it must be the old man who built this box. Only the old man would be able to come up with such things. This flame, how would it be when compared to hellfire? Lin Xiu looked at the flame in front of him and muttered to himself. As he looked at the white lotus flame inside the box, he could somehow feel a cold feeling coming from it. This was a burning flame, but it feels cold. Lin Xiu had a confused look in his eyes. Chapter 1062 Murdering for the Treasure. Chapter 1062 Murdering for the Treasure. The white lotus flame seemed devilish. This flame was indeed strange. Hey man, what do you have there? Suddenly, there was a voice that appeared from behind Lin Xiu. Then, Lin Xiu quickly shifted his position and closed the box. Nothing. Lin Xiu answered calmly. Hey, brother, why are you being so petty? Why don't you take it out and let us see what it is? This was a young warrior with a ruffian look on his face. He immediately sat next to Lin Xiu and asked him again. Then, there were other muscular and tall warriors that walked toward Lin Xiu. All of them stood around Lin Xiu. It looks like this brother has something nice with him. Let's take a look. As the man told the rest of the warriors about it, all of them stared at Lin Xiu with smirks on their faces. Brother Bin, what's wrong? The waiter from before noticed the scene and came over as well. Nothing. This is none of your business. The man addressed as Brother Bin glared at the waiter and spoke to him in a cold voice. This is a friend of mine. Brother Bin. The waiter hesitated for a short while, but decided to stand up for Lin Xiu. Brother Bin, known as Yuan Bin, was a top-grade respected warrior, and he always lingered around in this bar. The rest of the warriors were top-grade warriors as well. They were strong and powerful, which was why no one dared to provoke them. I f***ing told you to leave. Didn't you hear me? Yuan Bin was starting to get impatient. But, I told you to leave. Yuan Bin roared to the waiter, and he had already raised his hand toward the waiter. Then, suddenly, he realized that his wrist was being caught by someone else. When he looked at it, he noticed that it was Lin Xiu. Mate, you're going overboard. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes as he warned Brother Bin. Move aside. The man's eyes were stretched wide. Seeing how Lin Xiu had the guts to touch him, he roared even louder. He quickly stood up and was about to kick Lin Xiu. Boom! Then, there was a large surge of energy that appeared from Lin Xiu's body. The man was then thrown far into the distance and landed heavily on one of the tables in the bar. Boom! The table that he landed on instantly broke into pieces because of the impact. As for the rest of them that surrounded Lin Xiu, the look on their faces changed. You asked for it. All of them were enraged as they started attacking Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu subconsciously narrowed his eyes when he saw them coming. By moving both his hands, he managed to throw all of them away into the air. Boom boom boom. As their bodies landed on the ground, it was followed by their painful groans. The waiter, who was serving Lin Xiu earlier, widened his eyes in disbelief. He initially thought that Lin Xiu was just an ordinary warrior who had never been to the city. He didn't think that Lin Xiu would be someone so powerful. He was able to just casually throw them away as if they were garbage. Yuan Bin, who was the first one that got thrown out, slowly got to his feet and gritted his teeth as he stared at Lin Xiu. He looked extremely surprised as well. Just a while ago, he was being thrown into the air by the energy that came from Lin Xiu's body. He was feeling ashamed now, and he thought that this had only happened because he was being careless. All of you get up now, this fella has a strong energy source. He screamed to the rest of his men. Energy source. After hearing what he said, everyone around looked at Lin Xiu differently. They were all respected warriors now. It wasn't easy for them to become a sage warrior, unless they got to absorb a strong energy source or continue to accumulate the energy in their bodies and wait for the right timing to break through, but this would take a longer time. The quickest way to do so would be to absorb energy from another source, and they would instantly break through and become sage warriors. Those who were thrown far away earlier started getting on their feet. At the same time, they were already holding onto their weapons. All of them looked at Lin Xiu with murderous intention in their eyes. Dude, just hand over the thing and we're done. Yuan Bin stared at Lin Xiu and scoffed. There were also other warriors that started surrounding Lin Xiu. The bar that was crowded earlier had lost most of its customers now. With such powerful warriors about to start a fight, the entire place might be destroyed. Such a hassle. If I destroy this place, will I catch the attention of those from the city lord? Lin Xiu muttered to himself. There were lots of sage warriors here in this city. Lin Xiu was not that obnoxious to think that he could single-handedly defeat all of the sage warriors in Bai Dai City. Hey, didn't you hear me hand over the thing? Yuan Bin glared at Lin Xiu. Although he only had a peek at it, he could still feel that the thing inside the box had a huge amount of energy. If he could absorb the energy from the item inside the box, he would definitely be able to break through and become a sage warrior. There are lots of top-grade respected warriors who have used a lot of time to cultivate energy, but they still weren't able to become sage warriors. Since he had the chance to meet this item, he had to get his hands on the item that Lin Xiu had. Idiots! Lin Xiu sneered. He didn't think that he would be in such trouble when he just wanted to take a look at the reward he got from the competition. You're dead. Yuan Bin looked incredibly mad when he heard what Lin Xiu said. Kill him. With that said, all of the warriors started heading toward Lin Xiu. All of them wanted to kill Lin Xiu in order to get the treasure. HMPH Lin Xiu scoffed. Before they could touch him, he had released his sphere. With the sphere released, all of the attacks from Yuan Bin and his men landed on Lin Xiu's sphere. Boom boom boom. As their weapons hit the sphere and touched the dark blue flames, all of their weapons started melting away. The high temperature coming from it caused all of them to look surprised. Then, Lin Xiu clenched onto his fist. There was an eye-blinding White light that came from his fist. Explosive strike. As Lin Xiu swung his punches, one of the warriors, who was still trying to attack Lin Xiu's sphere, ended up with his head being exploded into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Some of the fresh blood and brains got onto the waiter's face and he was shocked as hell. Chapter 1063 A Client. Chapter 1063 A Client. Lin Xiu had the ability to kill these warriors by just swinging his fist. Plus, he was doing it in such a bloody method. The rest of the warriors trembled when they saw what happened and started walking away from Lin Xiu. Especially Yuan Bin, who still wanted to attack Lin Xiu, looked incredibly scared. He didn't think that Lin Xiu could have such powerful strength. Trying to kill me to get your hands on it. Lin Xiu looked at Yuan Bin and asked in a cold tone. Yuan Bin's body was trembling as well. Kill him right now. But then, he was still screaming furiously. Don't be frightened of this kid, there are so many of us here, why should we be afraid of him? After hearing what Yuan Bin said, all of them had a different look in their eyes and they were ready to kill once again. All of them assumed that they had been careless. How would a young boy like him be able to kill all of them? Kill him. Then, there were warriors that came from all directions. All of them have released their domain forces, and they have transferred their energy onto the weapons. It could be clearly seen that there was a large amount of energy accumulated at the tips of their weapons. When Lin Xiu saw what was coming at him, he narrowed his eyes. Then, there was a bright light that appeared all around Lin Xiu. It slowly expanded on the ground with Lin Xiu being in the center of it, and all of the domain forces that were released earlier soon disappeared. Xiu. Then, there was a black spear that appeared in Lin Xiu's hand. Those who were getting closer to Lin Xiu noticed how he had swung his spear in the air and soon, without even getting the chance to release their sphere, their bodies were already chopped into half. Lub-dub. Yuan Bin, who wanted to attack last, felt his knees turn weak as he fell onto the ground. Instant kill. All of his companions have been killed by Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was still holding onto his spear as he walked toward Yuan Bin. Don't come any closer. Seeing how Lin Xiu was about to get closer to him, Yuan Bin shivered in fear as he started moving backwards. Lin Xiu has shown that he was a terrifying man. If it was luck that allowed Lin Xiu to kill the first man, then he has proven all of them wrong just now. It definitely was not capable with just luck. There were so many of them and Lin Xiu killed all of them. He did it in seconds. Are you having fun? Lin Xiu looked at Yuan Bin and asked. This man was the one who wanted to kill him in order to get the box. Lin Xiu would not be merciful toward this man. I'm sorry. I've made a terrible mistake. Please let me go. Yuan Bin crawled toward Lin Xiu as his body shook in fear. He was trying to hold onto Lin Xiu's ankles. However, as he crawled on the ground, his face that was away from Lin Xiu and where Lin Xiu couldn't see, he had a hideous look on his face. When he was right in front of Lin Xiu, he gathered a large amount of energy together and aimed it at Lin Xiu. Go to hell. Boom. Right then, before he could finish his actions, Lin Xiu's spear had already pierced through his head. I knew that you were going to do that. Lin Xiu mumbled under his breath. Killing all these respected warriors didn't bring him much EXP. He pulled away the long spear and got rid of all the blood on the tip of it. With the control of his mind, the black long spear then returned to his expansion space. Clap, clap, clap. Then, there was an applause that came from the other end. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. He looked over and noticed that there was a middle-aged man sitting by the corner. The rest of the crowd have already left in order not to be injured from the fight. This middle-aged man was the only one left. Let me introduce myself. I am the owner of this place. Bibo. As the middle-aged man walked toward him, he smiled at Lin Xiu. Do I have to pay for the damages here? Before Lin Xiu could continue, the man chuckled. You are powerful indeed. Are you interested in looking for something to do here in Bai Dai City? Bibo looked at Lin Xiu and asked if he was interested. What do you need me to do? Lin Xiu was curious as well and the corner of his lips curled upwards. This was getting interesting. Have you heard of the Road of Ice and Fire? Bibo looked at Lin Xiu and asked. The Road of Ice and Fire. Wasn't this the information that he inquired about in the Search of the Orchid of Heaven? He was planning to go there as well, but now someone was asking him to do it instead. This was similar to how he wanted to take a nap and someone handed him the pillow. There is a client who told me to find a bunch of warriors to kill the ice dragon. Bibo continued as he stared at Lin Xiu. Ice dragon. After hearing what Bibo said, Lin Xiu looked confused. Yes. An evolved beast at god level. It lives there and is extremely powerful. The client wants the horn and the odd crystal. Bibo nodded his head. What about the pay? Lin Xiu remained calm as he continued. Silence. Bibo lowered his voice as he told Lin Xiu the reward. After hearing the answer, his pupil shrank subconsciously. Silence. What he meant was the legendary sage-level warrior skills of the Yi family. Silence. Bibo looked around before telling Lin Xiu with a soft tone. It really was the one he expected. Lin Xiu looked surprised. The 3 famous sage warrior skills of the Yi family include Heaven-Breaking Strike, Silence and Time Control. The skill that he had cultivated, Heaven-Breaking Strike, was already so powerful, and the other 2 must also be as powerful as the one that he had. This skill is a legendary skill. If you are able to kill the ice dragon, you will be able to get it. Bibo's words were tempting. I'm just worried that I won't be useful there. Lin Xiu looked at Bibo and there was an interesting look in his eyes. This was such a powerful skill, and there would definitely be a lot of powerful warriors looking for it. It definitely wouldn't be an easy trip. As Bibo heard what Lin Xiu said, he had an awkward look on his face. This domineering, legendary warrior skill was the reward, and there will definitely be lots of warriors fighting for it. This is the invite. If you are interested in it, you can just head over to the address written on it one day after tomorrow. Bibo took out a piece of card and passed it to Lin Xiu. Alright, he'll think about it, Lin Xiu answered without giving the final answer. Goodbye. Then, he turned around and left the bar. Seeing how Lin Xiu was already out of the bar, Bibo took out a cigarette and lit it. There goes another candidate. The mission that he was given was to invite powerful warriors to join the hunt. Whether or not Lin Xiu would be there or if he ended up dead, it was none of his business. Chapter 1064 Silence. Chapter 1064 Silence. Silence, huh? As Lin Xiu walked out of the bar, he muttered to himself. This warrior skill's one of the top 3 of the Yi family, which meant that it was definitely a powerful one. There must be a long line of warriors waiting to get their hands on the skill. The ice dragon that he mentioned must also be a difficult evolved beast to deal with. Otherwise, the man behind this wouldn't have used such a legendary skill as the bounty. However, Lin Xiu was more curious to who this man might be. Who was it he was using the Yi family's skill as the bounty? Wasn't he afraid that the Bai family would be coming for him? He thought about it on the way, and finally reached the hotel that he had booked earlier. After getting into his room, he took out the gold box. He opened the gold box, and the white lotus flame was sitting inside it. As he opened the box, the entire surroundings suddenly felt cold. This was such a weird flame. Lin Xiu thought that it was a little peculiar as he stared at the flame. What was he supposed to do with it? Should he swallow it or? Lin Xiu sat cross-legged on the ground and hesitated for a moment before touching the flame. It's cold. As soon as he placed his hand on the flame, he could feel the frost that came from it. However, it was then replaced by a scorching heat. The first came along with the heat. It was indeed peculiar. Luckily for Lin Xiu, his body has been remodeled and he had resistance against fire. Plus, he also had the heart of frost, which prevented his finger from being burnt by the flame. However, the finger that touched the flame slowly turned gray, which was unexpected. As the saying goes, the fingers are directly linked to the heart. With his fingers turning gray, he could feel the intense pain that was coming from his finger. He took a deep breath and tried to bear the pain coming from it. Then, he slowly guided the energy of the white lotus flame from his finger over to his forearm. Then, he slowly moved them to his arm and later, entered into his body. Foreign energy detected. Rage activated. The computer-generated voice from the system appeared announcing the notification. With the help of rage, the energy from the white lotus flame were slowly being absorbed by Lin Xiu's body. Damn. As the energy from the white lotus flame was slowly being absorbed, Lin Xiu could feel an intense cold accompanied with the heat traveling all over his body. He was feeling both intense cold and heat, which made it terribly painful for Lin Xiu. However, even with that happening, Lin Xiu was still trying his best to control the energy from the white lotus flame. He kept absorbing its energy into his body. With each seconds and minutes that went by, Lin Xiu remained seated on the ground as he finished absorbing all the energy from it. In the end, when Lin Xiu finally absorbed all of the energy from the flame, Lin Xiu sighed. He was now drenched in sweat. He fell onto the ground, feeling completely exhausted. That was tiring. Lin Xiu didn't think that it hurt that much to absorb the energy from the white lotus flame. Fortunately, he had been through things that were even more painful, and now, this was nothing for Lin Xiu. He took a look into his system, and noticed that not only has his strength has increased, even his EXP increased by 10. This was great news for Lin Xiu. He looked outside the window and noticed that the sky was getting bright. Lin Xiu did not expect that he would take the entire night to absorb the energy of the white lotus flame. This flame is indeed odd. Lin Xiu summoned the white lotus flame and it instantly appeared in its palm. As he stared at the flame, he mumbled to himself. No one would have thought that bone-piercing cold could be associated with flames. Anyone would have associated heat with flames instead. Lin Xiu shook his head and put away the thought in his head. Since he had completely absorbed it, he could easily control the flame with his mind. With one slight move, the flame would appear right in the center of his palm. He could also control the strength of the flame with his source energy. After washing up and changing into a new set of clothes, Lin Xiu left the hotel. Since silence had appeared, Lin Xiu had to get his hands on it. He only had to wait for another day before meeting at the address given on the invitation card. As for today, he would take a look at the Bai family. Lin Xiu thought about it, and he narrowed his eyes subconsciously. He was walking on the streets of Bai Dai City, and Lin Xiu could feel that all of the warriors in this city were much stronger than those in the other city. They were stronger by quite a lot. There were respected warriors everywhere, and there were even a couple of sage warriors on the same street. When Lin Xiu noticed this, he was beyond shocked. The entire Bai Dai City was strong. If he were to really fight the Bai family, it would be quite difficult for him to conquer this place. It wasn't a far journey for him to get to where the Bai family was located. Soon, Lin Xiu could see that there were tall walls right at a distance and the entire area was secluded. This is a private property of the Bai family. Admission has to be permitted. There were lots of warriors gathering around the tall walls. If he guessed it correctly, these warriors came because of the rumors, wanting to see the legendary Bai family. Lin Xiu stood with them as well and looked into the distance. From behind the tall wall, there was a huge empty piece of land and a mountain peak in the center of it. There were lots of buildings seen on the top and base of the mountain. The important members of the Bai family must be staying in the buildings on the top of the mountain. The walls built around it were far away from the peak of the mountain. The entire area here belonged to the Bai family. The Bai family was indeed a powerful family. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. Plus, this was only just a branch of the Bai family and they were already so powerful. As for the main family, they had occupied the entire city, which meant that they would be even more powerful. He'll have a look up there. Since the Bai family was the most influential family here on this planet, most of the warriors were curious about it. One of them, who was foreign to this city, suddenly floated into the air. He was attempting to jump over the wall. Ziu ziu ziu. Then, there was a loud explosion that covered the entire sky. The warriors on the ground then noticed that there were a large number of laser rays that came out of nowhere. They were all directly headed towards the warrior that was in the sky. Leave. The warrior noticed the laser rays as well and was enraged. Then, he released his sphere. Chapter 1065 Meeting Yikai. Chapter 1065 Meeting Yikai. All of the laser rays were about to land on the warrior's sphere. He's going to die. Lin Xiu looked at the scene happening before his eyes and mumbled to himself. This was because these laser beams were different from the usual ones. These have much stronger penetrative strength. This man was an ordinary warrior and the sphere that he had was obviously a weak one. Boom boom boom. With no surprise, The entire sphere broke into pieces as soon as it came into contact with the laser beams. Without the protection from the sphere, all of the laser beams penetrated through the man's body. In a blink of an eye, the man was covered with bloody holes. Then, his body fell onto the ground and there was blood splattered everywhere. It was an incredibly bloody scene. That man was just asking for it. The Bai family's defense system is one of the best on this planet. As the rest of the warriors watched what happened, some of them sneered instead and did not look sympathetic of what had happened to that man. What? There was also another group of warriors that started trembling. Whatever that happened earlier, it was too shocking for them. Lin Xiu looked at the high wall and thought to himself, if it was him, it would be a piece of cake to dodge them. By using flashing souls, he would have been able to jump across the walls. Move aside. Suddenly, there was a loud noise coming from outside. All of the warriors surrounding the place turned towards the direction from where the noise was coming from. When they took a closer look, they could clearly see that there was a group of warriors dressed in white, designated combat suits arresting a group of injured warriors with them. The warriors from the Bai family. The rest of the warriors mumbled to themselves as they made way for the group of warriors dressed in white. Lin Xiu took a look at them as well. These warriors from the Bai family were weaponized, and two of them would be holding onto one of the arrested warriors as they walked towards the entrance. Behind them, there were also other warriors who were also doing the same. You better keep quiet. Then, one of the Bai warriors screamed at his convicts. The warrior being held was a muscular one, but he was in a mess now. His clothes were torn and there were multiple wounds on his face. Wait, isn't that? With one glance, Lin Xi's pupil shrank. This was because this man was none other than Ye Kai. Ye Kai, the man who came with him to Nanoplanet. How on earth did Uncle Yi end up here? He even got arrested by the Bai family. Seeing what was happening, Lin Xiu had a change of emotions. The gates to the Bai estate were now opened and the warriors dressed in the special combat suits were entering the estate with the warriors that they arrested. Lin Xiu hid amongst the crowd. Then, he quietly changed into another set of equipment and put on a mask. He found another area where there was no one there and then stared at the high walls before him. As he gathered his thoughts, he quickly flew into the air. Xiu! As he was lifted off the ground, Lin Xiu quickly activated flashing souls. The laser beams didn't even detect Lin Xiu's presence and he had already entered the estate. Beyond the walls were a huge piece of forest, and there was only one way in the center of it that leads to the peak of the mountain. The Bai family lived on the peak of the mountain. You really asked for it by going against the Bai family. The warriors from the Bai family mocked the warriors that they had arrested. If it wasn't because they wanted you alive, all of you would have died by now. As the warriors from the Bai family were continuously complaining, they were hitting the injured warriors with their tasers that were filled with strong energy currents. The currents were horrifying and most of the warriors screamed in pain. There was only one that remained strong in his feet and grinned his teeth while enduring the pain. This was obviously Ye Kai. Yo, you're quite vigilant, aren't you? The warrior from the Bai family that was holding onto the taser scoffed when he saw how Ye Kai still remained on his foot. Then, he raised the taser in his hand and was about to hit Ye Kai once again. Sizzling. This time, the current has been switched onto its strongest mode. The current was so strong that there was a burnt smell in the air. When Ye Kai saw the taser, his pupil trembled. There was a possibility that this horrifying current would instantly electrocute him. It's over. Back. Then, right at that moment, there was a clear explosion heard and the taser exploded. The horrifying currents were released and it was transmitted onto the warrior that was holding onto it. The warrior's eyes were opened wide and he screamed out loud. Soon, there were high smokes that came out of his body. What's the matter? When the rest of the warriors from the Bai family saw what happened, they frowned. The taser exploded. One of the warriors who were closer answered the question subconsciously. The taser exploded. The rest of them were shocked as well. The quality of these tasers were the best and there has never been a problem with it. How did it explode, Captain? Then, there was another warrior who seemed to be of a higher level that appeared. What's the matter? The muscular warrior, who was the captain, asked in a cold tone. The taser that he used exploded. Another warrior who answered him was trembling. He didn't dare to look at the muscular pain standing in front of him, and he looked scared. Dumbass, are you saying that he killed himself? The captain screamed in rage. After hearing what was asked, the rest of the warriors shut their mouths. However, Ye Kai felt a little suspicious. No, this was not an accident. There was someone else who had helped him. Right at that moment, he clearly felt that there were other energies around him. It was obvious that there was someone else that caused the explosion when the man was using the taser. That was why this had happened. But who was it? The captain from the Bai family inspected the ashes of the taser that had exploded, and his pupil shrank. This place has been breached. One of the warriors screamed out loud. Breached. After hearing what the captain said, all of the warriors from the Bai family started looking serious. They held onto their weapons and they had to be alert. Chapter 1066 Inside the Bai Family. Chapter 1066 Inside the Bai Family. Show yourself. The captain looked around and screamed in rage. With him being in the centers, there was a source of energy that was released from his body. Soon, with the source energy released, there was a bright light that appeared as well, and it was expanding to the rest of the room. Domain. He would be able to clearly feel the stranger's energy whenever they were hiding on his domain. It's over here. The captain seemed to have felt something, and he turned over to another direction. Ziu. Then, there was a bright light that pierced into his eyes that forced him to close his eyes. The rest of the warriors did the same as well. When they opened their eyes once again, they noticed that Ye Kai, who was supposedly right in front of them, disappeared into thin air. Where did that man go? The captain naturally realized what had happened, and quickly asked in a cold tone. He was about to release his domain once again to feel where Ye Kai was, but he realized that the domain that he had released had gone missing. The thing that replaced it was a bright white glow that soon covered the entire region. What was this? All of them were surprised to see the white glow on the ground. This is a domain. Who's releasing it? The captain started screaming once again. The rest of the warriors started looking around. Uncle Yi, are you alright? At the same time, Lin Zi's figure appeared from the other side. Ye Kai widened his eyes in shock. He stared at Lin Zi, who was standing right in front of him, and he was still in disbelief. You are. It's me. Lin Zi removed his mask and showed his face. Yo, master. Seeing how it was Lin Zi underneath the mask, Ye Kai's eyes were opened wide. He really couldn't believe who he was looking at. Lin Zi was standing right in front of him. Lin Zi even managed to save him. Yo, master. Why are you here? Ye Kai looked surprised, and he was feeling excited as he asked Lin Zi. I was at Bai Dai City. What about you? How did you end up being captured? Lin Zi asked in return. Previously, when they went their separate ways, Ye Kai said he would be exploring and cultivating in order to boost his skills. He would also be looking for allies of the Yi family. Long story short, just as Ye Kai was about to speak, there were noises coming from all around them. So the rats are hiding here. The warriors of the Bai family were standing all around them. As for the captain, he glared at Lin Zi with a murderous intention in his eyes. Oh, they found him so quickly. Lin Zi raised his brows. With the control of his mind, he could then feel that there were cameras around them. Boom, boom, boom. He quickly released all of the energy in his body, and soon, all of the hidden cameras exploded. HMPH. The captain sneered coldly. With his commands, the rest of the warriors from the Bai family surrounded Lin Zi and Ye Kai. Do you know what the consequences are for messing with the Bai family? The captain stared at Lin Zi and asked coldly. I'm terrified now. Lin Zi had already put on his mask and was speaking in an exaggerated tone. Kill him. When the captain heard what Lin Zi said, he felt mad. Then, he screamed in rage. With the signal from their captain, all of the warriors from the Bai family held onto their weapons and attacked Lin Zi. Yo, master. Be careful. Ye Kai's pupil narrowed when he saw the men attacking Lin Zi. He was prepared to get up and fight. Let me do it. Then, Lin Zi patted his shoulder and told him to rest. At the same time, the water element energy stone shone brightly. Soon, there were droplets that were blue in color that appeared in the air. All of them rushed toward Ye Kai's wounds. Ye Kai still had some injuries on him, but at that moment, All of them were slowly recovering on their own. This was incredible. Ye Kai had his eyes opened wide when he saw what was happening. He could no longer hide the look in his eyes. At the same time, the rest of the warriors from the Bai family were coming at them. HMPH. Lin Xiu sneered and with the control of his mind. The long spear that was in his expansion space soon appeared in his hand. Clang clang clang. He held onto the spear with both his hands and there was a loud sound that followed along with it. All of the warriors who held onto their weapons could clearly feel a large surge of energy coming at them. They held their hands turned numb and their weapons flew out of their grasp. When the captain saw what happened to his men, his pupil shrank as well. He knew this group of warriors at the back of his hand. He knew that they were powerful men. But, while they were fighting Lin Xiu, the weapons in their hands just flew out of control. How was this even possible? However, Lin Xiu did not stop. Instead, he looked at the warrior closest to him and his figure instantly appeared millimeters away from the warrior. Then, with his long spear, he thrusted it into the warrior's body. The warrior from the Bai family that was being attacked was in shock as well, but he managed to gather his energy and quickly released his yuan. Boom! But, as soon as the tip of Lin Xiu's spear landed on his sphere, there was a loud explosion that followed. The warrior's sphere then instantly exploded because of Lin Xiu's spear. How was this even possible? The warrior's eyes were wide open and he couldn't believe what was happening to him. PFFD. However, the impact of his sphere exploding caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. As for the long spear, it went directly through his chest. An experienced, high-grade warrior had been killed. Lin Xiu didn't waste his time. With both his hands, he pulled out the long spear that went through the man's body and started attacking the rest of the warriors. Go to hell! The rest of the warriors looked frightened as they saw Lin Xiu coming closer to them. There were source marks that appeared on their foreheads. All sorts of source mark energy were being released and were all aimed at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu quickly released his sphere as well. The energy that came from the source mark was all blocked by Lin Xiu's sphere. It didn't cause any damage to Lin Xiu. As Lin Xiu swung the long spear with his hands, another warrior from the Bai family died. Lin Xiu was unstoppable. He was like a war machine and was killing all of the warriors with his long spear. Chapter 1067 Escape. Chapter 1067 Escape. Each time the long spear was swung in the air, it would be followed along with a large splash of blood, with the fresh blood being splattered all over the wall. The warriors from the Bai family fell onto the ground one by one. Within a short period of time, all of the warriors were dead on the ground. There was only one left. He was the captain of the team. The captain noticed that Lin Xiu was staring at him and his body started shaking uncontrollably. He wouldn't have expected that Lin Xiu was someone so powerful. He managed to kill all of the warriors on his team within such a short period of time. Even if they were fighting a sage warrior, his team wouldn't have been annihilated so quickly. This man behind the mask, who was he? Then, there were cold sweats that soon appeared on his forehead. Well, you would be next. Lin Xiu held onto the long spear that was now covered in fresh blood as he walked toward the captain. Stay there, don't come here. Seeing how Lin Xiu was already moving, his eyes were filled with fear. His body then slowly moved backwards. This was because Lin Xiu had shown that he was an extremely powerful man while he was killing the other warriors. Plus, the energy from his domain was completely suppressed by Lin Xiu, and he could no longer use them. Move! Seeing how Lin Xiu was still coming towards him, he screamed in rage and there was a purple source mark that appeared on his forehead. With the bright source mark that appeared, there was a thick, purple lightning bolt that was targeting Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu did not release his sphere. Instead, he allowed the purple lightning bolt to touch his body. Sizzling, when the purple lightning got into contact with Lin Xiu's body, there was a loud explosion that followed. The ground around Lin Xiu was completely toasted as well when lightning struck. However, the man that got struck by the lightning remained unharmed. The man's eyes were filled with fear. Previously, he had thought that Lin Xiu would not make it in time to release his sphere, and he assumed that he would be able to kill Lin Xiu with the lightning bolt. However, he didn't think that Lin Xiu wasn't afraid of lightning. This made him even more devastated. The lightning bolt that he was most proud of did not cause any harm to Lin Xiu. Was there any other way where he would be able to kill Lin Xiu? Please, I beg you, please let me go. Just as Lin Xiu was standing right in front of him, there was a loud thud as he fell onto his knees. He was looking extremely frightened. He didn't want to die. The warriors of the Bai family turned out to be such cowards. Lin Xiu mumbled to himself. Then, there was a large amount of purple lightning bolt that appeared all over Lin Xiu's body. Sizzling, as the lightning was released, all of them headed toward the warrior. Nuwu. The men might have resistance toward electric current, but the lightning bolts that were being released by Lin Xiu were much more powerful than his. The currents were coming at him very quickly, and he didn't even have the time to release his sphere. Before he knew it, the electric current completely covered his entire body. As he was being attacked by the current, the warrior's body started trembling uncontrollably. His skin was also quickly turning black, and it was extremely obvious to the naked eyes. There was also white smoke in the air. In the end, the man's body turned into ash. Ding! Congratulations, master, for killing a respected warrior. The EXP rewarded. Then, there was a notification that appeared in his mind. However, killing a respected warrior was bringing EXP that was way too low for Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu didn't even bother looking at it. Uncle Yi, are you alright? Lin Xiu went back to Uncle Yi and asked in concern. I'm fine now. Yi Kai was able to stand on his feet. The injuries all over his body have slowly recovered. Plus, he could also clearly feel that his body was now filled with energy. Young master, your abilities have improved tremendously. Yi Kai was also feeling excited. As Lin Xiu got stronger, the chances of reviving the Yi family would be higher. Let's talk after leaving here. Lin Xiu nodded his head. We should bring them along. Yi Kai nodded his head and suddenly paused as he thought of something. Before he could finish, there was a swift sound that came from the other side. When they looked at where the sound was coming from, they saw the bodies of the other men that were brought along with Yi Kai being chopped into pieces. It was a gruesome scene. Yi Kai looked at it with his eyes open wide. The person who did that was filled with rage and he was coming at them. We have to go. Then, Lin Xiu quickly grabbed onto Yi Kai. This was because he could clearly feel that there are other sage warriors that have appeared. Just like what Bai Xianfei had mentioned earlier, the Bai family has hundreds of sage warriors in the family. Although he had no idea if this was the truth, it would definitely be a problem for them if all of the sage warriors were coming together. It was already difficult for Lin Xiu to deal with 5 sage warriors together. If he had to fight 100 of them, it would be a joke. As soon as Lin Xiu grabbed onto Yi Kai, he leaped and quickly activated flashing souls. Xiu! With a blink of an eye, Lin Xiu and Yi Kai disappeared into thin air. Where are they? At that instant, there was a huge group of warriors dressed in a white combat suit that arrived at the scene. When they saw the floor that was filled with bodies, the warriors looked mad. Hunt for them, find me the man that breached into this place, find them. Just when the Bai family was in chaos, Lin Xiu had already brought Yi Kai to an abandoned factory that was on the other side of the city. Since this area was not developed yet, the entire area was in a mess and there was wild grass growing everywhere. Those warriors were from the smaller families that were willing to be allies of the Yi family when I went exploring. Initially, we were supposed to look for help from the Chen family, but we didn't think that they would have already forgotten their promise. They welcomed us to their house and then betrayed us by informing the Bai family to come and capture us. As he was telling the story, Yi Kai clenched onto his fist and his nails were dug deep into his palm. It was obvious that Yi Kai was now frustrated, especially when he thought of the warriors who have been innocently killed by the Bai family. His eyes turned red as well. The Chen family is in Bai Dai City as well. Chapter 1068 Bai Chuan's Revenge. Chapter 1068 Bai Chuan's Revenge. They are in another area. Yi Kai nodded his head. At this point, Lin Xiu didn't know if he should be laughing or crying. This was Bai Dai City, a place ruled by the Bai family. Yi Kai brought his men to Bai Dai City hoping that the Chen family would go against the Bai family. This was definitely something impossible. However, what the Chen family did was definitely something horrible. Shenjing, the head of the Chen family, he was the one Yikai gritted his teeth as he continued. It's best for you to stay here for now. I have a feeling that they will be hunting for you in the city. Lin Xiu took a look around before suggesting it to Yikai. This area looked like it would be harder for them to find him. Here, then. Lin Xiu moved his right hand, and the gold box that was placed in his expansion space appeared in his hand. When he saw what Lin Xiu was holding onto, the look in Yikai's eyes changed. The thing that Lin Xiu was handing over to him definitely wasn't something simple. Plus, this gold box looked mysterious as it was a little different from the other boxes. It felt like there was a strong energy coming from inside the box. Open it and take a look at it. Lin Xiu told Yikai to open the box when it appeared on his palm. Yikai was stunned, but soon, he nodded his head. He held onto the gold box and slowly opened it. As soon as the box was opened, there was an eye-blinding light that shining from inside it. This was an odd crystal with intense energy. I can't have this. Yikai saw that it was an odd crystal and quickly closed it before returning it to Lin Xiu. The energy that was coming from the odd crystal was shocking. He has never felt such a terrifying energy from any other odd crystals. This must definitely be one that belonged to a saint beast. This was a priceless treasure. This odd crystal wouldn't be useful for me. Keep it for yourself. Uncle Yi, it may be able to help you. Lin Xiu shook his head and put the box back into Yikai's arms. It has been a long time since he met Yikai, and Yikai also must have been through something miraculous that he was now already a respected warrior. But, being a respected warrior was weak. This saint beat odd crystal may be nothing for Lin Xiu, but it definitely would be able to help Yikai greatly increase his abilities. Plus, this odd crystal was much stronger than the one that he took away from Huang Fulan and the rest of the party. Once Yikai absorbed it, it may also be possible for him to become a sage warrior. But, you don't have to say anything else. Uncle Yi, just accept it. Lin Xiu shook his hand and spoke in a domineering tone. Thank you, young master. Yikai stopped pushing away the gift and thanked Lin Xiu gratefully. For the next few days, you should stay here and absorb the energy from this odd crystal. I will be leaving Baidai City for some time. Lin Xiu told Yikai. And? Yikai nodded his head. Boom boom. Then, all of a sudden, Lin Xiu felt something and his pupil shrank. Move! Then, Lin Xiu roared as he grabbed onto Yikai and leaped. They went through the ceiling and flew out of the factory. As he took a closer look at it, he noticed that there was a large number of huge, black insects that entered into the factory. Within a short period of time, the entire factory was filled with beetles that were the size of a human. The beetles then started chewing off the walls of the factory. The factory that they were in easily was instantly destroyed. What is that? Then, as Yikai's body was floating in the air, the look in his eyes changed. These huge beetles were terrifying. If it wasn't because Lin Xiu had reacted fast enough and pulled him into the air, he would not have noticed that there were such dangers headed toward the house. You managed to run away. Then, a cold voice came from the distance. Lin Xiu, who was floating in the air, looked up and saw an elderly with a middle-aged man who were in the air as well. One of them looked familiar and it was none other than Bai Chuan. The man was the only one from Tang sect who managed to escape. So, it's you. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes when he saw who it was. As he looked down, he could see thousands of beetles moving around and it looked disgusting. You managed to run away the last time, but today, I want you to be buried here. Bai Chuan glared at Lin Xiu and screamed. I think you meant the opposite. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and answered calmly. When he fought the men from Tang sect, this middle-aged man managed to escape by using a special type of source mark energy. But now, this man was saying that Lin Xiu was the one who ran. Such a ridiculous joke. After hearing what Lin Xiu said, Bai Chuan's face turned dark. I'm curious. How did you find me? Lin Xiu looked at Bai Chuan and asked out of curiosity. You don't have to know the answer to this. Bai Chuan sneered and ignored Lin Xiu. Bai Chuan, how could you be so weak? You were bullied by a young man. The elderly standing by Bai Chuan chuckled. Stop it with the nonsense. Kill him and I will agree to any conditions you ask for. Bai Chuan sneered. That's what you promised. There was a peculiar look that appeared in the old man's eyes. Then, there was a bright green glow that appeared on his forehead. The source mark looked like a worm, and it was on the old man's forehead. As his energy was slowly being released, all of the huge beetles underneath them seemed to be summoned and started flapping their wings. When Yikai saw what was happening, he was in shock. "Don't move," Lin Xiu said to Yikai. Then, there was an array that appeared and it completely covered Yikai's body. When Yikai saw what it was, he was surprised. However, from the corner of his eyes, he noticed that the huge, black beetles were getting closer. "Be careful," while Yikai screamed. Lin Xiu's body was already covered by the huge, black beetles. There were more and more of them that surrounded Lin Xiu, and his body was now a huge black ball in the air. "The boy will definitely be killed. These are blood-sucking beetles." When the old man saw how Lin Xiu's body had completely disappeared amongst the beetles, he spoke to the middle-aged man beside him. "It's good news that he's dead." Bai Chuan laughed coldly. In order to defeat Lin Xiu, he had purposely gotten this elderly to fight Lin Xiu. "Don't forget what you have promised me." The old man peered at Bai Chuan before reminding him. HMPH. Although Bai Chuan wasn't happy with it, he still had to nod his head in agreement. Suddenly, Bai Chuan frowned when he noticed that something was wrong. Chapter 1069 Dominating Skills. Chapter 1069 Dominating Skills. There was a bright, blinding light that came from the huge black ball that was formed by the crawling black beetles. What on earth was that? Seeing how there was a bright light coming from it, Bai Chuan seemed to have a different expression on his face. "Bai Qiang, what's that?" He turned towards the elder standing next to him before asking out loud. "I don't know." Bai Qiang shook his head. It's true that he could control those beetles, but he really had no clue what was happening. Why was there a light coming from the huge black ball? Cracking. Then, at the very next moment, along with the bright light, they could clearly see that all of the black beetles started burning very quickly on their own. There was a white flame that covered the beetles' bodies. The huge body of the beetle started falling from the sky. As for Lin Xiu's body, he soon reappeared when the blood-sucking insect slowly fell to the ground. "You think you can kill me with those little bugs?" Lin Xiu stared at them and asked in a cold tone. The looks on Bai Chuan and Bai Qiang's face changed almost immediately. Yikai looked delighted as well. Lin Xiu was fine. Bai Qiang, seeing what had happened to Lin Xiu, Bai Chuan was incredibly mad as he glared at Bai Qiang. This was because when Lin Xiu had killed the men from Tang sect, he had shown skills that were extremely powerful. After seeing what was happening here, he felt scared. "Keep quiet," Bai Qiang screamed. Then, the source mark on his forehead started glowing brightly once again. Cracking. Suddenly, the ground beneath them started sinking. There were numerous huge pits that could be seen all over the ground. Soon, there were huge black tentacles that came out from the ground. All of them grew upwards to the sky, and they were tangling themselves all over Lin Xiu's body. HMPH. Lin Xiu sneered. As he gathered his thoughts, the long spear once again appeared on Lin Xiu's hands. Seeing how the tentacles were coming at him, Lin Xiu started swinging his long spear. Xiu Xiu Xiu. Before the tentacles could touch Lin Xiu, all of them had been chopped off. Damn it. The look in Bai Qiang's eyes changed when he saw the tentacles being chopped off. The source mark on his head was glowing brightly again, and all of the tentacles that had come through the ground slowly disappeared. Then, a huge evolved beast crawled out of the ground and flew to the sky. This evolved beast was like a huge black ball, and there were multiple tentacles coming out of its body. The tentacles that came out of the ground belonged to this beast. Lin Xiu couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw what happened. This thing had way too many tentacles on him, and it looked disgusting. However, Lin Xiu also understood that the power of this old man's source mark was having control of this beast. "Go!" Bai Qiang sneered. At the very next moment, the tentacles that were hanging off the beast's body started becoming thicker. The tentacles that had been chopped off by Lin Xiu much earlier started attacking him once again. Xiu Xiu Xiu. Plus, when he took a closer look, there was a faint red flow that was underneath the tentacles. It looked a little peculiar to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu frowned when he saw the tentacles coming at him. With both his hands on the long spear, he started swinging it around. Boom boom boom. However, this time, the long spear might have touched the tentacles, but it had failed in trying to chop it into pieces. There were a large number of tentacles that were headed toward Lin Xiu. They were trying to wrap itself all around Lin Xiu's body. Damn it. Lin Xiu could feel it now. These red energy that were underneath the tentacles made it impossible for Lin Xiu to chop them off the beast's body. Haha. Bai Qiang let out a cold laugh. With his mind controlling the beast, these tentacles then wrapped itself all around Lin Xiu's body. He didn't even give Lin Xiu the chance to release his fear. You brat, you're going to hell. Bai Qiang laughed. Then, those tentacles that were tightly wrapped around Lin Xiu were twisting and turning at the same time, trying to squeeze Lin Xiu to death. Leave. Just when Bai Qiang thought that Lin Xiu would be dead very soon, there was a loud roar. All of the tentacles that were wrapped around Lin Xiu exploded instantly. PFFD. Bai Qiang uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. It looked as if he had been attacked by some backlash. This is impossible. His eyes were opened wide and they were filled with disbelief. His energy was linked to the evolved beast. This was why there was red energy surrounding the tentacles on the evolved beast. The red energy surrounding it was the reason why Lin Xiu could not chop off those tentacles. But how was it that these tentacles that were wrapped around Lin Xiu ended up getting blasted? HMPH. Plus, as soon as Lin Xiu blasted off the tentacles that were wrapped around his body, he grabbed onto the long spear with both his hands and killed the evolved beast entirely. The body of the evolved beast exploded immediately and the fleshes of it slowly disappeared. An energy form. Seeing what had happened to the beast, Lin Xiu had a different look in his eyes. He finally figured out what it was. This beast was something that was made out of the old man's energy. This was why Lin Xiu felt that something was different about it. Bai Qiang. You. Seeing how Bai Qiang's mouth was covered in blood, Bai Chuan looked worried as well. Stop talking and kill him now. Bai Qiang wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and screamed. Bai Chuan was looking uncertain as well. He didn't think that Bai Qiang, who was much stronger than he was, would fail to kill Lin Xiu as well. When he thought of how Lin Xiu annihilated the whole Tang sect and even killed all 5 of the sage warriors, Bai Chuan wanted to leave. Xiu Xiu Xiu. But, at that moment, there was a huge array that appeared in the air. These arrays covered the entire sky. Then, a huge dome was formed in the air. Both Bai Chuan and Bai Qiang were trapped inside it. Bai Chuan's pupil shrunk uncontrollably. He had a feeling that something wasn't right and he wanted to run. Boom! Just as he was about to leave, he crashed onto the array. Damn it! He screamed in rage. Then, he pulled out the sword from his back and started attacking the walls of the array frantically. However, no matter how hard they tried, nothing happened to the array. Useless. Bai Qiang looked at Bai Chuan who wanted to run and he couldn't help but feel mad. Then, he gathered his thoughts together and tried to use the energy from his source mark. Chapter 1070 The Use of the Power of Rule. Chapter 1070 The Use of the Power of Rule. As he started using the energy from his source mark, there was a large amount of energy being released from his entire body. These energies that were released from the source mark soon gathered together to form a huge evolved beast. When another beast appeared, Lin Xiu let out a cold laugh. Did you really think that I don't know how to make these things? With Lin Xiu laughing, there was a huge opening that appeared in the sky. What was that? Bai Qiang's eyes were stretched wide when he saw what happened. Soon, from the space that was sliced open in the air, there was a huge evolved beast that jumped out of it. When they took a closer look, this evolved beast that appeared from the third space looked like a huge tiger. Roar! As it ran out of the opening, he let out a loud roar. Due to the loud roar, Bai Qiang subconsciously covered his ear. The voice of that animal was so loud that it was about to burst his eardrums. Saint Beast. This was definitely a huge saint beast that came from another space. How was he able to summon such a thing? He was still looking at Lin Xiu with disbelief. Go! With the calm words coming from Lin Xiu, The evolved beast then headed straight towards the evolved beast that was formed by the energy from Baiqiang. As for Lin Xiu, he headed directly for Baiqiang. "You're asking for it." Baiqiang had a different look in his eyes as he stared at the young man coming closer to him. With the control of his mind, the sword that was tucked behind his back flew out from behind and appeared in his hands. Clang! Seeing how Lin Xiu had suddenly appeared right in front of him, Baiqiang subconsciously pulled out his long sword, trying to block Lin Xiu's attack. Destiny Spear Art. Lin Xiu was holding onto the spear and was swinging it around smoothly. That's when Baiqiang saw rays of white, cold light appearing before his eyes. He was moving his sword around as quickly as possible, but he couldn't fight Lin Xiu. All he was capable of doing was block Lin Xiu's attack from harming him. Sphere. Seeing how Lin Xiu's attacks were getting sharper each time, Baiqiang started feeling that he might not be able to withstand it any longer. However, he had no other choice. He could only gather his energy to build his spear in order to block Lin Xiu's attacks. Lin Xiu's spear landed on his sphere as soon as it was complete. Boom! With the huge explosion, Baiqiang, who was protected by his sphere, felt a huge impact coming from the attack. His entire body was thrown into the air. Then, he landed heavily onto the array right behind him. PFFD. Although the sphere did not break, the huge impact coming from the attack was enough for him to vomit out blood. Bai Chuan was still trying his best to break open the array. When he saw how Baiqiang was being thrown far into the distance, he was in shock. "If we don't kill him, both of us will end up dead." Baiqiang was enraged as he screamed at Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan's body shivered when he realized that he would not be able to break the array. There was a source mark that appeared over his forehead. He was trying to use his source mark to escape from this place. But, when he tried using the energy from his source mark, he soon realized that he couldn't use them anymore. This was impossible. When he felt that something wasn't right, his face was filled with horror. It felt like there was some sort of power of rule here that prevented him from using his spatial source mark. "What's wrong? You can't leave." Then, Lin Xiu's voice came from behind. "What did you do?" After hearing Lin Xiu's voice, he turned around and glared at Lin Xiu as he questioned him. Not being able to use the energy from his source mark was definitely a huge defeat to him. This meant that he wouldn't be able to escape from this place. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and did not answer his question. He was experimenting a while ago. The power of the rule, with the control of his mind, within the rage that was under his control, he would be able to set up a rule of his own. This was something that he came up with earlier when he was at the prison. He didn't think that he would be able to use such a skill while being inside the array. This rule was similar to what happened inside the prison. As long as they are inside this space, the warriors will not be able to use their spatial abilities. "Why are you still standing there? Do you want to die together?" Baiqiang started shouting at Bai Chuan. "Damn it." Bai Chuan cursed underneath his breath. He held onto his sword as he stared at Lin Xiu. "I'm coming for you." Since he couldn't leave at all, he might as well give everything that he's got. As he ran towards Lin Xiu, he quickly released his sphere as well. Baiqiang, on the other hand, wiped off the blood hanging from the corner of his mouth and released all of his energy. He was aware that if Lin Xiu didn't die, they would be the one who ended up being dead. They had no other choice now. Lin Xiu stared at both of them and sneered. With both hands on his long spear, he started attacking both the men who were coming at him. Both the men have released the maximum amount of energy from their bodies and the swords in their hands were glowing brightly as well. Clang clang clang. Lin Xiu sneered once again before moving his long spear in the air. As their weapons collided with each other, it was followed by a loud, crisp sound. As he was using the Destiny Spear art, Lin Xiu didn't find it difficult even when he was fighting two men at one time. Kun Lung. At the same time, there were large amounts of flames that were being released. These dark blue flaming birds directly went for the spheres of both the men. Kun Lung. As the dark blue flaming birds attacked their spheres, they could feel an intense heat surrounding them. It felt as if their bodies were getting burnt as well. They were covered in sweat and even their combat suits were completely drenched. Their bodies seemed to be melting away. Break it. Lin Xiu continued swinging his long spear. Then, he aimed it first at Bai Chuan's sphere. Boom! With one loud explosion, Bai Chuan's sphere immediately exploded. PFFD. As his sphere got destroyed, he spat out another mouthful of blood. As he looked up, he noticed that there was a bright ray that appeared before his eyes. It's over now. Boom! With a soft groan, there was blood splattered everywhere. The tip of the black spear had just pierced through his head. He's dead. As for Bai Qiang, he had just witnessed such a terrifying scene after meeting with the flaming birds. At the same time, the evolved beast that Lin Xiu summoned through the opening managed to kill the beast that he had formed with his energy. Chapter 1071 Ready to Move. Chapter 1071 Ready to Move. PFFD. All because the evolved beast that he had formed with the energy of his source mark got killed. He spat a mouthful of blood. His body was also attacked by the backlash. Kong. Then, the evolved beast that came out of the opening came after him instead. Its mouth was opened wide, about to eat him up alive. Ah! As he screamed, he tried to kill the evolved beast with the sword that was in his hands. Boom! However, he was severely injured and his body did not have much energy left. Boom! Then, his body was then slapped by the claws of the evolved beast and he fell straight to the ground. It was followed by another loud crash. Bai Qiang, who was now on the ground, uncontrollably splattered blood all over the place. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the animal that was coming at him from above, and there was nothing he could do to defend himself. Nuo. He prayed silently deep inside, but it was too late. The evolved beast was getting closer and closer to his body. Its mouth was wide open and it tore Bai Qiang's body into pieces. There was blood seen everywhere. At the same time, there was a notification that came from his system for killing another warrior. Although Bai Qiang had been killed by the beast that came from space, the EXP still belonged to Lin Xiu. As he looked at his progress bar, there was an increase of 10. He only got a 10 increase after killing 2 sage warriors. This was too little. Lin Xiu shook his head. Soon, the array around them disappeared. This included the one that was around Ye Kai. Yo, master. Are you alright? Ye Kai came out of the array and quickly checked on Lin Xiu. I'm fine. Lin Xiu answered calmly. Although he had minor injuries from earlier when he didn't see the attack coming, most of them had already recovered on their own. Seeing how Lin Xiu was not injured, Ye Kai let out a breath of relief. Looks like it isn't safe here as well. Uncle Yi, let's look for another place to rest. Lin Xiu looked around before suggesting it to Ye Kai. Lin Xiu nodded his head. From the situation earlier, it was true that they could no longer stay here, just as Lin Xiu suspected. As soon as they left, there were men headed in their way. Find them, continue the search. These men were from the Bai family. The look on their faces was awful. There was someone messing around in the Bai estate, but they couldn't find who it was. This was definitely a humiliation. Bai Dai City was a huge place and there were a lot of deserted areas around it. Lin Xiu and Ye Kai were now on top of a mountain. How strong is the Chen family? When Lin Xiu got to the top, he turned to ask Ye Kai. Shenjing, the head of the family, is a sage warrior and there should be 2 more in the family. After hearing what Lin Xiu asked, Ye Kai thought carefully about it before answering. 3 sage warriors in total. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. If there were only 3 sage warriors, it wouldn't be much of a problem for him. Uncle Yi, you should absorb the energy here first. Early tomorrow morning, we will be heading for the road of ice and fire. Lin Xiu thought about it before informing Ye Kai. They weren't in a rush now to deal with the Chen family. They would head to the road of ice and fire first. Complete the mission, get silence and also get their hands on the Orchid of Heaven. The road of ice and fire. Yo, master, you want to go to the road of ice and fire? After hearing what Lin Xiu was saying, Ye Kai looked incredibly shocked. The road of ice and fire was a horrifying place. It was said that even a sage warrior would not be able to come out alive. I want to get silence. Lin Xiu spoke calmly. Silence? You found the skill? Ye Kai's pupil shrunk uncontrollably. Silence was one of the top 3 warrior skills of the Bai family. Back then when the Yi family was annihilated, These skills were left behind. I've got clues about them. Lin Ziyu nodded his head. I want to get them back. Lin Ziyu looked at the sky as he mumbled to himself. Soon, the night passed and morning came. Ever since last night, Yi Kai has been continuously cultivating. He was trying his best to absorb all of the energy from the odd crystal. This process was an extremely long one. Lin Ziyu took the invitation card in his hand and headed to the other side of Bai Dai City. In one of the bars in a new area of Bai Dai City, if one took a closer look, they would be able to see lots of warriors gathered together. These warriors were either standing or sitting together, but all of them were definitely extremely powerful men. Lin Ziyu took a good look at them with his analytic eye. All of them were sage warriors. There were at least 20 of them. So many of them. Lin Ziyu looked around and he couldn't help but frowned. Yo, even a kid got invited. As Lin Ziyu walked into the place, all of the warriors turned and stared at Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu had activated his skill disguise. At this point, his strength was merely the level of a new respected warrior. The warriors sitting inside the bar were all sage warriors. Young man, are you a waiter? If you aren't, then you're at the wrong place. One of the men who was muscular stared at Lin Ziyu before speaking to him in a cold tone. The rest of them stared at him as well and started releasing their energy. This was an invisible energy. If it was any ordinary warriors, they would not have been able to withstand it. They would have flown far away. However, Lin Ziyu was still able to remain on the same spot and it looked effortless. When the rest of them saw this, the sage warriors were all extremely surprised. This is the address written. I'm at the right place. Lin Ziyu narrowed his eyes before playing with the invitation card by spinning it on the tip of his fingers. Where did you get that? The muscular man looked at the invitation card in Lin Ziyu's hand and he couldn't help but frowned. Well, I have the invitation card which shows that I am allowed here. Isn't that right? Lin Ziyu ignored him and went to the bar. Please give me an energy drink. Lin Ziyu asked politely. Sure. When the waiter heard what Lin Ziyu wanted, he nodded his head. Young one, you're being too arrogant. The middle-aged man that was muscular was looking mad. The way that Lin Ziyu had ignored him was the biggest humiliation ever. Then, he raised his right hand and started gathering his energy together. Soon, the energy was in the shape of a ball the size of an egg. You're dead. Chapter 1072 Elder Yu. Chapter 1072 Elder Yu. Then, as he swung his right hand, the ball of energy then went straight towards Lin Ziyu's head. Lin Ziyu picked up the glass of energy drink that he got from the waiter. Then, when he saw the energy ball coming at him, he did not give any reaction. You're dead. When the muscular man watched it happening, there was a hideous smile on his face. He was thinking that Lin Ziyu must have been frightened so badly that he could no longer move. Then, just when the energy was about to hit Lin Ziyu's head, it was stopped by an invincible energy. The ball stopped inches away from Lin Ziyu's head. How was that possible? When the man saw what happened, his pupil shrank uncontrollably. This is interesting. Lin Ziyu placed the glass back on the table. He reached towards the energy ball that was at his head and gently flicked it. Ziyu. Then, the ball turned directly and went back towards the muscular man. Crap. When he saw what was coming toward him, the man got scared. He immediately released his sphere. Boom. When the ball of energy landed on his sphere, there was a loud explosion heard. The huge impact caused the man to be thrown far away. He even flew out of the bar's entrance. It was followed by a loud thud when he fell on the ground outside of the bar. Now, am I qualified to be here? Lin Ziyu looked at the other warriors inside the room before asking them a simple question. The rest of them kept quiet and they didn't have anything else to say. But, it was obvious from their eyes that they were shocked. How could Lin Ziyu have such strength? This was because in their eyes, Lin Ziyu was just a respected warrior. This little boy, there is something peculiar about him. Some of the warriors thought to themselves, get out here. After a short while, the warrior who had just been thrown outside, walked into the bar. He had a twisted expression on his face, and there was a blood stain on the corner of his mouth. He wanted to kill Lin Ziyu with one blow, but he didn't think that he would be kicked out instead. This happened in front of so many sage warriors. It was definitely embarrassing. Enough. When he was furious and wanted to rush into the room to kill Lin Ziyu, there was another voice that came from behind. When they heard the voice, the looks on the rest of the warriors changed and they turned in the same direction. Lin Ziyu followed the voice and turned as well. When he took a good look at it, it was an old man sitting on a wheelchair made of jade. There were 4 warriors, dressed in black combat suit, standing behind his wheelchair. The 4 of them seemed different from the rest of the warriors. By using the analytic eye, it was obvious that these 4 were sage warriors. Even the old man on the wheelchair was a sage warrior. But it looked like his legs had been injured severely, which was why they looked a little odd. Elder Yu. The rest of the sage warriors looked at the old man and greeted him respectfully. Elder Yu. Seeing how the rest of the warriors seemed to be bowing down to him, Lin Ziyu narrowed his eyes. This old man doesn't look like an ordinary man. Everyone's here. The old man known as Elder Yu looked around the bar. Then, he asked the rest of the warriors in a calm tone. We're all here. One of the men stepped out and nodded his head. It looked like he respected this old man very much. This old man? Who was he? Lin Ziyu was getting curious. Why was it that he had the ability to show that he had the silence? But those from the Bai family haven't come after him yet. This was getting weird. As for the man earlier, he was glaring at Lin Ziyu with a murderous look in his eyes. However, he didn't dare to do anything. It looked like he was quite afraid of this old man. Alright. Since all of you are here, I will not be wasting time. Elder Yu looked at the room filled with people before briefing them. The Frost Dragon. I want you to kill the Frost Dragon that is found at the Road of Ice and Fire. He told the warriors. I want its horns and the odd crystal. Whoever that has got what I want would be able to take this. As he spoke, he pulled out a box that was beautifully carved from inside his pocket. When they saw the box, all of the warriors got excited. Elder Yu opened the box, and all of them could clearly see that sitting inside the box was a warrior skill card that was shining brightly. Silence. All of the warriors were stunned. This overpowering warrior skills card was making their hearts beat faster. Back. But soon, Elder Yu closed the box and did not allow them to take a closer look. Yu Tao will be the one guiding you today. Elder Yu looked to the side and signaled one of his men. After getting the signal, one of the warriors stepped forward. Hello, I am Yu Tao. Yu Tao looked around at the warriors before introducing himself. Yu Tao looked like a strong man and he had a faint beard around his face. There are a total of 26 warriors here who are all sage warriors. Yu Tao scanned the room before reporting it to Elder Yu. That's enough. Elder Yu nodded his head. Let me warn you first. The Frost Dragon isn't something easy to defeat. My legs are in this state because of the frost that came from it. Elder Yu looked around as he continued. As for the rest of the warriors, they couldn't help but look at Elder Yu's legs as he spoke about them. When they took a good look at it, all of them noticed that Elder Yu's eyes seemed a little transparent like crystal. It definitely was not normal. Alright, if you have decided that you still want to join, you can leave with Yu Tao now. We will not be responsible for your death. Death. They were all sage warriors and there were so many of them. But, from how Elder Yu was saying it, it sounded as if this Frost Dragon was something extremely scary. Let's go. Yu Tao spoke up and led the crowd out of the bar. The warriors in the bar looked at each other before following after him. They have no idea how powerful this beast may be, but all of them wanted the legendary warrior skills card. Lin Ziyu narrowed his eyes and followed the crowd. Road of Ice and Fire. Here I come. Chapter 1073 Sneak Attack. Chapter 1073 Sneak Attack. With Yu Tao leading, everyone went to the other side. Soon he walked to a private airport. Okay. If there is no problem, let's go up. Yu Tao glanced at everyone and found that none of the sage warrior level warriors left, and nodded with satisfaction. Hearing his words at this time, Lin Ziyu also walked directly to the plane. It seems that they are going to fly directly to the so-called Road of Ice and Fire. Soon, after all the warriors entered the plane, Yu Tao also entered the pilot seat. Boom! At the next moment, as the plane started, a tremendous momentum came. This plane is very fast. flew straight out of Beatty City. It seems that because of some special relationship, this plane can leave directly without going through the inspection of the forces of the City Lord Council in Beatty City. Will it be successful this time? Elder Yu looked at this scene with his eyes at this time, and said aloud as if talking to himself. But it doesn't matter if it doesn't work. As long as it's there will always be people going. While speaking to himself, he took a look at the box in his hand. Inside this box, there is a skill card silence. It didn't take too long. About half an hour. The speed of the plane obviously started to slow down. It seems to have started to land. Arrived Lin Xiu, who was sitting on the plane, raised his brows. Okay, we're here. At this time, Yu Tao's voice also came from the loudspeaker inside the plane. Boom boom boom. As the plane descended and stopped, the door opened immediately. Lin Xiu, who was close to the cabin door, walked out directly at this time. As soon as he walked out, he felt an icy cold coming. It's so cold. Some warriors around felt the temperature and said subconsciously. Lin Xiu, who had just walked out, saw a vast expanse of whiteness in front of him. Ice and snow. From the front. It is the entrance to the road of ice and fire. Frost Dragon's location has been entered into your smart watch. You guys can check it out. At this time, Yu Tao looked at the many warriors around him and said aloud, I'm only responsible for leading you here. You guys have to go on by yourselves. Hearing Yu Tao's words, everyone around looked to the front. It was the first time they were here, so there was curiosity in their eyes. Of course, if anyone feels that they don't want to go and want to come back, I will wait for you here and provide support. Wishing you guys good luck. Lin Xiu was also slightly startled at this time. He originally thought that Yu Tao would go with them, but he didn't expect that he was just leading them here. But that doesn't matter. Everything depended on oneself. Let's go. At this time, one of the sage warriors had already started walking towards the front. The rest of the sage warriors watched this scene and followed suit. They also know that it is not feasible to act alone at this time, and they all gather together to move forward, continuing to walk forward for a certain distance. Lin Xiu could clearly feel the surrounding air, which became colder and colder. The cold wind is biting. At this time, stepping on the ice and snow, he suddenly felt that his feet became extremely cold. However, Lin Xiu has the heart of frost, so he didn't have the slightest feeling at this time. It's just that the faces of the surrounding warriors turned ugly. They felt that their feet became a little frozen, and at this moment, the source strength of the body was running and gathered under their feet, allowing their feet to warm up and get rid of these cold sensations. While Lin Xiu was walking, the burly man in front of him stared at Lin Xiu with a fierce look in his eyes. When he was in the tavern, he tried to attack Lin Xiu unsuccessfully, but instead was sent flying out. It was utter humiliation. To wash away this humiliation, he could only. At this moment, he clenched the sword in his hand tightly, and in the next moment, his figure flashed and he appeared behind Lin Xiu. The sword he was holding slashed directly at Lin Xiu's body. Swoosh! But at this moment, Lin Xiu's figure also disappeared. Where did he go? The pupils in the man's eyes shrank. He was always looking for an opportunity to kill Lin Xiu with one blow. Just now, it was obviously the best opportunity. How could Lin Xiu dodge again? Sneak attack. Not very nice, is it? At this moment, Lin Xiu's voice came from behind. Hearing this voice, his expression changed slightly. He turned around suddenly and looked behind him. Taking a closer look, Lin Xiu's figure was indeed behind. When some warriors around saw the scene at this time, they all looked like they were watching a show. Juba, forget it. The most important purpose of this trip is to kill Frost Dragon. One of the sage warriors looked at him, then said lightly, You go. I must kill this kid now. Juba looked at Lin Xiu and said savagely. Once again, he did not succeed in killing Lin Xiu with a sneak attack, which made him very irritated. Now he can ignore everything, but he must kill Lin Xiu. Come! Lin Xiu beckoned at him, courting death. Looking at Lin Xiu's actions, Juba's heart filled with infinite anger. With a loud roar, he held the sword in his hand and attacked Lin Xiu directly. Dang! Just as he waved the sword in his hand to attack Lin Xiu, a dark spear appeared in Lin Xiu's hand. The long spear blocked his attack and suddenly there was a loud metal collision sound. When the surrounding warriors saw the scene, the expressions in their eyes also changed slightly. Where did his weapon come from? These warriors just saw that Lin Xiu didn't have any weapons. They all thought that Lin Xiu was a boxer. Lin Xiu used force with his spear-holding hand and Zhu Ba's body was blown away for a short distance. Before he could react, Lin Xiu continued to stab him with a spear. Dang dang. Zhu Ba's expression changed drastically. But at this time, he had no way to fight back and could only use his sword to resist Lin Xiu's attack. But Lin Xiu's attack was just too fierce. One stab after another, without the slightest pause. What? He roared angrily at this time, and at the same time as the sphere on his body unfolded, his body directly retreated to the back. Then, he swung the sword with both hands into the air. In an instant, a huge sword phantom appeared in an instant, slashing toward Lin Xiu's body. Chapter 1074 You're very weak. Chapter 1074 You're very weak. Boom! A loud noise sounded at this moment. The phantom shadow of the huge sword instantly hit Lin Xiu's side. But Lin Xiu reacted quickly and unfolded his sphere. Even so, the powerful impact still caused Lin Xiu's legs to sink into the ice and snow. Damn it! Seeing Lin Xiu react so quickly and unfold his sphere, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. But at this time, he still reacted quickly and slashed with the sword in his hand. Boom boom boom! As his sword slashed over, huge blood-shaped phantoms appeared one after another, slashing on Lin Xiu's sphere, and there were loud noises. Lin Xiu's expression remained the same and he continued to maintain his sphere. Step by step, he walked towards Lin Xiu. Zhu Ba saw this scene. His eyes widened. His eyes filled with disbelief. How is it possible? Even if there is a sphere protecting him, this is impossible. His own skills had no impact on Lin Xiu at all. That's all you've got. Lin Xiu looked at him and said lightly. At this time, as the source strength was transferred to the dark-edged spear in his hand, the entire spear suddenly changed from the original dark state to like crystal glass. Hearing Lin Xiu's mocking words, the faces around him became even uglier. At this time, with both hands firmly holding the sword in his hand, he just attacked Lin Xiu. Break! He growled loudly, but there was still no way for his sword to break through Lin Xiu's sphere. At this time, Lin Xiu had already rushed in front of him as soon as he moved. Holding the dark-edged spear in his hand, he directly attacked him. Zhu Ba watched Lin Xiu stab with the spear in his hand. The pupils in his eyes shrank immediately, and he subconsciously held the sword in his hand to resist it. Dang dang! As the spear collided with his sword, there was a loud noise after another. Zhu Ba's body was constantly retreating because of the incomparably powerful impact. When the surrounding warriors saw the situation, they were surprised. The strength that Lin Xiu showed was truly astonishing. Zhu Ba seems to have no power to fight back now and has been retreating continuously. Go! And in the next moment, with the strong swing of the dark-edged spear in Lin Xiu's hands, Zhu Ba, who was still trying to resist Lin Xiu's attack, was sent flying away, and at the same time that he flew out, one after another flaming birds continued to burst out of the spear. They charged towards Zhu Ba. Originally, the surroundings were extremely cold, but at this time, the surrounding environment seemed to be scorching hot. The frost on the ground also melted instantly. What is this? When Zhu Ba saw this scene, the pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly. His body began dodging. Boom boom boom! The flaming birds hit the ground, making a loud noise after another. There were too many flaming birds and in the next moment, they directly hit Zhu Ba's body. Although Zhu Ba reacted quickly and unfolded the sphere, the scorching temperature that the flames generated caused Zhu Ba's expression to change greatly. The burning sensation instantly caused a lot of sweat to come out of his body. What made him feel even more terrifying was that his sphere seemed to be slowly melting away at this time. Swoosh! And at this moment, Lin Xiu's body leaped up, holding the dark-edged spear in his hand, attacking from the sky. And at this time, Lin Xiu's body had a lot of source strength bursting out. transformed into the shape of a huge tiger. Tiger descends the mountain. Roar! The gigantic tiger, as if roaring with its mouth open, charged towards Juba below. Get lost. At this time, Juba was tortured enough by the high temperature of the flame. As soon as the flame brought by the flaming bird disappeared, he looked up and saw Lin Xiu, who was rushing down from the air. On Lin Xiu's body, there is a giant tiger formed by the gathering of source strength. He rushed down directly towards him. At the same time as Juba was roaring loudly at this time, the source strength of his whole body gathered together. His hands clenched the sword and he was about to slash at the tiger. As he slashed hard with both hands, a terrifying sword aura burst out. He slashed directly at Lin Xiu, who had come down. Humph! Lin Xiu snorted coldly, not dodging at all. Juba's sword aura impacted Lin Xiu's body and did not cause any damage to Lin Xiu at all. Just when Juba opened his eyes wide with an unbelievable look in his eyes, Lin Xiu had already pounced down like a fierce tiger. Boom! As a dazzling light burst out, a huge sound suddenly erupted from the surrounding ground. There seemed to be more cracks in the ice within a radius of 10 miles. Those warriors who watched this battle were all shocked at this time. They never thought that Lin Xiu would have such terrifying strength. As the light dissipated, Juba's body fell to the ground and a large number of cracks appeared in the surrounding ground. Lin Xiu stood on the ground and pointed a spear at Juba's forehead. At this time, Juba had a lot of blood on his body and he was in a very bad state. Damn. He opened his eyes wide, looked at Lin Xiu and spat out a mouthful of blood. He never imagined that Lin Xiu's strength would be so powerful. I've told you, you're very weak. Lin Xiu looked at Juba, who was lying on the ground, and said lightly. In the next moment, he will take the dark-edged spear in his hand and stab at his body. Stop. But at this moment, a voice came over. He looked back and saw a few sage warriors approaching from behind. Young man, isn't this a little too much? One of the sage warriors looked at Lin Xiu and said coldly. It's just sparring. Do you have to kill? Another warrior also said aloud. What a joke. When he wanted to kill me, why didn't you stand up for me? Lin Xiu didn't give them any face at all and said coldly at this time. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, their brows were all wrinkled. I want you. Let him go. The leading sage warrior stared at Lin Xiu and he didn't sound like he was going to allow refusal. Do you think it's possible? Lin Xiu sneered. Are you sure you want to fight against me? That sage warrior stared at Lin Xiu and said coldly. There was already killing intent in his eyes. Lin Xiu showed a sneer and at the next moment, holding the dark-edged spear in his hand, he stabbed directly at Juba, who was lying on the ground. Chapter 1075 by Family. By Zhan. Chapter 1075 by Family. By Zhan. Boom! With a splash of blood, Juba was killed by Lin Xiu. At this time, Lin Xiu also clearly heard the sound of experience gaining prompts coming from his mind. After only gaining 2 experience, Lin Xiu couldn't help but pout. Boy, you're courting death. Seeing that Lin Xiu didn't give him any face at all and directly killed the warrior, the expression on his face became extremely ugly. In the next moment, he will pick up the weapon in his hand and attack Lin Xiu. When Lin Xiu saw this scene, he sneered, showing no fear at all. He also held a spear and fought with him. Dang dang. The speed of the two of them is very fast. At this moment, it seems that 2 shadows appear, colliding frantically. When they collided together, they quickly separated, then continued to collide again. The sage warriors around didn't move at all at this time. Looking at this battle, their eyes were full of surprise. What surprised them the most was Lin Xiu. After Lin Xiu went through the battle just now, he still performed so well in the current battle. Both the speed and the power are amazing. Enough. By Zhan. What's the point in bullying the younger generation? Just as Lin Xiu and the warrior were fighting, a voice came from the other side. This sage warrior looks quite old, with white hair and wrinkles on his skin. Hearing his words, the figure of the sage warrior who was fighting with Lin Xiu retreated to the other side and snorted. By Zhan. By Family. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Xiu immediately raised his brows. Are you from the Bai family? Lin Xiu looked up at him and said aloud. Why? Did you only know now? At this moment, Bai Shan looked at Lin Xiu and said coldly, although he still looks very arrogant, in his heart, he is a little surprised. At this time, the hand that he was holding the weapon with had a tinge of numbness. When he just fought against Lin Xiu, he clearly felt Lin Xiu's strength. Not weaker than him at all. Our purpose on this trip is to kill the frost dragon. If we continue to fight in this way, we might be finished even before killing the frost dragon. At this time, the old man looked at Bai Shan and said indifferently, Elder Gong, I'll give you a face. Bai Shan glanced at him, then said lightly, let's go. Bai Shan didn't look at Lin Xiu again at this time and walked straight ahead with several other sage warriors. Young man, not bad. Elder Gong looked at Lin Xiu and said suddenly, thanks. Lin Xiu clasped his fist at him and said, he was not afraid of this Bai Shan at all. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill him. But Lin Xiu politely thanked the old man for speaking for him. It's not very good to show off. Elder Gong waved and said. At this time, the surrounding sage warriors also continued to walk forward. They wasted a lot of time just now. Now, they should move forward quickly. At the junction of ice and fire, the orchid of heaven will appear. But where is this so-called junction? As Lin Xiu walked, he thought to himself. After continuing to walk forward for an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiu could clearly feel that the surrounding environment became even colder. It was icy and snowy and it looked like a dream. Lin Xiu, who has a heart of frost, has a very strong resistance to the cold at this time. Not only did he not feel the cold, but he seemed to have some kind of intimacy with them. On the other hand, looking at the rest of the warriors, although their battle suits had the function of keeping out the cold was too intense, as if it was piercing into their bones. At this time, they were all directly running their sore strength, which was constantly circulating in the body, keeping their bodies warm. Soon, everyone had advanced for dozens of miles, but the surrounding area was still icy and snowy and there was no change. There was still a vast expanse of white in front of him with no end in sight. However, at this moment, Lin Xiu heard a click sound. HM. Hearing this voice, Lin Xiu immediately raised his brows. The rest of the sage warriors seemed to have heard these strange sounds at this time. Everyone be careful. There is something. Elder Gong stopped at this moment and glanced around. The rest of the warriors also looked around at this time, but they didn't see the remaining people at all. After Lin Xiu looked around, he could clearly see that there seemed to be some cracks on the surrounding ground. These cracks were very faint. If you don't pay attention, you can't see them clearly. The ground, Lin Xiu said in a faint voice at the same time. His body moved and in the next moment, he jumped directly into the sky. Boom boom boom. Just as Lin Xiu leaped into the air, there was a loud noise on the surrounding ground. All the ice on the ground were cracked. The reaction ability of those sage warriors was not slow at all, and they all leaped into the air at this time. Taking a closer look, as the ground cracks, you can clearly see that all the water below is seawater. A large and long snake-like thing appeared. The bodies of these things were like ice crystals. Frost dragon. When some warriors saw the scene, they immediately said subconsciously, it's an ice crystal sea snake. Elder Gong clearly knew what these were and said lightly at this time. At this time, Lin Xiu also used the analytic eye to check and found that it was exactly the same as what Gong Lao said. These things were the ice crystal sea snakes. Moreover, they were at the level of beast saint. Interesting. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Xiu also wanted the beast saint odd crystal now. He didn't want to absorb it himself, but wanted to give it to his friends and others. Boom! At this time, these ice crystal sea snakes all flew up from the seawater. With their mouths open, some white energy bodies shot out directly from their mouths. One of the energy directly charged toward Lin Xiu's body. Looking at this scene, the pupils in Lin Xiu's eyes shrank slightly. The sphere unfolded in an instant. As the sphere unfolded, all those energies hit Lin Xiu's sphere. Even with the resistance of sphere, this terrifying energy made Lin Xiu's body fly straight out. Through the sphere, He could clearly feel the terrifying cold air. Damn. The rest of the warriors looked at the scene around them at this time, and the expressions in their eyes changed slightly. Now they have also discovered that the strength of these ice crystal sea snakes was not weak at all. Chapter 1076 Ice Crystal Sea Snake. Chapter 1076 Ice Crystal Sea Snake. Linzia's body had already flown out a good distance at this time. In the next moment, he stabilized his body. What a terrifying power of ice. Lin Xiu couldn't help but take a deep breath. The power that the ice crystal sea snake burst out just now made him fly here. And fortunately, he has a very strong resistance to the power of ice. Otherwise, the blow just now would have an impact on him. Looking ahead, those sage warriors were still fighting the ice crystal sea snake. The white energy spat out by those ice crystal sea snakes hit the body of a sage warrior who was caught off guard. That sage warrior's body instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Hata. As he turned into an ice sculpture-like body and fell from the sky, his body instantly shattered into countless pieces. A warrior of the sage warrior level just fell. These ice crystal sea snakes are different from ordinary beasts, saint-level evolved beasts. Too powerful. The surrounding sage warriors looked at the dead sage warrior, their eyes filled with horror. At this time, they didn't dare to relax at all. Lin Xiu looked at the scene in the distance and continued to rush over. He had his sphere unfolded the whole time. Under the current circumstances, if the protection of the sphere was not deployed, it would be dangerous if he got hit by the energy spat out by those ice crystal sea snakes. At this time, there were as many as 6 ice crystal sea snakes rushing out from the ground. The body was huge. It didn't look like a snake, but like a dragon. The moment Lin Xiu's body flew over, one of the ice crystal sea snakes flicked its tail toward Lin Xiu. Boom! Lin Xiu's body turned sideways. Then he dodged directly. And at this moment, the dark edge spear held in both hands swung directly into the air. Boom! One after another flaming birds burst out from the spear in an instant. He charged towards the ice crystal sea snake. The ice crystal sea snake clearly noticed the flaming birds that were charging over, and at this moment, it made a loud roar, and from its mouth, many white light clusters were sprayed out. Boom boom boom. These white energies directly charged toward the flaming birds that were charging toward them. Boom! The flaming birds collided with the white energy they ejected, and a huge sudden sound suddenly erupted. Those flaming birds were quickly dissipated by those white energies. Damn it! Seeing the scene, Lin Xiu cursed inwardly. In the next moment, he held the dark edge spear in his hand and used the flashing soul's movement technique. As Lin Xiu's figure flashed, in the next moment, Lin Xiu appeared on the other side. At this time, holding the dark edge spear in his hand, Lin Xiu waved it wildly. It directly attacked the body of the ice crystal sea snake. Bang bang bang. The body of the ice crystal sea snake was really too big, and Lin Xiu's speed was too fast. It didn't have any chance to dodge at all. Lin Xiu's attacks all hit its body. But the body of this ice crystal sea snake was too hard. Under such a fierce attack by Lin Xiu, there was no way to penetrate its body. It just knocked off some ice crystals on the outer layer of its body. The rest of the sage warriors also fell into a hard fight at this time. I don't believe that. Lin Xiu's figure kept dodging, and while dodging its counterattacks, the dark edge spear in his hand was filled with dark blue flames. The dark edge spear covered with flames continued to attack the body of the ice crystal sea snake. This time, the dark edge spear filled with the flames of hell penetrated its body. Moreover, the flames on the body of the dark edge spear, as they penetrated the body of the ice crystal sea snake, directly melted its body like ice crystals. Roar! The ice crystal sea snake seemed to feel severe pain, and at this time, it made a loud roar. Its tail swung wildly, and it was about to slam into Lin Xiu's body. However, Lin Xiu's reaction speed was very fast. After using the flashing soul's movement technique, his figure kept dodging. This ice crystal sea snake had no way to attack Lin Xiu. And looking closely, there was a huge hole in the place where the ice crystal sea snake was penetrated by Lin Xiu just now. The ice crystal sea snake also seemed to be in pain because of this wound and kept roaring. The rest of the sage warriors also continued to use powerful skills to attack the ice crystal sea snakes at this time. Soon, the ice crystals on the body of the ice crystal sea snakes were falling at a speed visible to the naked eye. It spat out a lot of white energy from its mouth like it was its last struggle. Lin Xiu saw this scene in his eyes and clenched the dark-edged spear tightly with both hands. As the source strength was transmitted to the body of the dark-edged spear, the entire body of the spear was covered by dark blue flames. Pinpointing the moment when the ice crystal sea snakes counterattacked the other warriors, Lin Xiu rushed over. And at this time, the power-up strike in the system was just full. The power of this spear stab was far more powerful than the previous one. Swoosh! As Lin Xiu charged with his spear, there seemed to be a sound of breaking through the air. Lin Xiu flashed like a white light. Before the ice crystal sea snake could react, Lin Xiu's spear pierced the head of the ice crystal sea snake. Boom! Its huge body fell to the ground in the next moment. Ding! Congratulations to the director for killing the ice crystal sea snake and gaining 7,635 experience. At this time, there was another system prompt of gaining experience in his mind. Killing this ice crystal sea snake made Lin Xiu gain 2 experience. I only gained 2 experience. But it's pretty good. As soon as his body moved, Lin Xiu's body flew down there. Soon, it flew to the corpse of the ice crystal white snake below. The dark-edged spear he was holding continued to slash toward its head. In the next moment, the snake's head was split in half in an instant. Soon, an odd crystal emitting a faint white light appeared in front of Lin Xiu's eyes. Lin Xiu stretched out his hand and grabbed the odd crystal in the palm of his hand. As soon as his thoughts were triggered, it was put into the expansion space. Boom boom boom. Looking up at the sky, he could clearly see that there was still a battle going on in the sky. With the continuous release of various skills of those warriors, there were loud sounds in the air. In addition to the one that Lin Xiu removed, there were 5 ice crystal sea snakes in the sky that were frantically attacking the surrounding sage warriors. But these 5 ice crystal sea snakes, under the attack of more than 20 sage warriors, obviously won't be able to hold on for a long time. Chapter 1077 through one's abilities. Chapter 1077 through one's abilities. After a little hesitation, Lin Xiu's figure flashed and he appeared in the air, still holding the dark-edged spear in both hands. He attacked the surrounding ice crystal white snakes. Because of the dark blue flames on the dark-edged spear, Lin Xiu easily pierced the body of those ice crystal white snakes. At this time, Lin Xiu kept attacking an ice crystal sea snake. Soon, another ice crystal sea snake was also shot down to the ground. As Lin Xiu frantically waved the dark-edged spear in his hand and under the attack of those sage warriors, the bodies of those ice crystal sea snakes slowly fell to the ground, because every ice crystal sea snake was killed by Lin Xiu in the end. All Lin Xiu gained 10 of their experience. Lin Xiu also obtained 3 odd crystals from these ice crystal sea snakes. The other 2 were taken away by another sage warrior. As these ice crystal sea snakes were all killed, although the bodies of these warriors were still suspended in the air, they were all panting. The battle with these ice crystal sea snakes just now made them consume a lot of power. Lin Xiu also took a deep breath at this time. He didn't expect to encounter evolved beasts of this level here. 20 sage warriors only managed to deal with the evolved beasts after sacrificing 1 sage warrior. Boy, take them out. At this moment, 2 of the sage warriors flew toward Lin Xiu and surrounded Lin Xiu. What do you mean? Hearing their words, Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. What do we mean? One of the men sneered. I'm asking you to take everything out. A warrior with a warhammer who looked relatively strong said coldly at this time. What thing? Please be specific. Are you talking about this? Lin Xiu raised his brows and at this time, he took out the odd crystal from his expansion. Looking at the odd crystal that Lin Xiu took out, the eyes of the 2 of them changed slightly. This kind of odd crystal contains very strong energy. For their sage warrior level warriors, it will be of great benefit to absorb them. We killed those ice crystal sea snakes just now, and you took the opportunity to take our things. Now hand them over and I'll pretend it never happened. One of the men said coldly at this time. Is that so? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly, "Take them out." Another warrior holding a sword flew in front of Lin Xiu in the next moment and reached out to take away the odd crystal in Lin Xiu's hand. Swoosh! But at this moment, Lin Xiu's figure flashed and disappeared. This man grabbed the air. Where is he? At this moment, the look in his eyes changed. Looking up, Lin Xiu's figure had already appeared in front of him. That's not nice, eh? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at him and said lightly, "Humph." When the man saw Lin Xiu appearing on the opposite side, he couldn't help snorting coldly. At this time, there was already murderous intent in his eyes. "It seems that you are not willing to cooperate." The two sage warriors stared at Lin Xiu at this time, with undisguised killing intent on their bodies. Things should be obtained through one's abilities. On the other side, Elder Gong looked at this scene and said lightly. The rest of the sage warriors also slowly flew from the air to the ground in front of them and began to use cultivation technique to absorb the energy, supplementing the energy that they just consumed. They didn't pay any attention to the situation here. "Elder Gong, things should be obtained through our abilities, so we're using our ability to take things," one of the sage warriors said indifferently without giving Elder Gong any face. "Elder Gong, I think what he said is right. So let's not get involved." Bai Shan watched this scene from the other side and immediately sneered. He wished that someone would target Lin Xiu. Better to kill Lin Xiu. At this time, Elder Gong's brows suddenly wrinkled. He didn't want to see this happen. After all, the purpose this time was to kill the Frost Dragon. It would be very bad if a civil war started on the way. And when they killed the Ice Crystal Sea Snake, a sage warrior had already died. In addition to the sage warrior who was killed by Lin Xiu, 2 sage warriors had already died at this time. Only 24 sage warriors remained. "Elder Gong, I think you're tired. Let's replenish your strength first. We'll handle the matter here ourselves," one of the men with a warhammer said indifferently. They were now determined to snatch the 3 beast saintable odd crystals from Lin Xiu's hands. Because just now they clearly saw that Lin Xiu took the 3 beast saintable odd crystals into his pocket. "Elder Gong, since someone wants to die, I'm not going to stand on ceremony." Just when Elder Gong was about to say something, Lin Xiu looked at him and said indifferently, "This." When Elder Gong heard Lin Xiu's words, he couldn't help but be startled. But at this time he also nodded, although he couldn't feel Lin Xiu's specific strength. From the previous performance of Lin Xiu is very strong. "Boy, since you don't want to hand them over, don't blame us." The faces of the 2 men holding the sword and warhammer respectively became hideous at this moment. "You are talking a bit too much nonsense," Lin Xiu said lightly. Courting death. Lin Xiu's words made them instantly furious. The 2 warriors unfolded their sphere and charged directly toward Lin Xiu. Their speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Lin Xiu. With a sword and a warhammer, they attacked Lin Xiu. "Tang Dan." Lin Xiu waved frantically with the dark-edged spear in his hand, not afraid at all. Ever since he learned the Destiny Spear art, even if Lin Xiu didn't use skill, he didn't lose the slightest when facing other warriors. These 2 sage warriors originally thought that Lin Xiu would be easily taken down under the attack of the 2. But what they didn't expect was that Lin Xiu's strength seemed to exceed their expectations. How can that be? This kid must have consumed a lot of physical strength when he killed Zhu Ba just now. Right, coupled with the battle of the Ice Crystal Sea Snakes. He should have been exhausted by now. Why? Why is this kid still able to have such a strong power? The faces of the 2 warriors turned ugly at this time. Get lost. And at this moment, with the power of Lin Xiu's body erupting, the 2 sage warriors who wanted to continue their attack felt an extremely strong impact, and they were directly hit and flew out. Chapter 1078, I'll give you an explosion. Chapter 1078, I'll give you an explosion. After getting blasted far away, they managed to steady themselves. However, with the blink of an eye, Lin Xiu's figure appeared right in front of them. Lin Xiu held onto the long spear and started attacking one of the sage warriors who had a warhammer. Clang! When the sage warrior noticed Lin Xiu coming at him, he subconsciously lifted up his warhammer to block the attack. There was a huge sound that followed the collision. Lin Xiu has put in some force into the attack and it led to a strong impact to the other sage warrior, causing his body to be pushed far behind. His hands that held onto the warhammer started feeling numb as well. Boom! Before he could come back to his senses, Lin Xiu moved his long spear and there were a large number of flaming birds that were headed toward him. With the flaming birds, the surrounding temperature that was freezing cold earlier instantly became warm. It went from freezing cold to scorching hot. As for the sage warrior with the warhammer, his pupils shrank when he saw the flaming birds. Then, he quickly shifted his body and tried to dodge the attack. He has seen Lin Xiu using these flaming birds to kill the ice crystal sea snake. Knowing how powerful these flaming birds were, he immediately released his sphere and did not dare to forcefully go against the flaming birds. You're dead. The other sage warrior who had the machete started attacking Lin Xiu from behind him. With a swing of his machete, there was an overpowering aura that came from it, headed toward Lin Xiu. Boom! The aura landed on Lin Xiu's sphere, and the strong impact of it forced Lin Xiu to be pushed far away. However, it did not cause much damage to Lin Xiu. At the same time, there was a source mark that appeared on his forehead. It was a white source mark. As the source mark glowed, the ice that was found on the ground started cracking into smaller pieces. They flew up into the air and quickly gathered together. Then, it slowly formed a huge snow giant. The snow went after Lin Xiu and swung its huge left hand at Lin Xiu's body. HMPH. Lin Xiu looked at what was in front of him and sneered. The long spear left his hand and went for the sage warrior who was fighting him. At the same time, Lin Xiu clenched his fist tightly. Kun Lun. As the energy started gathering around his fist, the dark blue flame started burning brightly. Lin Xiu quickly swung his fist that was covered in flames and collided it with the fist of the snow giant who was about to reach him. Plus, as Lin Xiu moved his fist, there was an eye-blinding light that came from it. Explosive strike. With the loud explosion, the entire body of the huge snow giant was crushed into multiple smaller pieces and was scattered all over the ground. Damn it! The warrior, who had a machete, noticed how the snow giant that he had formed with his source mark energy had been destroyed by Lin Xiu. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. The look on his face was awful as well. Then, with the control of his mind, he quickly releases his domain forces. The other sage warrior who had the warhammer did the same as well and was trying to release his domain forces. It would be difficult for one warrior to fight a group of people, especially if they are at the same level. This was because more warriors involved would mean that there would be additional domain forces that they could use. Usually, if there is one warrior trying to fight a group of warriors, the solo warrior would be in great trouble. This is all you've got. Lin Xiu stared at the scene before him and narrowed his eyes. Then, with the control of his mind, Lin Xiu immediately activated the purification domain. Swoosh! As the bright, white light slowly washed across the ground like the waves, they soon realized that all of their domain forces had disappeared. How was this possible? When they saw what was happening, the look in their eyes changed. They realized that their domain forces have all disappeared. What did you do? One of the warriors glared at Lin Xiu and screamed. Lin Xiu did not bother answering him. Instead, he waved his right hand and the flaming birds immediately went their way. Both the sage warriors were shocked and quickly flew higher up into the air to dodge the attack. Lin Xiu had a cold laugh on his face and slowly, a black source mark appeared on his forehead. Then, following after that, there was a large number of arrays that appeared all around them. The arrays joined together to form a huge dome which enclosed Lin Xiu and both the warriors opposite him. What was this? When they noticed what was happening around them, their pupils shrank uncontrollably. As they were trying to run away from the flaming bird, they held onto the weapons and tried to break free from the array. Boom! There was a loud sound that came from it, but nothing happened to the array. They had no way of breaking out of this array. Let me give you both an explosion. Lin Xiu smirked when he looked at both the sage warriors in front of him. With the control of his mind, there were 3 lotus flames that appeared in his hands. Red lotus flame, white lotus flame and the current lotus flame. All 3 of the flames have different elemental energy. Head over there. Lin Xiu waved his right hand and all three of the lotus flames left his side. Then, all of them went after the sage warrior who had the war hammer. What is this? Seeing how there were three peculiar-looking lotus flames coming at him, the sage warrior with the warhammer shouted in rage. That's when the source mark on his head lit up. It was glowing with a warm blue light. This was a water element source mark. As he used the energy from his source mark, they could clearly see that there were a large number of droplets that appeared in the air around them. Then, the droplets quickly gathered together to form a water tornado, and it went straight for the three lotus flames. At the same time, Lin Xiu controlled the lotus flames so that they would be joined together. Boom! There was a huge noise that appeared when all three lotus flames were joined together. It felt as if the entire space was about to explode. The rest of the warriors, who were cultivating on the ground to absorb the energy from the air around them, finally opened their eyes. They looked into the sky and saw the huge array. Inside the array, they could see that there were flames that were red and white in color. There was also electrical current that kept coming around these flames. Hoo! The flames slowly disappeared. The other sage warrior with the sword started panting. The sphere around him was already filled with cracks and it looked like it was about to explode. As for the sage warrior with the warhammer who wanted to fight the lotus flames with his water tornado, his body was burnt into ash with only his bones left and he fell straight to the ground. When the other sage warrior saw what happened, he looked confused. He never thought that Lin Xiu would have such powers. Chapter 1079 I know how to use these powers too. Chapter 1079 I know how to use these powers too. When one of the sage warriors got killed, there was a notification that came from the system. Lin Xiu took a good look at it and noticed that his EXP was around 19 now. If he killed the remaining sage warrior, he should be able to gain more EXP. Then, Lin Xiu came back to reality and stared at the other warrior who was still inside the array. When the sage warrior noticed Lin Xiu staring at him, his body trembled. The strength that Lin Xiu showed a while ago was horrifying. Now, he regrets messing with Lin Xiu. Next, it's your turn now. Lin Xiu looked at him and said in a cold tone, "Move, stay away from me." When he saw Lin Xiu getting closer to him, he looked frightened. His eyes were filled with fear as well. As he screamed out loud, the source mark on his forehead appeared once again. With the use of the energy from his source mark, all of the ice on the ground quickly gathered together. However, just when they were coming together and were flying into the air, they were stopped by the arrays. With the arrays, it was impossible for the ice to enter. Well, I know how to use these powers as well. Lin Xiu gave a cold smile. He waved his right hand and all of the ice that was held back by the array quickly entered the space. Then, they were all gathered together in front of Lin Xiu. The ice were quickly coming together and soon, they could see a huge ice giant being formed. The sage warrior was shocked when he saw what happened. How was this possible? This was the skill that only he could use with his source mark. How was it that this kid knew how to use it as well? Go! At the same time, Lin Xiu commanded the ice giant and it went straight for the sage warrior. Boom boom! The ice giant swung his right arm and went straight for the sage warrior. Even though the sage warrior already has his sphere released, there was a loud thud that can still be heard when the fist of the giant landed on his sphere. His body instantly flew to the opposite side. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes when he saw what had happened. Then, his body shifted and went forward. With the long spear in his hand, he attacked the sage warrior with the ice giant. The sage warrior subconsciously tried to block the attack with his machete. Clang! However, when Lin Xiu's long spear landed on his machete, the huge force that came with it forced him to let go of his machete. His eyes were opened wide. Before he could react, Lin Xiu continued attacking him with the long spear. As the long spear was being thrusted forward, it turned into a black dragon that attacked the man's sphere. Boom! With the loud explosion that followed, his sphere immediately broke apart. Then, the ice giant continued to attack his body. He had no way to dodge the attack with one punch from the ice giant. He was thrown into the air and hit the walls of the array. PFFD. Mouth started coming out of his mouth. Boom! Then, the dark blue flaming birds headed his way. No! Seeing how they were aimed at him, His eyes were opened wide as he screamed on top of his lungs. His eyes were both filled with extreme fear. But there was nothing that he could do to stop them now. The terrifying flaming birds then landed on the body of the sage warrior. The horrifying flames that came with it slowly burnt through his combat suit. He was struggling with the flames, but without the protection of his fear. There was nothing much that he could do. Soon, his body was completely toasted because of the horrible flame. Then, there was a bright sound that appeared in Lin Zia's mind, and it was the notification that came from the system. All done. Whew! Lin Ziu took a deep breath, and at the same time, he removed all of the arrays around him. His AXB has gone up to 21 now. He still has a long way to go. When he turned around, he noticed that all the warriors who were meditating to recover their energies were all looking at him. Their faces showed that they were shocked. They never thought that Lin Ziu could kill both the sage warriors. Bai Shan witnessed the fight as well, and his face looked awful. He thought that both the sage warriors would have killed Lin Ziu instead. As for Elder Gong, his eyes were shining brightly with curiosity, and he got even more curious about Lin Zia's abilities. That's weird. I can't see him through. He stared at Lin Ziu and shook his head. Once everyone is done resting, let's continue with our journey. We should be there soon. Elder Gong stared at the watch in his hand and checked the coordinates. The frost dragon shouldn't be too far from where they are now. The rest of the sage warriors nodded their heads in agreement. All of them peered at Lin Ziu, but they didn't dare to say much. Lin Ziu managed to kill 3 sage warriors continuously, which made him the strongest. This man was a sage warrior at such a young age, which meant that he must come from a strong background. They didn't dare to offend him. As for Lin Ziu, he continued walking with the sage warriors toward the mark that has been left on the map, but they have no idea how long they have walked. This was because everything around them was covered in white. Other than the ice crystal sea snake that appeared earlier, there was no other evolved beast found. Lin Ziu felt a little disappointed. These snakes may be huge, but it wasn't difficult to kill one. If there were more of it, he would be able to gain more odd crystals from these saint beasts. Although he may not be able to use it, he could still bring it back to Earth and give it to those men that worked for him on Nano Planet. We're here. That's when Elder Gong stopped and told the rest of the crowd. He looked at the projection that came from his watch, and this was where the frost dragon was located. However, as they looked around, they couldn't find the frost dragon. The entire place was just covered in snow, and there were mountains around them. Elder Gong, are you sure? One of the sage warriors looked around and questioned Elder Gong when they did not see the frost dragon. I'm not sure. Elder Gong shook his head. He was looking confused as well. It should be around here. Everyone, be careful. Although they have not seen where the dragon was, Lin Ziu still warned them. Chapter 1080 Ice Cave. Chapter 1080 Ice Cave. Every single one of the warriors there slowly turned solemn. The ice crystal snake from earlier was already extremely powerful. Will the frost dragon that appears now be even scarier? This was why none of the sage warriors dared to be anything else but cautious. Lin Ziu looked around and noticed that there were 2 tall ice peaks. The entire place was white in color, and he couldn't see the frost dragon. This is weird. Lin Ziu looked around before mumbling to himself. Well, according to the map, this should be the place. But why can't they find the thing known as the frost dragon? Perhaps it was hidden underground like the ice crystal sea snake from before. As Lin Ziu thought about it, he quickly looked at the ground that was covered with ice. However, he didn't see anything from the ground. Plus, isn't this place known as the Road of Ice and Fire? There was ice everywhere, but where's the fire? It should be correct. I should be right here. Let's take a good look around first. Elder Gong told the rest of the group. After hearing what he said, the other warriors nodded their heads in agreement. Elder Gong was an experienced warrior and he was strong. This was why the other warriors were willing to listen to him. Young man, where are you from? As the rest of the group was hunting for the frost dragon, Bai Shan suddenly appeared next to Lin Ziu and asked him a question. He was extremely curious about Lin Ziu's abilities. This young man had such powerful skills. Why should I tell you? Lin Ziu glared at him before answering bluntly. Bai Shan wanted to kill Lin Ziu in the very beginning, but after showing that he had some skills, He changed his mind. He. After hearing Lin Zia's answers, Bai Zhan gave a cold laugh. Don't be too arrogant. This planet belongs to the Bai family. He continued threatening Lin Ziu. From his perspective, Lin Ziu must have come from a big family in order to have such skills at such a young age. He was definitely threatening Lin Ziu as he wanted Lin Ziu to know that the Bai family was the strongest family on this planet. Lin Ziu ignored him and walked in another direction. Bai Zhan didn't have to provoke. After this, he would definitely find the chance to kill all of the warriors from the Bai family. All of them were sage warriors. Once he killed them, he could definitely gain lots of EXP. Since Liu Yu was brought to the place known as Warrior God's Realm, Lin Ziu wanted to gain EXP more than anything else. It would be best for him to become a warrior god as soon as possible. At the same time, as Bai Zhan watched Lin Ziu leave, there was an evil look on his face. Bai Zhan, find a chance and get rid of him. Several of the warriors from the Bai family walked towards him. All of them were glaring at Lin Ziu. This brat will have to die here. Bai Zhan said it with a vicious look in his eyes. From where they are now one would know that Lin Ziu has died. So what if he came from a strong family? Quick look over here. Suddenly, one of the warriors seemed to have found something and started shouting for his comrades. When they heard him, all of them walked toward him. As they got closer, they noticed that there was a huge cave found on the mountain peak in front of them. What's that? Some of the warriors looked surprised when they saw the huge cave. Get in and take a look. Elder Gong stood by the entrance. After hesitating for a moment, he gave his orders. After hearing what he said, the rest of them nodded his head and entered the cave. Lin Ziu got in as well with the rest of the warriors. It's so cold. One of the warriors shivered as soon as he got inside the cave. It was really freezing cold. As for the rest of the warriors, they were looking uncomfortable as well. Lin Ziu frowned too. He could clearly feel that the cold air around them was getting scarier. Then, he slowly activated the Heart of Frost. Soon, most of the cold air around him slowly disappeared. Whew! Lin Ziu breathed out slowly and continued moving forward. The rest of them were still looking extremely uncomfortable. This was because they noticed that this frost seemed to be penetrating into their bones. No matter how hard they tried to move the energy in their body, they still couldn't get rid of it. They were definitely feeling the cold weather. Be careful. Elder Gong had a serious look on his face. He obviously noticed that something was wrong with this place. Just when they had traveled for quite a distance, one of the sage warriors in the front let out a painful cry. What's wrong? When they heard the cry, the looks on the rest of the warriors' face changed instantly. All of them turned to where the voice was coming from and noticed that there were lots of tiny little snakes around them on the ground that looked like ice crystal sea snakes. This was because the body of the snakes looked similar. The warrior that was up front must have missed it and he got bitten by the snakes. As he was wailing in pain, both his legs instantly turned into ice. The rest of the warriors were spooked and they subconsciously took a few steps back. Lin Zia's pupil trembled as well when he saw what happened. Then, he noticed that there was a small snake flying toward him. That's right. These snakes can fly. Boom! Lin Ziu swung his black spear and the dark blue flame appeared at the tip of it. Then, he pointed it towards the snake that was coming at him. As soon as the snake got hit by the dark blue flames, the snake instantly melted. When Lin Ziu heard the notification coming from his system, Lin Ziu was a little surprised. These little snakes are beast emperors. Be careful. Then, all of the warriors quickly released their spear. This was because there was another sage warrior that was bitten by the snakes. They noticed that the place that got bitten by the snakes would then quickly become ice. The sage warrior that was first beaten by the snake couldn't move as both his legs had become ice. Brother, please help. Elder Gong turned towards Lin Ziu and asked for help. He knew that Lin Ziu had fire element warrior skills and his flames were extremely powerful. With his flames, he should be able to easily stop the snakes that were attacking them. Chapter 1081 The Terrifying Ice Crystal Snake. Chapter 1081 The Terrifying Ice Crystal Snake. Lin Ziu nodded his head. He started using his spear to realize the flaming birds. All of them were targeted at each ice crystal snake. At the same time, the ice in the cave slowly started melting as well because of the heat. Fortunately, nothing collapsed inside the cave. The ice crystal snakes that were targeted by the flaming birds instantly melted into a pool of water. You come here and get rid of all these snakes with your flame. One of the sage warriors by the side noticed that there was a large number of snakes heading his way. These snakes were small and they were moving quickly. The weapon that he was using made it impossible to kill them. Although his body was protected by the sphere, the little snakes started chewing on his sphere. As there was a cracking sound that came from his sphere, he felt his scalp turn numb. Can't you hear me? Kill them with your flames now, you idiot. Seeing how Lin Xiu was not killing the snakes with his flames, the sage warrior got furious. Lin Xiu turned around and scoffed, ignoring what that warrior said to him. As for the rest of them, they were looking at him as if he was an idiot. From the time that they got here, Lin Xiu has already killed 3 sage warriors, which prove that he was someone that you shouldn't mess with. This sage warrior was commanding Lin Xiu instead, which meant that he gave himself a death sentence. Crack crack. Soon, there were numerous snakes that were chewing on his sphere, and they could clearly see that his sphere was slowly turning opaque like ice. Crack. With another crisp sound that came from it, his sphere instantly exploded. The sound of it was similar to glass breaking. As soon as his sphere broke into pieces, these ice crystal snakes rushed toward his body and started biting him instead. Ah! Another loud painful cry came out of his mouth. The rest of the sage warriors couldn't help but shiver when they heard him scream. Within a minute, the sage warrior's body had turned into an ice sculpture. His vitals had disappeared. It was naturally because he died. The rest of them shivered with fear. These little tiny snakes that were much smaller than the snake that they met previously, but their powers were stronger and scarier than the one before. Go to hell. The rest of the sage warriors noticed that there were still lots of ice crystal warriors getting closer to them and started attacking the snakes with their warrior skills. Other than Lin Xiu, there were still quite a few sage warriors who were using fire element warrior skills. Following that, there were no other warriors that were bitten by the snakes. Lin Xiu continued swinging his black spear around. The flaming birds were getting released continuously and were targeted at the snakes. The snakes that were coming out in groups were soon killed as they were all melted by the flames that Lin Xiu had released. Lin Xiu kept hearing the notifications that came from the system after killing the snakes. He raised his right hand and all of the odd crystals that were on the ground went onto Lin Xiu's palm. With the control of his mind, he kept all of it in his expansion space. Hoo-hoo! When all of the snakes around them had completely disappeared, the sage warriors were trying to catch their breath. These snakes were terrifying. Not only were they tiny, they were moving very quickly as well, and they could chew on their sphere, turning it into ice, just like how the sage warrior turned into an ice sculpture. Save me! Save me! There were 2 warriors who turned into ice sculptures. There was one more where only both his legs had turned into ice and he was crying for help. Elder Gong walked closer to him and took a good look at his legs. Both of his legs have completely turned into ice instead of just being frozen by ice. Your legs are completely useless now. Elder Gong sighed as he told the young man, "Save me." The sage warrior looked afraid as he begged for help. Elder Gong then lifted up his long sword. He aimed it at the man's legs and chopped them off. Crash! With one clean slice, his legs that have turned into ice were completely smashed into tiny pieces. Ah! The sage warrior seemed to be in a lot of pain as he cried. When they took a closer look, he had lost both his legs and there was blood continuously spilling out from his legs. Elder Gong took out a bottle filled with blue fluid from his bag and then poured it over his legs. Due to the intense pain, the sage warrior started wailing once again. But the bleeding quickly stopped. This is the most that I can do to help. Take some rest. Get an artificial leg installed once you return home. Elder Gong looked at the young man before telling him what to do. Thank you. The sage warrior was trembling and his lips turned pale. He lost both his legs, but he could still have artificial ones when he goes back. In this world where there are high technologies everywhere, it was something that could be easily done. But artificial legs definitely wouldn't be as good as his own. This meant that this sage warrior's career as a warrior would be over now. But it was still good news that he was alive. Let's continue then. Elder Gong looked at the rest of them and spoke to them. Elder Gong, we're still moving forward. After experiencing what had happened, they were all afraid. Hearing how Elder Gong wanted to continue, all of them were shocked. Lin Ziyu was the only one that did not hesitate and continued walking. The rest of the warriors, including Bai Shan, frowned. What's wrong? When Elder Gong saw that Lin Ziyu was the first one to continue, he wasn't surprised at all. Then, he turned to the rest of them before telling them, the frost dragon should be inside. When they heard what Elder Gong said, they couldn't believe their ears. If my guess is correct, it should be inside, Elder Gong told the rest of the group. From how the temperature dropped significantly once they entered the cave, and also the attacks from the ice crystal snakes, there was a 90% chance that the frost dragon was in his cave. The frost dragon would be hibernating now, and the ice crystal snakes were protecting it. Let's go. The sage warriors might have hesitated, but they still nodded their heads. All of them wanted to kill the frost dragon so that they could get silence. Legends say that this was an extraordinary warrior skill. It was a tempting offer, and so even if there was a huge risk, they didn't mind it at all. Chapter 1082 Collapse. Chapter 1082 Collapse. Lin Ziyu, who was the first to walk forward, felt that the temperature around him became lower as he walked in. If it wasn't for his heart of frost, he really couldn't stand it at this time. Whoosh whoosh. As Lin Ziyu walked over, there was also a strange sound from the surrounding ice wall. Lin Ziyu, who has good eyesight, could easily see a large number of small ice crystal snakes charging towards these ice walls. Seeing this scene in his eyes, Lin Ziyu frowned. His thoughts moved, and the source strength covering his whole body instantly transformed into a dark blue flame. These flames, at this moment, surrounded his body. When those little ice crystal snakes rushed towards Lin Ziyu's body, they were directly melted by this terrifying hellfire. Lin Ziyu took all the small odd crystals on their bodies. Lin Ziyu has killed more than 100 ice crystal snakes in total. Although the odd crystals of these ice crystal snakes were very small, they were also at the level of the Beast Emperor. The energy contained in it was very powerful. Lin Ziyu collected them all and put them in the expansion space. When will I be able to continue to increase this space? At this time, Lin Ziyu clearly felt that this expansion space was not enough. There were too many things to store. This expansion space was originally not that big. At this time, as Lin Ziyu continued to walk out to the other side, a white icy aura continued to emerge from it. It's like walking into a freezer where the temperature is terribly low. Lin Ziyu subconsciously unfolded his sphere. This place is very strange. Although he has absolute confidence in his own strength, it is always better to be safe than sorry. Soon, as Lin Ziyu continued to walk in, he realized that there was a huge and wide space in front of him. What is this place? Looking at this huge space, Lin Ziyu's eyes could not help but widen. Looking around, there are many white skeletons on the surrounding ground. Some are human skeletons, and some are unknown beast skeletons. There are so many, scattered all over the ground, and some beasts and human corpses didn't rot. Instead, they seem to be frozen. On those corpses, there are quite a few ice crystal snakes slowly biting. Seeing Lin Ziyu walk in, they were about to fly towards Lin Ziyu, but at this moment, he seemed to sense the horror of those flames on Lin Ziyu's sphere. These little ice crystal snakes dispersed and disappeared. There is still some life. Lin Ziyu looked at this scene with a look of surprise on his face. Continuing to walk forward, he found that there were still many battle suits, weapons, and other messes scattered on the ground. These things look like the warriors who came here before were killed by some terrifying existence. Frost Dragon is right here. Thinking of this, Lin Ziyu took a deep breath and clenched the dark edge spear in his hand. Where is this place? At this moment, Elder Gong and others also walked in here. When some sage warriors saw this scene, they were shocked. The space here is very large, and the surrounding ice walls seem to be very flat. Skull. Some sage warriors looked at so many bones on the ground, and their eyes were full of surprise. These should all be sage warriors. Elder Gong walked in, looked around, and then said. He just glanced at it and knew that the bones on the ground were all created by the dead sage warriors. This frost dragon is right here, huh? The rest of the people said quietly at this time. They all clenched their weapons now, and the sphere also unfolded. Under such circumstances, if you are not careful, you will not even know how you died. Lin Zhu continued to walk forward. Except for the bones and corpses on the ground, nothing else appeared in this space. And those tiny ice crystal snakes disappeared. It should be right here. Lin Zhu clenched the dark edge spear in his hand and continued to glance over. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the surrounding atmosphere was a little weird. Moreover, according to Lin Zhu's intuition, the so-called frost scorpion will definitely be here. If it doesn't come out, it'll make it. One of the sage warriors searched around and couldn't find it. He snorted coldly and waved the weapon he was holding in the air. Boom! With a volley of the weapon he was holding, his terrifying power was released, and the surrounding ground was bombarded with a large number of cracks. The entire space began to shake wildly. Stop that. This space will collapse. A sage warrior looked at him at this moment and said sharply, if we don't make a move, this frost dragon will continue hiding and wouldn't come out. The sage warrior, who just waved his weapon, said in a cold voice. The other sage warriors didn't say anything at this time. Their eyes all looked around. Following the attack by the sage warrior just now, a large number of cracks could be clearly seen on the surrounding ground. It seemed like it was about to collapse. Not coming out yet. That sage warrior frowned when the frost dragon didn't appear even after he made a move. At this time, the source strength of his body was mobilized again. All of them gathered towards the weapons in their hands. Stop. When Elder Gong saw his action, he frowned and said, if we don't destroy this place, this frost dragon will hide and not appear. He snorted coldly and continued to speak. While he was talking, he continued to hold the sword in his hand and swung it in the air. Boom boom boom. This time, the cracks on the ground were even bigger. There was a loud noise, and the whole ground sank down. When Lin Zhu saw this scene, the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. As soon as his thoughts were triggered, his entire body was suspended in the sky, preventing his body from falling. The same goes for the rest of the sage warriors. As the top of the ground collapsed, the surrounding bones also all fell. The ice above his head also fell, hitting the sphere that Lin Zhu unfolded, and instantly melted away. What is this? At this time, the surrounding sage warriors were suspended in the air. At this time, when they took a closer look at the ground, they found that as the ice on the ground just collapsed, a larger space appeared below. On the ground below, there were a large number of ice crystal snakes constantly moving. The number of those ice crystal snakes was too large, and it made one's hair stand on its end. Chapter 1083 The Frost Dragon Appears. Chapter 1083 The Frost Dragon Appears. It turns out that there is another space below. When Elder Gong saw the scene at this time, the expression in his eyes changed slightly. At this moment, they were all suspended in the air. Looking at the scene below, those ice crystal snakes were surging like a tide, and some leaped into the air. They seemed to want to bite into the bodies of those sage warriors in the air. Damn! When some sage warriors saw this scene, the expressions in their eyes changed greatly. They quickly moved to the top, preventing those ice crystal snakes from hitting their bodies. Snort! Lin Zhu looked at the scene below, and suddenly snorted coldly. At this moment, the dark edge spear he held in his hand waved wildly. Boom boom boom, with a loud noise. In the next moment, a large number of dark blue flames burst out from the dark edge spear. The dark blue flames formed streaks of flaming birds, charging towards the ice crystal snakes below. At this moment, the whole place below was filled with flaming birds. When the surrounding warriors saw the scene, the expressions in their eyes could not help but change slightly. What a terrifying flame! The flames released by Lin Zhu made them feel an obvious burning sensation. Even the warriors who also practiced these fire attribute source marks were surprised at this time. From the beginning until now, Lin Zhu's performance has been really eye-catching. as the flames hit the bodies of the countless ice crystal snakes below. The bodies of those ice crystal snakes were all melted into puddles of white water. In Lin Ziya's mind, there was also system prompts that he had gained experience. The number of these ice crystal snakes was too large, and Lin Ziyu has gained a lot of experience. Taking a closer look at this time, the total experience bar has risen to 29. Seeing this system interface, Lin Ziyu became more and more excited. He frantically waved the dark edge spear and released those flaming birds to charge down. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a loud noise from all over the ground. The ice crystal snakes surging like a tide below were all killed by Lin Ziyu. And at this moment, the entire space seemed to start to vibrate. What's happening? Some sage warriors felt the vibration, and their eyes were full of surprise. This vibration was different from the one just now. It was more intense. Look below. With a sound, a sage warrior seemed to see something, and suddenly exclaimed. Lin Ziyu also looked down at this time. Taking a closer look, you can clearly see a huge head breaking out of the ice and snow below. This head has very short horns, and it looks a bit similar to the dragon in Chinese legend, but its body has no scales. Its purple eyes, which were dull at the beginning, turned into a purple light and flickered. It seems that it has been sleeping all the time, and now it seems to be waking up. Frost Dragon. This is the Frost Dragon. Seeing this scene, the surrounding sage warriors said with great excitement. No one would have imagined that this Frost Dragon would be hidden in the bottommost ice. It seems to have merged with the ice, and has been in a deep sleep, because Lin Ziya's attack killed all the little ice crystal snakes. The Frost Dragon woke up. Roar! At this time, the Frost Dragon, who had just exposed his head, seemed to be furious, and let out a huge roar. As the roar rang out, in the next moment, the entire space shook violently. At this time, the surrounding sage warriors felt an extremely strong impact. It seems that his eardrums are about to be shattered by this terrifying roar. And at this time, the ice cave began to collapse. Lin Ziyu felt this situation, and at this moment, he rushed out from above. Not only Lin Ziyu, but also the other sage warriors went out at this time. Boom boom boom. As everyone broke through the ice and rushed out. This ice peak had completely collapsed at this time. The bodies of those sage warriors were suspended in the air. Looking at the gradually collapsing ice peak, their eyes were full of surprise. They didn't expect that this Frost Dragon would be hidden here. And as the icy peak collapsed, the Frost Dragon rushed out. Lin Ziyu watched this scene, and the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. The body of this Frost Dragon was really huge. The whole body was like white ice and snow. Its body was flying wildly in the air, and it made a huge roar from time to time. It seemed that it was agitated because someone woke it up. Attack! Elder Gong looked at the appearance of the Frost Dragon, clenched the long sword in his right hand, and then roared angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, the rest of the sage warriors also directly used various skills to charge towards the Frost Dragon. Boom boom boom. With the release of various skills, many loud explosions resounded. Roar! But the body strength of this Frost Dragon seems to be extremely terrifying. Although the skills released by the sage warriors hit its body, they did not cause any damage to it. Moreover, the attacks of these sage warriors seemed to make the Frost Dragon furious. Its mouth opened wide, and a large amount of frost energy gathered towards its mouth, forming a very terrifying energy body. Boom! At the next moment, as it burst out, those terrifying white energy bodies charged towards numerous sage warriors. When these sage warriors saw the scene, the pupils in their eyes shrank slightly. At this time, the sphere unfolded at the same time. One of the sage warriors directly shot away the white energy. Although he unfolded the sphere, at this moment, his sphere directly solidified into frost because of the white energy. Snapped. In the next moment, it will explode directly. When Lin Ziyu saw this scene, the expression in his eyes changed slightly. Not even the sphere can resist. You must know that the sphere is the most powerful means of defense for a warrior. If even sphere can't resist, then this power is too terrifying. What? At this moment, the sage warrior, whose sphere was frozen into ice, had no time to react, and the claws of the charging frost dragon grabbed his body directly. An ear-piercing scream was also heard at this time. This sage warrior's body was actually caught and exploded by this frost dragon. A large amount of blood sputtered out at this time. Seeing this scene, the expressions in the eyes of the people who were flying around in the air changed greatly. They had no idea that this frost dragon was so terrifying. Chapter 1084 The Terrifying Frost Dragon. Chapter 1084 The Terrifying Frost Dragon. The numerous sage warriors around were extremely nervous at this time. The scene just now had really frightened them. A sage warrior was killed just like that. The strength of this frost flood dragon is too terrifying. Not only those sage warriors, but even Lin Ziyu was shocked. This sage warrior actually died just like that. Moreover, under the inspection of the analytic eye, Lin Ziyu also clearly saw that the power of this beast Saint-Level evolved beast, Frost Dragon, was far more terrifying than the strength of the beast Saint-Level evolved beasts he encountered the previous time. Its various attribute points were actually much higher than his own. No wonder Elder Yu did not hesitate to take out Silence, a legendary holo-level skill card, and offered a reward to so many warriors to kill this thing. At this time, the body of the frost dragon continued to fly wildly in the air, and then charged towards those sage warriors. Elder Gong, who was the first to bear the brunt, had a change in expression. With the triggering of his thoughts, his body's skill was activated and his figure instantly disappeared in place, then appeared on the other side. Go! And at this moment, with a wave of the long sword in his hand, a terrifying sword aura burst out, directly charged towards the frost dragon. Boom! The surrounding space seemed to be torn apart at this moment. This sword aura directly impacted that frost dragon's body. There was a loud noise. The frost dragon's huge body was directly sent to the back by the shock of this terrifying sword aura. What a powerful force! The sage warriors around looked at this scene and couldn't help but exclaimed in their hearts. The reason why they respect Elder Gong was not only because of his seniority, but also because of his strong power. Roar! Originally thought that this blow would cause great damage to the frost dragon, but what they didn't expect was that in the next moment, the frost dragon flew over again, and there was a ferocious roar. With the roar of the frost dragon, all the ice on the ground flew directly into the air. What is this? When the surrounding sage warriors saw this scene, the expressions in their eyes changed slightly. There was dazzling light in the frost dragon's eyes. With the surrounding ice blocks suspended in the air, they suddenly turned into huge ice picks. Go! These ice picks, in the next moment, all charged towards the surrounding sage warrior. Whoosh whoosh! Thousands of ice picks charged towards the sage warriors who were suspended in the air. When Lin Ziyu saw this scene, the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. In the next moment, directly use the flashing soul's body skill. At this moment, the figure kept dodging the ice picks. Because of the body skill Lin Ziyu used, those huge ice picks could not impact Lin Ziyu's body. Although the rest of the sage warriors unfolded the sphere, they were hit by those ice picks and their bodies flew out. There were some cracks on the sphere of some sage warriors. The impact of this ice pick is too powerful. Even using the sphere to block, it was very difficult. And at this time, the frost dragon came flying from the other side again. Lin Ziyu saw the scene in his eyes, and the dark-edged spear in his hand waved directly into the air. With the triggering of Lin Ziyu's thoughts, the soar strength of his body bloomed. At this moment, the entire sky suddenly turned red. Soon, the sky became like a sea of fire. Fire refining starlit sky. What is this? The surrounding sage warriors looked at the whole sky, full of flames, with a look of surprise in their eyes. And with the appearance of this flame, the surrounding temperature has obviously increased a lot. And in the next moment, in the sea of fire high in the sky, a large number of flame balls condensed and crashed down from the sky. Those huge flame balls, like huge meteorites falling from the sky, charged towards the frost dragon. Roar! The incomparably huge frost flood dragon clearly felt the flames and made a huge roar at this moment. A large number of ice blocks floated into the air, then gathered in front of the frost dragon. A huge shield was formed. which directly blocked the huge meteorite balls. Seeing this scene, the pupils in Lin Zia's eyes shrank a little. This frost dragon is too smart. Moreover, he could actually use this kind of power to block his skill. Chapter 1085 Going to be killed. Chapter 1085 Going to be killed. Because of this frost dragon's physical strength, it had a very strong defense against the other sage warrior's skills. Ordinary skills couldn't even break its defense. Its defense wasn't so strong against fire-type skills. Its weakness was only fire. But at this time, with the frantic struggle of the frost dragon, the dark blue flames that burned its body began to slowly disappear. Seeing this scene, Lin Zia's eyes changed slightly. How is this possible? When Lin Ziu saw this scene, the expression in his eyes changed slightly, as its body swayed wildly. Even those flames could be shaken away, and now the frost dragon seemed even more furious. In the next moment, its pair of pupils exuding purple power looked towards Lin Ziu. It seemed to know that it was Lin Ziu who used those flames to attack him just now. At this time, it opened its mouth wide and was about to bite Lin Ziu over there. Humph! Looking at this scene, Lin Ziu snorted coldly, and the dark-edged spear in his hand continued to wave. The flaming birds continued to charge at this time, but this time, the frost dragon clearly knew that those flaming birds could cause damage to it, and its body danced in the air. It actually dodged the flame birds that flew over. In an instant, it rushed in front of Lin Ziu. It opened its mouth wide and was about to bite down on Lin Zia's body. Looking at this scene, the pupils in Lin Zia's eyes shrank slightly and the sphere opened directly. The frost dragon's mouth bit on the sphere that Lin Ziu was unfolding. Boom! With a dull sound, not only did the frost dragon not bite the sphere that Lin Ziu unfolded, but because of the terrifying temperature of the dark, blue flames on the outer layer of the sphere, the frost dragon seemed to be in pain as it spat out Lin Zia's body. While spitting out Lin Zia's body, a large amount of white energy was gathered in frost dragon's mouth. It seems to want to spit out this white energy and charge at Lin Zia's body. Lin Ziu saw this scene at this time, without the slightest fear. He directly held the dark-edged spear and blasted it at its head. Boom! The spear attacked its head and a loud sound erupted. At this moment, the white energy gathered in the mouth of the frost dragon spat out, and Lin Zia's body instantly disappeared in place. The ejected energy directly slammed on an ice peak opposite. The huge ice peak collapsed in an instant. Whoosh whoosh! The rest of the sage warriors also rushed over at this time, and they all used their domain forces at the same time. Soon, various colors of light covered the surrounding ground. These sage warriors were still frantically attacking the frost dragon. No matter how powerful the frost dragon's physical strength was, in the face of the attacks of so many sage warriors' skills, its body had gradually started to have scars, and Lin Zia's figure appeared on the other side in the next moment. The power of this frost dragon was really powerful, and at this time, looking closely, this frost dragon flaked his tail and threw the body of one of the sage warriors. Continue. Elder Gong also roared loudly. To kill such a powerful beast, Saintlevel evolved beast, you need to keep pressing on and attacking, and you can't relax in the slightest. While he was yelling, the long sword in his hand flew out, then formed countless long swords, all of which charged towards the frost dragon. Whoosh whoosh! The skill of this move seems to be the most powerful skill of Elder Gong. The thousands of long swords that were transformed into the air suddenly let out loud whooshes in the air. In the next moment, everything hit Frost Dragon's body. The tips of those long swords pierced into the skin of this Frost Dragon, but they merely pierced the surface of its skin. But even so, it was very powerful. After all, none of the other sage warriors could break through the Frost Dragon's powerful body. Good. When those sage warriors saw the scene, they also said excitedly. But at the next moment, the body of the Frost Dragon swayed wildly. Those thousands of long swords that were inserted into its body were all shaken away. Roar! It let out a huge roar, opened its mouth wide and quickly rushed out to bite one of the sage warriors. Although the sage warrior unfolded sphere, at this time, he was also bitten off directly. No! The sage warrior let out a roar. In the next moment, the entire body was directly chewed to pieces by that frost dragon's teeth. Seeing this scene in his eyes, the surrounding sage warrior could not help but shudder. They were starting to get a little scared now. The strength of this frost dragon was really terrifying. They used so many skills. The source mark power, and they did not cause any damage to the frost dragon. On the contrary, there were only a dozen sage warriors left. Damn! When Elder Gong saw this scene, his expression couldn't help changing. He didn't expect that this frost dragon would be so powerful. He had just used the most powerful skill, but it was only enough to break its skin. It's not that easy to really kill it. Continue. Whoever wants to escape will be killed by this frost dragon. Elder Gong continued to speak loudly. Those warriors who had originally wanted to retreat all trembled when they heard the words of the old man. If they wanted to leave now, they were more likely to be killed by this frost dragon. All they could do was work together to kill this frost dragon. Kill! These sage warriors also roared angrily at this time, then mobilized the source strength of their bodies to attack. And Lin Xiu, who was in the sky, continued to wave the dark edge spear in his hand at this time, creating flaming birds to charge toward the body of the frost dragon. Although the frost dragon clearly intentionally dodged the incoming flaming birds, but facing the attacks of other sage warriors, he couldn't completely dodge the flaming birds released by Lin Xiu. Some flames hit it and continued to scorch its body. Because the thousands of long swords that Elder Gong just released hit its body, causing it to have many open wounds on its body. Although these wounds were minor, the flames seemed to seep into the skin from its wounds, causing great pain to the frost dragon. Very good, go on. When Elder Gong saw the scene, he immediately nodded approvingly at Lin Xiu, who was in the sky, and continued to shout loudly. Lin Xiu was only releasing his skill from a distance and didn't attack in close range. The same was true for the rest of the sage warriors. The frost dragon was quickly covered by a large amount of hellfire at this time, and its body was shaky. Going to be killed. Chapter 1086 Feigning Death. Chapter 1086 Feigning Death. Seeing the scene, Lin Xiu's whole body's source strength quickly gathered. This frost dragon will be killed by him. Only in this way could he gain that experience. The long spear in his hand, at this moment, suddenly transformed into a large amount of black matter due to the gathering of source strength. And at this moment, Lin Xiu charged directly toward the frost dragon. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. The moment the spear pierced the already swaying frost dragon, the black energy instantly transformed into a huge black dragon. Following Lin Xiu's attack, he charged toward the frost dragon. Boom! As the transformed black dragon slammed into frost dragon's body, a loud noise suddenly erupted. The black dragon bit down on frost dragon's body, causing frost dragon to smash directly to the ice ground below. Its huge body hit the ground heavily with Lin Xiu's skill. The entire ground seemed to vibrate at this moment. Its huge body fell to the ground. Motionless at this time, it was as if it had already died. There were also many wounds on its body and some purple blood flowed out. Dead. The surrounding sage warriors saw this scene and their expressions changed slightly at the same time. They looked at each other and at the next moment, they rushed towards the frost dragon lying on the ground below at the same time. The odd crystal of the frost dragon and the horn of the frost dragon. Both of these items need to be taken. Only after they were taken can they go back and exchange for that hollow level skill card. Get lost. Some of the sage warriors who rushed to the bottom the fastest directly released their retained power and attacked the surrounding sage warriors. When they dealt with this frost dragon just now, they all held back. Because they all know that the frost dragon has only one odd crystal and horn. Whoever can grab it will be able to obtain a hollow level skill card. At this moment, these sage warriors instantly fought. Lin Xiu, who was in the air, looked at the frost dragon that he hit and revealed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He knew that these sage warriors must have reserved their energy in order to fight for the frost dragon's odd crystal at the end. And now, this frost dragon was not dead yet. Roar! Just when they were fighting to compete for the frost dragon odd crystal, the frost dragon that appeared dead at first let out a huge roar. Its huge tail swept out directly and it directly knocked several sage warriors out. Bang bang bang. The bodies of those sage warriors that flew out slammed into the ice ground behind them. The incomparably terrifying impact directly caused them to spit out a lot of blood. It felt as if the internal organs were about to be shattered. And at this time, the suddenly alive frost dragon opened its mouth wide and exhaled a lot of frost energy. Several of the closest sage warriors were caught off guard and were directly hit by the frost energy. Their bodies instantly turned into ice sculptures. When the sage warriors saw the scene, they were all terrified. They thought Frost Dragon was dead, so they wanted to take the Frost Dragon's odd crystal. Who could have imagined that this Frost Dragon was actually feigning death? Leave. Just now, Elder Gong had already suspected that the Frost Dragon would not have died so easily. Seeing this scene at this time, his face changed greatly. Now it seems that their attack on the Frost Dragon only injured the Frost Dragon, but it did not cause too much damage to it. And there were only about 10 sage warriors alive now. If they continued fighting, it is very possible that everyone will die here. After weighing it a little, Elder Gong decided to give up the mission this time. Although this Hala level skill card is the dream of many warriors, the most important thing is that you have to go back alive. The moment Elder Gong's words fell, he flew away. The rest of the sage warriors were starting to evacuate quickly. Frost Dragon ignored these sage warriors at this time. It waved its claws and smacked the sage warriors who were frozen into ice sculptures. Pa pa pa. With a crisp sound, these turned into ice sculptures and all shattered. And the bodies of these sage warriors also shattered into many pieces along with the ice sculptures. Several powerful sage warriors just died. Very good. They are all gone. Looking at Lin Xiu, who was suspended in the air after the sage warriors had left, a smile appeared instead. Those sage warriors just now have already caused this frost dragon to suffer a lot of damage. Now, the power of the frost dragon is obviously not as strong as before. Next, it's up to him to get rid of it, capture its odd crystal. Thinking of this, the strength of Lin Xia's whole body burst out. With the explosion of Lin Xia's power, Lin Xia's body also seemed to be wrapped in flames. Heavenly Array, Fury. And at this time, Lin Xiu didn't hesitate at all and directly activated these two system skills that could strengthen his body. As soon as the system skills were activated, Lin Xia's entire body felt an extremely strong force coming together. The whole body was instantly filled with power. The frost dragon on the ground seemed to see Lin Xiu in the air. There was even more light in a pair of purple eyes. It opened his mouth wide and exhaled frosty air. It seemed that he wants to freeze Lin Xia's body into an ice sculpture. Humph. When Lin Xiu saw this scene, he sneered suddenly. He didn't dodge the incoming frost energy at all. He held the weapon in his hand and rushed straight down. Because of the flames on Lin Xia's body, the frost energy was immediately melted away by the power of the flames as soon as they hit Lin Xia's body. And because he has the heart of frost, Lin Xiu is not afraid of the energy of this ice attribute. Go to hell. At this time, Lin Xiu rushed through the frost energy in an instant and his body instantly reached the front of the frost dragon. Holding the dark edge spear in his hand, he attacked its head. At this time, because of the blessing of the system skills, Lin Xiu burst out extremely fast. Holding the dark edge spear in his hand, he stabbed one of the frost dragon's eyes, emitting a faint purple light. Boom! With a crisp sound, its purple eyes were directly stabbed by Lin Xia's sharp dark edge spear. A large amount of purple liquid flowed out from its pierced eye. Roar! Because of the severe pain, the frost dragon let out a huge roar. The two claws frantically grabbed Lin Xia's body, as if they wanted to crush Lin Xia's body directly. Swoosh! Lin Xiu directly activated the flashing soul's body skill, and his body instantly disappeared in place, appearing behind the frost dragon. Go! The dark edge spear in his hand, at this moment, continues to swing in the air. Chapter 1087. It's over. Chapter 1087. It's over. Bang bang bang. Holding the dark edge spear in his hand, he frantically attacked the body of the frost dragon. Before the frost dragon could react at all, Lin Xiu appeared behind it. At this time, under the frantic attack of Lin Xia's spear, it also let out a roar. Because Lin Zia's dark edge spear carries hellfire, it could easily break its epidermis and cause damage to it. At this moment, it turned around suddenly, and the huge tail was about to slam toward Lin Zia's body. Swoosh! But when Lin Ziu used his body skill, he quickly dodged it again. Roar! Frost Dragon missed and suddenly roared wildly. Because one of its eyes was blown out by Lin Ziu, it has become extremely crazy now. A large amount of white energy spit out from his mouth and sprayed around. Lin Ziu, who was in the air, saw the scene in his eyes. The pupils in his eyes shrank slightly and he continued to dodge and stay away from the frost. In this situation, there was no way to get close. Moreover, the frost dragon seemed to be even crazier, because he had just stabbed its eyes. Now, there was a lot of frost and cold air coming out of its body. The temperature of the surrounding air also became lower and lower, frozen to the bone. Lin Ziu frowned at this moment. Then with a thought, his source strength was mobilized. In an instant, 3 gigantic lotus fires were released, then charged toward Frost Dragon. Roar! The Frost Dragon let out a roar and exhaled a large amount of icy cold air from its mouth. However, those 3 lotus fires were not affected by the cold energy at all, and they directly impacted the head of the Frost Dragon. And at this moment, the 3 lotus fires converged together, producing very strong energy. Boom! In the next moment, there was a huge explosion. Frost Dragon's head was instantly burned by these 3 kinds of flames. The skin on its head turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! Frost Dragon also felt extreme pain and let out a loud roar. Die! Lin Ziu watched this scene, gritted his teeth, and the whole body's source strength burst out at this moment. A large amount of source strength was gathered on the dark edge spear. The entire spear burst out with a lot of flames. He was going to stab this frost dragon in the head, to directly penetrate its head and give it a fatal blow. At this time, the frost dragon was still shaking its body frantically, as if it wanted to shake away the burning flames. But no matter how hard it shook, these flames were still burning on its head, and Lin Zia's spear had already stabbed out. Roar! Frost Dragon clearly felt that Lin Ziu was rushing toward him. At this time, regardless of the flames burning on his head, it let out a roar, opened its mouth wide and bit directly at Lin Ziu, who was charging over. When Lin Ziu saw this scene, the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. But now there was no way to dodge it, so he was bitten by the frost dragon directly. HMPH. Although this kid's flames are powerful, he still died here, not far away. Bai Shan and the others were hiding by the ice peak, watching the scene from afar. Although they seemed to have left just now, they were actually hiding from the other side to observe the scene here. Unexpectedly, Lin Ziu hadn't left yet and he was still attacking this frost dragon here. And what surprised Bai Shan even more was that Lin Ziu seemed to have preserved his strength before, including the killing of the 2 sage warriors. It seems that he had not used his full strength, but it didn't matter now. He has already been swallowed by the frost dragon and he will definitely die. Wait a minute. It's our turn to kill this frost dragon. At this moment, Bai Shan also stood up with a smile on the corner of his mouth. As the saying goes, when the snipe and the clam grapple, it is the fisherman who profits. At the same time, although Lin Ziu was swallowed by the frost dragon, he entered its stomach, but he was not corroded by its gastric juice. The frost dragon's stomach was very strange. Along with the highly corrosive gastric juice, there was also cold air. Even if the sphere is unfolded, you could feel the freezing cold. If it was an ordinary sage warrior level warrior, after being swallowed, it would be directly frozen by this icy aura, unable to move at all, and it will be melted by its extremely corrosive gastric juice. But Lin Ziu was no ordinary sage warrior. With the heart of frost, these icy auras would not have much impact on Lin Ziu at all. Lin Ziu's whole body's source strength was mobilized and the flames in his body erupted directly. A lot of flames burned wildly in his stomach. Roar! Frost Dragon finally managed to make the flames burning on his head disappear, but the severe pain in his stomach made Frost Dragon frantically roll and struggle. This is you courting your own death, Lin Ziu muttered to himself in its stomach. As the dark edge spear frantically attacked its stomach, a lot of flames continued to burst out. Seeing that its stomach was already full of hellfire and when it was about to be directly burned by the flames, Lin Xiu held the dark edge spear in both hands and the sore strength of his whole body was mobilized again. Heaven-breaking strike. When he was outside just now, Lin Xiu didn't dare to use this skill, because the power of this skill was powerful. But if it didn't kill with one hit, it will consume a lot of energy and the loss will outweigh the gain. But now is the best time to use this skill. Break. With the use of Lin Xiu's skill. At this moment, the body of the Frost Dragon has suddenly torn apart. And because the body of Frost Dragon was torn apart, Lin Xiu rushed out immediately. Roar. At this moment, the Frost Dragon let out a roar and terrifying white energy spewed out from its mouth. Just as Bai Shan and the others were about to go over, they saw the terrifying flame spewed out by the Frost Dragon and the expressions in their eyes changed greatly. Don't go there. Bai Shan stopped and there was still lingering fear in his heart. It was putting up its last fight. But, why isn't this kid dead? Lin Xiu had already rushed out of its body. Just now, the heaven-breaking strike had broken a hole in its body from the inside out. A large amount of purple blood flowed out from its wound. While the Frost Dragon was rolling frantically, it spat out terrifying white energy. But Lin Xiu's reaction speed was extremely fast, and there was no way he could be attacked by the white energies at this time. It's over. Chapter 1088 Self-Destruction. Chapter 1088 Self-Destruction. When Lin Xiu saw this scene, he said lightly, "This Frost Dragon was struggling to its death." At this moment, the Frost Dragon seemed to stop emitting those white energy. The whole body suddenly swelled up. What is happening? Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu's expression changed slightly. Wait, not good. Lin Xiu seemed to have thought of something and his face changed drastically. And at this very moment, the body of this Frost Dragon has swelled to the extreme. Boom! Unexpectedly, it actually exploded. The explosion was really terrifying and the entire 10-mile radius around it was affected. At this time, some of the surrounding ice peaks all collapsed. At this time, Bai Zhan and the others unfolded their sphere, then flew into the air. But even so, the terrifying impact still sent them flying to the back. I didn't expect that. This damn Frost Dragon would explode. Bai Zhan said subconsciously at this time. A smear of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The huge impact from the explosion of the Frost Dragon just now caused him to be severely injured at such a distance. But that kid is surely dead. Under such a close-range impact, Lin Xiu would definitely be bombed to the point of not even having anything left behind. Next, when the aftermath completely dissipated, it was their turn to search for the Frost Dragon's odd crystal. Phew! At the same time, Lin Xiu, who was in the midst of the explosion, took a deep breath. Taking a closer look at this time, Lin Xiu had a lot of scars on his body, and there was also a smear of blood on the lips. At that moment, Lin Xiu directly activated Golden Body Immortality to resist the shock at the moment of the explosion. But the rest of the aftermath still caused Lin Xiu a lot of damage. Looking closely at this time, huge pits appeared directly on the surrounding ground and they seemed bottomless. Down there, they were ice blocks, without the slightest soil. At this moment, Lin Xiu hesitated for a while, then flew down directly. Soon, after Lin Xiu flew to the bottom, he found an odd crystal emitting a strong purple light. At this moment, the purple light emitted by the odd crystal was too strong. When Lin Xiu saw this scene, his eyes narrowed slightly. What a strong energy fluctuation. The energy contained in this odd crystal was far more powerful than the odd crystal obtained before. And beside this odd crystal, there was a white object. Lin Xiu raised his brows, took a closer look and found that this was the horn of the Frost Dragon. Although the Frost Dragon's self-destruction caused its own body to be blown to pieces, the hardness of this horn and this odd crystal was very high and they were not damaged at all. As long as you get these two things, you should be able to get the silent skill card. Boom! Just when Lin Xiu stretched out his hand and wanted to put the odd crystal and the horn of the Frost Dragon in his pocket, a sword aura charged down from above. Lin Xiu clearly felt the terrifying sword aura, and the sphere of his body immediately unfolded. That sword aura was completely blocked by Lin Xiu's sphere. At this time, Lin Xiu didn't care why the sword aura came down, and he directly reached out to pick up the odd crystal and the horn of the frost dragon on the ground. Hand them over. And at this moment, several warriors flew down directly above. Taking a closer look, it was Bai Zhan who was leading. Boy, I didn't expect that you were not dead yet. At this moment, Bai Zhan stared at Lin Xiu and said coldly. He thought that he could come here to get this odd crystal, but he found out that Lin Xiu was already here. Moreover, this odd crystal and the horn of the frost dragon were all in Lin Xiu's hands. How is this possible? The terrifying explosion just now should have killed him directly. But this kid is actually still here and doesn't seem to have suffered any major damage. Why? Do you want the odd crystal? Lin Xiu held the odd crystal in his hand, looked at them and said lightly. At this time, these warriors had already begun to surround Lin Xiu. There was a fierce light in their eyes. If you don't want to die, hand it over. Bai Zhan said lightly. At this time, he was still a little apprehensive about Lin Xiu's strength, especially when he was able to survive this kind of explosion just now. His strength is unfathomable. What if I say no? The corners of Lin Xiu's mouth twitched and he said lightly. He looked at Bai Zhan and the others. In the eyes of Lin Xiu now, these people are all experience points. Although the frost dragon died by self-destruction just now, Lin Xiu still gained experience. On the experience panel, Lin Xiu's experience progress bar has reached about 90. As long as he killed a few more sage warrior level warriors, he should be able to level up again. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu looked at them, with uncontrollable killing intent in his eyes. Courting death. Bai Zhan also clearly felt the killing intent in Lin Xiu's eyes. At this moment, he roared angrily and the long sword in his hand directly attacked Lin Xiu. The same was true for the surrounding sage warriors. Humph. Seeing the scene, Lin Xiu snorted coldly. With a thought, the odd crystal in his hand and the horn of the frost dragon instantly disappeared from Lin Xiu's hand. And at this moment, Lin Xiu continued to activate the reset, then activated the fury skill, because the time for the fury he just used was almost up. If he did not continue to use it, he would enter a state of sequelae. At this time, Lin Xiu's strength was still at its peak. Destiny Spear art was used and he frantically attacked Bai Zhan. Seeing this scene, Bai Zhan's expression changed slightly. He also held the weapon in his hand and fought against Lin Xiu's spear. The Destiny Spear art used by Lin Xiu was really too powerful. Bai Zhan can only use his own weapons to resist at this time and he has no power to fight back at all. At this time, the rest of the sage warriors attacked directly from all around. Get lost. When Lin Xiu saw this scene out of the corner of his eyes, he immediately shouted. At this moment, an extremely powerful force burst out from Lin Xiu's body. At this moment, all the warriors who were besieged by this terrifying force were directly sent flying out. Fury didn't last long. At this time, he should deal with them quickly. Chapter 1089 Melee. Chapter 1089 Melee. Crackling. On Bai Zhan's forehead, there is a powerful source mark power displayed. With the power of the source mark displayed, a large amount of current appeared on Bai Zhan's body. The electric light flickered and suddenly there was a loud noise. At this moment, those incomparably thick electric currents all rushed towards Lin Xiu's body. But Lin Xiu still didn't dodge, letting the lightning strike his body. Die! Bai Zhan watched as the lightning he released hit Lin Xiu's body, and immediately roared loudly in his heart. But as those lightning strikes passed, Lin Xiu still did not suffer any damage. Those lightning bolts seemed to be tickling Lin Xiu. It didn't affect Lin Xiu at all. And at this moment, Lin Xiu continued to frantically wave the dark edge spear in his hand. Dang dang! Bai Zhan waved the long sword in his hand and his body kept retreating. What the hell is going on? His source mark power has no effect at all. If he is attacked by Lin Xiu like this, he will be finished. At this time, when he continued to block Lin Xiu's blow, his figure flashed and he disappeared directly in place. The long spear that Lin Xiu stabbed out immediately stabbed the air. Damn. The figure of Bai Zhan soon appeared in the sky. He looked at Lin Xiu below, looking a little out of breath. There was also a look of fear in his eyes. If he hadn't used a special item and could teleport away just now, he really couldn't resist Lin Xiu's attack. But this teleportation can only be used once. Kill him for me. At this time, Bai Zhan also looked around, then roared loudly. The sage warriors who were knocked out just now continued to hold the weapons in their hands and continued to besiege Lin Xiu. But at this time, they all unfolded the sphere of their bodies to avoid being hit by Lin Xiu's power. Lin Xiu's thoughts triggered and he directly released Purification Domain and Heavenly Array. A dazzling light came and instantly a large amount of white light appeared on the ground. These sage warriors all wanted to use their domain forces, but in the next moment, they discovered their domain forces had no reaction at all. What exactly is going on? Just when they were extremely shocked, Lin Xiu continued to wave the dark edge spear in his hand. Boom boom boom. As the dark edge spear swung, a large number of flaming birds burst out. They charged towards the surrounding warriors. There were too many flaming birds. In this short period of time, the entire space was flooded with these flaming birds. The surrounding ice blocks would be melted quickly. Although those sage warriors unfolded the sphere, their faces changed greatly because of the scorching temperature of the flaming birds. Go to hell. Bai Zhan, who was suspended in the air above. At this time, as the source strength of his body was released, all of it gathered towards his long sword. The long sword slashed into the air and immediately terrifying thunder and lightning sword aura continued to charge towards Lin Xiu. Boom boom boom. At this moment in the air, there seemed to be a loud noise. Lin Xiu snorted coldly when he saw this scene. The electric energy ball on the neck emits a dazzling light. With a move of his left hand, the lightning sword aura that came from the impact stagnated in the air. It looks extremely weird. Go. Lin Xiu snorted coldly, and with a wave of his right hand, those thunder and lightning sword aura charged towards Bai Zhan in turn. The pupils in Bai Zhan's eyes changed slightly, and the sphere unfolded on his body was about to resist the attack. However, the thunder and lightning sword energy he released caused many cracks to appear on the sphere. PFFD. At this moment, Bai Zhan vomited out a mouthful of blood. Lin Xiu ignored Bai Zhan. At this time, he held the dark edge spear in his hand and attacked one of the sage warriors. There was not enough time left for fury. Now it was time to deal with this quickly. There were 4 sage warriors around and he had to kill them all within a minute or two. Swoosh! At this moment, Lin Xiu's figure flashed and he appeared directly in front of one of the sage warriors. After this sage warrior just broke free of the dark blue flame burning on his sphere, he saw Lin Xiu stab him with a dark edge spear. This sage warrior looked at the long spear that came over and the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank. Instinctively, he held his long sword to resist the blow. Dang! But with a crisp sound, his hand holding the long sword went numb and he let go of the sword. Lin Xiu's expression didn't change in the slightest. Holding the dark edge spear in his hand, he continued to attack. Boom! In the next moment, the spear penetrated his sphere, causing his sphere to shatter directly. PFFT. The impact after the sphere was shattered caused the sage warrior to spit out a mouthful of blood. He never imagined that Lin Xiu would have such a powerful power. But now Lin Xiu didn't give him the time to be shocked. He waved the dark edge spear in his hand and continued to attack the sage warrior. A dazzling cold glow bloomed from the dark edge spear. Whoosh whoosh. As the spear stabbed out, it instantly turned into thousands of spear shadows. This sage warrior had absolutely no way to resist the attacks now. His dark edge spear pierced through the body of this sage warrior. In a short moment, a large number of blood holes appeared in his body. Blood spurted out in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing the sage warrior level warrior and gaining experience 46,548.4/45. At this moment, Lin Xiu's mind also heard a system prompt. Go to hell. At this time, the other 3 sage warriors rushed over from behind. They directly released their skills and attacked Lin Xiu. Humph! Lin Xiu snorted coldly at this moment and his sphere blocked all the attacks. The spear in his hand was instantly transformed into black energy due to the gathering of active energy. These black energies will turn into a black dragon in the next moment, charging toward the 3 sage warriors who were attacking him. Roar! The black dragon that flew over roared ferociously. Although these 3 sage warriors had unfolded the sphere, they were hit by the black dragon and their bodies flew out. They hit the surrounding ice wall heavily. Although their sphere didn't break, the powerful impact still caused them to spit out a mouthful of blood. Go! At this time, the dark edge spear in Lin Xiu's hand continued to wave. Chapter 1090 Level 68. Chapter 1090 Level 68. Xiu, with the long spear that went across the sky. There was a bright arch that rushed toward the 3 other warriors. Boom! With the loud sound, all of the warriors' spheres exploded instantly. PFFD. As their sphere exploded, all 3 of them had blood coming out the corner of their mouths. Lin Xiu, on the other hand, held onto the long spear with both his hands and continued attacking the sage warriors in front of him. Torrential storm of rose flower. While the long spear was being thrusted forward, there were thousands of spears that appeared in front of their eyes. They looked horrified. With their spheres destroyed, they would not be able to continue using it. All these spears would then directly land on their bodies. Boom boom boom. With each soft groan, the sage warriors tried their best to dodge the attack, but as the long spear landed on their bodies, there were multiple bloody holes seen all over their bodies. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Xiu didn't give them the chance to breathe and started playing with his spear once again. Then, he continued attacking the warriors. In the end, the long spear went through their bodies. It killed all 3 of them instantly. As for Bai Zhan, who was still floating in the air, he finally saw what happened below and the look in his eyes had a drastic change. It was only a short period of time and Lin Xiu managed to kill all 4 of them. How on earth did this young man get so strong? You will be next. Lin Xiu raised his head and looked in the sky as he muttered to himself. After hearing what Lin Xiu said, Bai Zhan looked scared. He quickly shifted his body and tried to fly higher up, hoping to escape. Where do you think you're going? Lin Xiu sneered when he saw what happened and quickly flew after Bai Zhan. He only had 2 minutes left with rage. He has to kill Bai Zhan in the last 2 minutes. Lin Xiu quickly activated flashing souls as soon as he got into the air. His body was flashing in the air continuously as if he was teleporting. Soon, Lin Xiu appeared right in front of Bai Zhan. Damn it! Seeing how Lin Xiu had suddenly appeared in front of him, Bai Zhan's pupil couldn't help but shrank. You should be merciful to others when you have the chance. Young man, you shouldn't be chasing me so closely from behind. He looked at Lin Xiu and spoke in a cold tone. You're from the Bai family. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and said calmly. That's right. I am from the Bai family. When Bai Zhan heard what he asked, he thought that Lin Xiu was being scared and was intimidated by his identity. Young man, you can't afford to just offend anyone you want. That's good. I want to kill those from the Bai family. As soon as Bai Zhan was done, Lin Xiu gave him a different answer. You. Bai Zhan's face turned pale after hearing what Lin Xiu said. At the same time, Lin Xiu was already coming at him with the long spear in his arm. Clang! Seeing how Lin Xiu was coming at him, Bai Zhan subconsciously tried to stop it with his sword. As the weapons collided, there was a loud explosive noise that followed. Lin Xiu continued swinging the long spear with both his hands. With their weapons colliding with each other, there were sparks that went all over the place. But Lin Xiu was too powerful. Within a short period of them, his weapon was thrown far away by Lin Xiu. Without his sword, he had no weapon left. Break it! Lin Xiu roared internally, and then as he moved his long spear, he thrusted it forward. Boom! The sharp tip of the long spear landed on top of Bai Zhan's sphere and it caused it to immediately explode. When the sphere broke, Bai Zhan suffered the backlash of it. There was a large mouthful of blood that was spat out. The very last second. Lin Xiu's time with rage was counting down and it was already at its final second. Then, with all his strength and energy gathered onto the spear, Lin Xiu thrusted it towards Lin Xiu. Nuo. Bai Zhan looked at the scene before him and screamed from the bottom of his heart. He was moving too quickly, and before he knew it, the spear had already gone through his head. Bai Zhan widened his eyes in shock, and they were filled with disbelief. He was a sage warrior and he was killed by Lin Xiu. As he slowly died, the energy inside his body slowly dissipated as well. His body then fell down from the sky. It landed heavily onto the ground that was filled with ice. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on getting to level 68. Congratulations on getting the God's blessings. All bad energy will be dissipated and energy will be restored. When he heard the notification coming from the system, Lin Xiu was excited. Then, there was a bright light that came from above shining on top of Lin Xiu's body. Soon, Lin Xiu could feel the energy in his body slowly getting restored. The time that he had with rage had finished, but Lin Xiu did not feel the aftermath of it. I'm level 68 now. Lin Xiu clenched onto his fist as his heart was pacing. Level 68. Strength 8,399. Physique 7,420. Speed 3,100. Potential point 68. Skills, Analytical Eyes, Rage, Disguise, Engulf, Mirror Image, Heavenly Array, Reset, Power of the Stars, Golden Body, Immortality, Exotic Summon, Sacrifice, Skill Enhancement, Source, Strength, Control. Title, Sage Warrior. Unused titles: Rank 1 Warrior, Rank 2 Warrior, Rank 3 Warrior, Rank 4 Warrior, Rank 5 Warrior, Rank 6 Warrior, Rank 7 Warrior, Rank 8 Warrior, Rank 9 Warrior, Warrior Master, Respected Warrior. Accumulated Rage of Moniflio. There's only 2 levels left. As he looked at his stats board, Lin Xiu had to suppress the excitement that he was feeling. Plus, with the help of the God's blessing, Lin Xiu noticed that all of the skills that should be frozen by now have all recovered. All of them were ready to be used. This was definitely great news for Lin Xiu. He had both the odd crystal and the horns of the frost dragon. Once he returned, he would be able to get the warrior skills card for silence as promised. But now, it still was time for him to leave. The Road of Ice and Fire. This was the Road of Ice and Fire, and the Orchid of Heaven should be here. The most important reason why he was here was to get the Orchid of Heaven. It should be this way. Lin Xiu looked ahead as he muttered to himself. Chapter 1091 Fire Wing Dragon. Chapter 1091 Fire Wing Dragon. Lin Xiu continued walking alone on the Road of Ice and Fire. He held onto the black spear and continued walking on the ground covered with air. One entire day. He has been walking for an entire day. But now, the only thing that Lin Xiu could see ahead of him was grounds that were covered in ice. Everything around him was white in color. There weren't any changes to his surroundings yet. The Road of Ice and Fire. There was ice. Where's the fire? Where would he find the fire? Did he go the wrong way? If it was according to the intel that he has received, it shouldn't be. Then, he looked at the radar on the watch. He has been getting further and further, and logically speaking, he should have reached. As he continued walking for another day, Lin Xiu suddenly felt that something wasn't right. I can feel it already. Lin Xiu reached out his hand and he could clearly feel the change in the temperature around him. As he looked up, he noticed that there was a bright red flow ahead of him. He's here. When he saw the glow, Lin Xiu became anxious. He picked up his speed and rushed forward. As Lin Xiu continued running forward, he could clearly see that there was a sea of fire in front of him. The ground ahead of him was covered in flames. He could feel the heat coming from the flames, and Lin Xiu looked delighted and surprised. The temperature was high, but it was still a little longer compared to hellfire. Therefore, this was still within an acceptable range for Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was now standing on ice ground while there was a sea of fire ahead of him. The fire and ice were right next to each other, but there were completely different worlds. This was definitely an eye-opening experience. The point where fire meets ice. The Orchid of Heaven should be around here. But this was something rare and difficult to find. Lin Xiu walked along the part where the ice met fire and he took a good look around. He was looking for the Orchid of Heaven. Just when Lin Xiu continued walking, there was a fire snake that jumped out of nowhere. It went directly to Lin Xiu. Boom! Lin Xiu quickly moved his hand and flicked the snake away. When the fire touched Lin Xiu's arm, there was no hand done to Lin Xiu. With the heart of frost, the cold was nothing for Lin Xiu. While the flames, on the other hand, definitely had no effect on him. Lin Xiu was still walking on the same path. However, he still couldn't find the orchid of heaven. Maybe there isn't any. Lin Xiu frowned. However, he wasn't ready to give up yet and continued looking for it. Crackling. Soon, Lin Xiu walked far ahead, and the flames around him were slightly different from before. These flames were much scarier than the previous ones. Even Lin Xiu could feel how terrifying these flames were. It was almost similar to hellfire. Lin Xiu saw a ball of flame and decided to put his hand in it. However, as soon as he touched it, the huge flame burnt and Lin Xiu's fingers instantly turned black. As he felt the pain, he quickly pulled back his hands. This flame, how can it be so strong? Lin Xiu's eyes were filled with surprise as well. The hellfire wasn't able to burn his hand, but this flame here turned his hand into charcoal. Lin Xiu pulled hard on the finger that was toasted and tried to pull it away. Then, his flesh and bones were exposed to the air. The pain of it caused Lin Xiu to frown. But soon, because of his quick recovery, Lin Xiu was able to recover quickly from the injury. This flame was indeed peculiar. Lin Xiu stood on the ground filled with ice and stared at the flame ahead. He continued looking around until he heard noises from afar. It was a cracking sound. What was that noise? Lin Xiu took a good look at it and noticed that the ground was slowly shaking. When he got a closer look, Lin Xiu then noticed that there was a large crack that appeared on the ground. As soon as he felt it, Lin Xiu moved and flew into the air. Boom! Then, all of the grounds around Lin Xiu collapsed instantly. There was a small pit that appeared. Lin Xiu looked at it and frowned. What was this? Soon, there was a bright red light that was flashing from inside the pit. Then, a huge fire dragon flew out of the pit. The dragon had wings and it looked strange. Fire-winged dragon. With the help of the analytic eye, Lin Xiu could clearly see the stats of this evolved beast. It was a saintly beast. Another saint-level evolved beast. However, this evolved beast was a little weaker than the frost dragon. Seeing how the fire dragon had appeared, Lin Xiu did not feel scared. Instead, he got excited. Wherever there was a beast seen, there will be treasure found. If there was a beast here, it meant that the orchid of heaven should be here too. He gripped tightly onto his long spear when he thought of this. Roar! As the fire dragon flew into the air, its mouth was wide open and there was a large flame that came rushing toward Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's pupil shrank subconsciously. Then, he quickly released his sphere. The horrible flame instantly covered Lin Xiu's sphere entirely. Although he had his sphere protecting him, Lin Xiu could still clearly feel the scorching heat from the flame. The fire dragon that was flying in the air noticed that his flame had failed to burn Lin Xiu into ash, and he let out a loud roar. Its mouth was opened wide once again and it was about to bite onto Lin Xiu's sphere. HMPH. Lin Xiu sneered and used flashing soul. His body then suddenly disappeared from the ground. The fire dragon missed its target. At the same time, Lin Xiu appeared behind the fire dragon. He held onto his long spear and then aimed it at the dragon's head. Boom! With the loud sound following one after another, there was a huge force that pushed the fire dragon away. Boom! Its huge body landed heavily on the ground and there was a huge explosion. There were a large number of cracks everywhere. Roar! The fire dragon started roaring loudly. Its entire body was slowly turning red. Chapter 1092 Victory. Chapter 1092 Victory. What was that? When Lin Xiu saw what was happening before him, his pupil shrank uncontrollably. This was because he could clearly feel that there was a sudden burst of strong energy from the body of the flame dragon. With such horrifying energy, Lin Xiu could also clearly feel the pressure coming from it. Roar! With the flame dragon's loud roar, it slapped its wing and went high up into the sky. His entire body was covered with a large amount of energy, which was why the body of the dragon had a bright red glow. Lin Xiu saw the dragon that was coming at him. He tightly gripped onto his long spear and gathered all of the energy in his body. The temperature around him suddenly dropped tremendously. He was using the heart of frost, freezing the distance. As the long spear was aimed at the flame dragon which was rushing toward Lin Xiu, a terrifying frost appeared and it went straight for the flame dragon. Whoosh! Instantly, the body of the huge flame dragon was covered in ice. It was now like a huge ice sculpture that was floating in the air. Lin Xiu started at the scene ahead. Without much hesitation, he attacked the dragon with his long spear. He was hoping that he could break this flame dragon into pieces, crackling. But, at that moment while Lin Xiu had the long spear raised above his head and was about to hit the flame dragon, there was a loud, clear noise that came out of nowhere. What's that sound? The look in Lin Xiu's eyes changed when he heard the sound. Then, at the very next moment, the ice that was all over the body of the flame dragon cracked. Roar! The flame dragon came back to life and let out a loud roar. It immediately breathed out a mouthful of fire at Lin Xiu who was about to attack him. Lin Xiu was caught off guard and his entire body caught in the flames. The huge flames had completely covered Lin Xiu's entire body. Lin Xiu's body instantly became a huge ball of flame. These flames were different from the ones that surrounded Lin Xiu earlier. This was an extremely vicious flame. As Lin Xiu was getting burnt by the flames, he could feel the sinister energy that was coming from it. It felt as if it was slowly penetrating through its pore and into his body. It was a terrible feeling. Then, while Lin Xiu was still trying to set himself free from this devilish flame, the flame dragon started attacking him again. It was aiming its claws at Lin Xiu's body. Boom! The huge claws landed on Lin Xiu. With a huge impact, Lin Xiu's body, which was covered in flames, flew into the distance. Boom! His entire body fell heavily onto the ice ground and there was a loud explosion that followed. Following that, the flame dragon continued to open its huge mouth. That's when a large flame came rushing out from inside its mouth. Boom boom boom! At that moment, there were balls of flames that went directly toward Lin Xiu. Boom boom! As the balls of flame hit the ground, the entire ground started shaking. There were loud explosions as soon as these flames landed on the ground. Damn it! Lin Xiu, who was amongst the flames of the explosion, finally stood up. With the sphere protecting him, Lin Xiu didn't suffer many injuries. There were only traces of blood on the corner of his mouth. Although these flames were sinister and made it very uncomfortable for Lin Xiu, Lin Xiu could still slowly adapt to the energy of the flames. Due to how Lin Xiu has been absorbing energies from different flames, these flames were nothing too scary for him. Plus, at the same time, he had the heart of frost. Everything around him seemed to get much cooler in an instant. The flames around him slowly disappeared as well. In order to defeat this flame dragon, it seemed like warrior skills that were of the fire element wouldn't be useful. Therefore, he could only use the skills from the other elements. As he controlled it with his mind, the ice on the ground cracked into pieces and all of them flew into the air. Soon, all of this ice turned into powder and formed a huge ice pike. Go! With one loud scream, the ice hammer that was floating in the air directly went to the flame dragon. Roar! The flame dragon looked at how the huge ice pike was coming at it and the dragon let out another loud roar. It continued shooting out large balls of flame. It was trying to completely melt the huge ice pike that was coming toward him. However, the ice pike seemed to be resistant to flame and it directly passed through the flames that were coming out of the dragon's mouth. It was still headed toward the dragon. Boom boom boom! As the ice pike hit its body, it was followed by several loud noises. Although the ice pike had not pierced through its body, half of it was already inside. At least half of the huge body of the flame dragon that had been pierced by the ice pike. Roar! The flame dragon started screaming madly as if it was in intense pain. Its body was struggling in the air like crazy as well. Lin Xiu's body was still floating in the air and then, he started moving the long spear that was in his hands. There were large pieces of ice that continued attacking the huge flame dragon. These ice were traveling at a very quick speed and when they landed on the dragon's body, there were loud explosions that followed. Soon, there was a large amount of blood that came splashing out of the dragon's body. For evolved beasts that were of this size, it would be impossible to defeat it with close combat. It would be best to fight them from far away. He looked at the flame dragon and noticed how its body was slowly falling from the sky as it was getting attacked by the ice. Now's the time. Lin Xiu saw his opportunity. He gathered the energy in his body and transferred it to the long spear that was in his hands. The entire spear started shaking vigorously. Heaven-breaking strike. With the long spear moving across the air, there was an opening that appeared in the space right in front of them. The body of the huge flame dragon was then sliced into two by this overpowering warrior skills. There was a large amount of blood that came splashing out of the body of the dragon. Then, a notification came from his system about the EXP gained from killing the flame dragon. 1. He only gained 1 after killing a saint-evolved beast. Lin Xiu was speechless. His EXP was progressing too slowly. He was still 2 levels behind from being a warrior god, and it was getting really difficult to pass these levels. Chapter 1093 Finally Getting the Orchid of Heaven. Chapter 1093 Finally Getting the Orchid of Heaven. Lin Xiu shook his head and stopped thinking about how to get on to the next level. He quickly flew back to the ground. As the flame dragon died, the body of it seemed to be turning soft. Lin Xiu raised the long spear above its head and gave it a clean chop. Blood went everywhere and the dragon's head broke apart. Soon, Lin Xiu kept the red odd crystal into his pocket. After getting rid of the flame dragon, Lin Xiu continued his journey. He continued walking toward where the flame dragon appeared. There was a dim, green light that he saw next to the cave from where the flame dragon flew out. It was coming from the border between ice and fire. When Lin Xiu saw what it was, his eyes widened in shock. Would it be the Orchid of Heaven? When he thought about it, Lin Xiu felt excited. He was about to get his hands on the Orchid of Heaven that he had been looking for. The excitement from it caused his entire body to be trembling. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and got himself to calm down. Then, he slowly walked forward to where the light was coming from. The scorching heat that was coming from the sea of fire was making Lin Xiu's body uncomfortable. Even when his body was already resistant to fire, it was still the same. Lin Xiu released the energy from his body, and it slowly turned into an energy suit that wrapped around Lin Xiu's body. With the energy protecting his body, Lin Xiu finally felt that the scorching pain from the flames were getting lesser. He took another deep breath and walked into the sea of fire. As he continued walking into the sea of fire, Lin Xiu could clearly feel a burning sensation all over his body. The pain of it was getting so strong that Lin Xiu gritted his teeth. As he entered into the sea of fire, Lin Xiu could clearly see that there was a dim, green light on the ground. He quickly activated the analytical eye and Lin Xiu could clearly read the information from it. It was the Orchid of Heaven. It was truly the Orchid of Heaven. Lin Xiu tried his best to suppress his emotions as he got closer to the flower. The Orchid of Heaven looked like a normal plant with green leaves, but the green light around it looked peculiar. Although he was now surrounded by the flames, Lin Xiu could feel a cold air coming from the flower. Here you are. Lin Xiu had ignored all of the cold and heat coming from around him. He bent forward and stared at the Orchid of Heaven. He was feeling incredibly anxious. After taking another deep breath, Lin Xiu pulled out a box from his pocket. This was a gold box, the same one that kept the White Lotus flame. Since this was a unique box, it would not be burnt or melted by the terrifying flames around him. There was only a mild burning sensation. Lin Xiu opened the box and slowly got closer to the flower. Soon, Lin Xiu slowly pulled out the orchid of flower from its roots and placed it inside the gold box. As he looked at the Orchid of Heaven that was inside the box, Lin Xiu uncontrollably took another deep breath. He finally found it. Lin Xiu quickly closed the box and held onto it tightly. It was as if Lin Xiu could see Luo Yu's face right now, and there was a warm, gentle look in her eyes. I think the rest of them have died inside. At the same time, by the entrance of the road to ice and fire, there was a sage warrior who spoke to you two who sent them here. Elder Gong and 6 remaining sage warriors were sitting inside the plane. Let's wait a little longer. Other than those whom you witnessed, there are still 67 of them that have not returned. It could be possible that they killed the frost dragon. You two thought about it before saying, although the possibilities of it were not that high. I think so too that the frost dragon might have been defeated. Elder Gong sat on the other end and spoke after thinking about it for a while. He suddenly thought of Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu might be young, but the skills that he had shown were indeed powerful. Plus, Lin Xiu was one of them that did not leave back then. Elder Gong had a feeling that Lin Xiu would kill the Frost Dragon. Elder Gong, you've overestimated their abilities. The Frost Dragon is so powerful. They wouldn't have the chance. One of the sage warriors, who had witnessed the power of the Frost Dragon, shook his head and spoke out loud. As he thought of the scene that happened during the fight, he was still looking frightened. That's right. Let's leave now, if the Frost Dragon comes after us. As for the rest of the sage warriors, they nodded their heads in agreement as well. They were reminded of how scary the dragon was, and the look in their eyes were changing drastically. Fine. You two kept quiet for a moment before agreeing with them, although he was not there personally. The looks on these sage warriors' faces were enough to show how scary the Frost Dragon must have been. It has to be noted that there were 20 sage warriors who entered the Road of Ice and Fire. Sage warriors were already the strongest people here on Nano Planet. Just as U2 was heading towards the cockpit to start the engine, he saw something through the window and his eyes were stretched wide. Lin Xiu, it was Lin Xiu that was standing right in front of him. What's wrong? Elder Gong noticed that U2 was standing by the window, and he asked out of curiosity. As Elder Gong got closer, he could clearly see that it was Lin Xiu. When Lin Xiu saw that it was U2, and Elder Gong staring at him from the window, he waved his arms. He's back. The rest of the sage warriors were shocked as well. Although Lin Xiu was a powerful man, all of them had thought that Lin Xiu had died inside the mouth of the Frost Dragon. But now, Lin Xiu's back. U2 pressed one of the buttons on the plane and the doors instantly opened. A flight of stairs slowly descended. Welcome back. U2 smiled as he looked at Lin Xiu. Thank you. Lin Xiu nodded his head and went into the plane. You killed the Frost Dragon. Elder Gong looked at Lin Xiu, who got into the plane. He couldn't wait any longer and he had to ask Lin Xiu. After hearing what Elder Gong asked, all of them turned to look at Lin Xiu. All of them were waiting for an answer from him. Yes. Lin Xiu had a small smile on his face as he answered. The rest of the sage warriors on the plane were all surprised after hearing Lin Xiu's answer. Indeed, heroes come from amongst the youth. Elder Gong let out a bitter laugh. There were so many of them, but they couldn't kill the Frost Dragon, but Lin Xiu was able to do so. How did he do it? Chapter 1094, Getting His Hands on Silence. Chapter 1094, Getting His Hands on Silence. Can we take a look at it? U2 hesitated for a moment before speaking to Lin Xiu. Sure. After hearing what U2 wanted, Lin Xiu nodded his head. As Lin Xiu gathered his thoughts, the odd crystal as well as the horns of the Frost Dragon appeared in Lin Xiu's palms. This is the odd crystal of the Frost Dragon. Seeing how there was a huge odd crystal that was purple in color, all of their eyes widened in shock. The moment the crystal appeared, they could clearly feel the energy from inside was extremely powerful. Then, there was the horn of the Frost Dragon. The horn looked like an ice sculpture and it was beautiful. Are you done? Then, Lin Xiu kept it away and both the odd crystal and the horns disappeared in his hands. Done. You're good. U2 exclaimed. He didn't think that such a young man would be able to kill the Frost Dragon. Alright. Let's head back then. U2 got back into the cockpit and started the engine. The rest of the sage warriors on the plane didn't look quite happy about the result. They have wasted so much effort, but they failed in killing the Frost Dragon. Lin Xiu was the only one that succeeded. Thinking about how Lin Xiu would be getting silence, all of them were envy of him. Lin Xiu took the opportunity to rest. There was only half an hour left before they returned to Bai Dai City. Congratulations, Junior. You are now a respected warrior. At the same time, in the warrior god realm, there was a young girl who spoke to Liu Yu who had a head full of white hair. After training for such a long time, it looks like Liu Yu was getting much stronger than before. She was also getting more mature. I'm still far from it. Lin Xiu held onto a long sword. As she drew it across the air, there was a small opening in the space in front of her. Soon, the space that had been sliced got close together again. It's already pretty good. It shouldn't take long for you to be a sage warrior. The woman sat on a stool as she rested her chin on her palm while staring at Lin Xiu. She had an envious look in her eyes. Lin Xiu's improvement was incredibly quick. This was really the girl who had the body of a warrior god. Senior Ning. As the woman was staring at Lin Xiu who was cultivating, there were footsteps from behind here. She quickly turned around and greeted the person respectfully. And the woman who was addressed as Senior Ning was the woman who brought Luoyu to the warrior god realm. Her name was Ningpei. When will I be able to go home? Luoyu saw who it was and stopped before asking the question to the woman. Go home, that lowly planet does not suit you. Ningpei gave a clear answer to Luoyu when she heard the question. Luoyu couldn't help but frown when she got the answer. Focus on your training. You are someone who's gifted to be a warrior god. Ningpei continued speaking to Luoyu. Oh, right. Shenbing wants to meet you. Do you want to? I refuse. Luoyu immediately rejected it as soon as she heard the question. Shenbing's father is a warrior god. You should consider it. Ningpei looked at Luoyu before hinting at Luoyu. After hearing what was said, Luoyu frowned, but she ignored Ningpei and picked up her sword. She continued with her training. She believed that he will come for her. We're here. At the same time, on the other side, the plane that was flying was slowly descending. Soon, it landed on an empty ground. They are back. Elder Yu was on his smart wheelchair as he moved towards the plane. There were a few strong warriors protecting him from behind. When the plane finally stopped, Lin Xiu and the rest of them got down the plane. Elder Yu narrowed his eyes. There were about 10 of them that died. So, did the rest of these men escape, or did they kill the frost dragon? Elder Yu. When all of them got off the plane, they greeted Elder Yu respectfully. How was it? Elder Yu waved his hand and asked the rest of them. The other warriors had different looks on their faces after hearing the question. Elder, it was this young man who killed the frost dragon. After parking the plane, you two came over and told Elder Yu what had happened. Elder Yu was surprised to hear what you two had told him. This was because Lin Xiu looked extremely young and he could feel that Lin Xiu's abilities aren't that powerful. However, the rest of the warriors did not say a word, which meant that they acknowledged it as well. What is your name? Elder Yu turned towards where Lin Xiu was at and asked. Lin Xiu. He answered with a calm tone. All right. Heroes do come within the youth. Elder Yu laughed. Follow me. The rest of you can leave. Elder Yu did not hesitate and left the rest of them. The rest of the sage warriors were unhappy about it, but they did not have the horn and the odd crystal of the frost dragon. They had no other choice but to leave. As they were leaving, they looked at Lin Xiu and their eyes were filled with jealousy. Lin Xiu then followed Elder Yu into the house as he was told. You were the one who killed the frost dragon. After entering one of the rooms, Elder Yu immediately asked Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu answered him accordingly. Then, with the control of his mind, there was an odd crystal and horns of the frost dragon that appeared in Lin Xiu's palms. I have already brought back the odd crystals and the horns that you asked for. Lin Xiu reached out his hand before telling Elder Yu. Elder Yu's eyes were open wide and his pupil shrunk as well as he looked at the items. Give it to me. He reached out, wanting to grab it from Lin Xiu. Suddenly, Lin Xiu withdrew his hands. The warrior skills card. Lin Xiu said calmly. Ha 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 ha, are you worried that I wouldn't give it to you? Elder Yu was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. Then, he took out a black box from his pocket. He did not hesitate and passed it over to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu then grabbed the black box with one hand. Back. When Lin Xiu opened it, he could clearly see that there was a bright glow coming from inside the box. This was indeed the warrior skills card for silence. Here, Lin Xiu then passed over the horns and the odd crystals that he was holding onto with his other hand. Elder Yu took them in his arms and he was looking incredibly excited. I finally got them. Elder Yu muttered to himself. Chapter 1095 Chen Family. Chapter 1095 Chen Family. Lin Xiu didn't know what this Elder Yu wanted the horn of the frost dragon and its odd crystal for. But he already got what he wanted. At this time, Lin Xiu stepped out of the place. Wait. At this moment, Elder Yu said suddenly. Anything else? Lin Xiu stopped, raised his brows and said lightly. Which force are you from? Elder Yu said curiously. I don't belong anywhere, Lin Ziyu said lightly. Elder Yu's eyes were full of disbelief. He didn't believe that a warrior of Lin Ziya's level would not have a big power behind him. After all, at such a young age, he possesses such a strong strength, and it is impossible to have such a strength at such a young age without spending a lot of resources to help him cultivate. Boy, let me remind you, this skill card can be cultivated without getting it, Elder Yu said with a strange smile at this time. I know that, Lin Ziyu said lightly and walked out of the door directly. Mysterious boy. Elder Yu shook his head secretly at this time. After going out, Lin Ziyu rushed to the mountain where Ye Kai was. Ye Kai was still cultivating, but at this moment he seemed to sense something. He opened his eyes and clenched the sword in his hand. It's me. At this moment, a familiar voice came over. Hearing this familiar voice, Ye Kai was startled. Then he showed a look of surprise. Master. He turned around and looked behind him, and he could clearly see Lin Ziya's figure. How was your practice? Lin Ziyu smiled lightly. Under the inspection of the analytic eye, Ye Kai has reached the peak of respected warrior. To break through to become a sage warrior, it was only a matter of time. I have already reached the peak of respected warrior and should be able to reach the level of sage warrior soon. Ye Kai said a little excitedly. Yes. Not bad. Lin Ziyu nodded slightly. Right, Master. You. When Ye Kai was about to say something, Lin Ziya's thoughts triggered and a black box appeared in Lin Ziya's hand. I already got it. At this time, Lin Ziyu opened the black box, and a dazzling light burst out in an instant. Looking at this ray of light, Ye Kai narrowed his eyes originally. Taking a closer look, there is a skill card in this black box. That dazzling light is emitted from the skill card in this box. This is silence. Ye Kai suppressed his excitement and said. Lin Ziyu nodded. The Yi family's 3 Hala-level skills. Plus this silence. He has already obtained 2 of them. He wasn't sure if he would get the last one. Time control. After all, the skill of time control is very powerful. I'll cultivate first. Uncle Yi, help me guard the place. Lin Ziyu sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain, then said lightly, Sure. Ye Kai nodded and said, When absorbing the information in the skill card, if an outsider disturbs and destroys it, it will cause irreversible damage. At this time, Lin Ziyu, who was sitting cross-legged, directly placed the silent skill card on his forehead. Thinking of Elder Yu's words today, a sneer appeared on the corner of Lin Ziya's mouth. Even if this silent skill card falls into the hands of these warriors, they will not be able to cultivate at all, because there are special taboos on this skills card. Those who are not the descendant of the Yi family, there is no way for them to cultivate. Although Lin Ziyu wasn't either. The white light group in his heart exuded special energy at this time. It rushed towards his forehead. Then, he had some kind of communication with this skill card. Soon, the silent skill card radiated even more intense light. Those rays of light covered the entire mountaintop in an instant. Soon, all the skill information contained in this skill card was passed into Lin Ziya's mind. Lin Ziya's brows furrowed at this time. The power information of this skill card is really too great. It seems that all of it poured into Lin Ziya's head at this moment. It seemed like it was going to burst Lin Ziya's head. Time passed quickly. About an hour later, the bright light on the skill card began to gradually weaken, then disappeared completely. And at this time, Lin Ziyu also exhaled a turbid breath. The skill information in this skill card is really too much. It took a full hour to absorb all the information contained in the skill card. Master, are you done? At this time, Uncle Yi watched Lin Ziyu slowly stand up and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Lin Ziyu said with a faint smile. At this time, he looked up at the sky. The sun was already setting. Ye Kai, take me to the Chen family. Time flies and now it's night. A crescent moon hangs in the sky. The Chen family is at the very edge of Beatty City. Although this is the edge of Beatty City, the scale of the entire Chen family is also very huge. Moreover, there are several warriors of the respected warrior level at the gate, who are guarding the gate. Who are you? The few respected warriors guarding at the door looked at the two figures walking from the front. Their brows suddenly wrinkled and they said to the two with the weapons in their hands, "The people who came were Lin Xiu and Yi Kai, Shen's family. Is that right here?" Lin Xiu seemed to ignore these warriors directly, looked at the huge plaque above the gate and said aloud as if talking to himself, "Yes." Yi Kai nodded and said, "At this time." His hands were clenched into fists, and when he thought of the scene where he was betrayed by the Chen family and taken away by the Bai family's warriors, his eyes were full of anger. "Well, let's go in," Lin Xiu said lightly. In the next moment, he ignored these respected warriors guarding here and walked forward, courting death. Seeing this scene, the expressions on the faces of those respected warriors guarding the door suddenly changed. Holding the weapons in their hands, they attacked Lin Xiu. Boom! Just when their weapons were about to attack Lin Xiu, an extremely terrifying power burst out from Lin Xiu's body. At this instant, those respected warriors who came over flew out. Bang bang bang. Their bodies fell directly to the ground not far away. The huge impact made them unable to stand up at this moment. They could only lie on the ground and wail. At this moment, Lin Xiu saw a white light flickering in front of him. Chapter 1096 The Power of Silence. Chapter 1096 The Power of Silence. On both sides of this gate, there was a large number of laser weapons hidden. At this time, all those laser rays were coming toward Lin Xiu. "Be careful." Yi Kai watched this scene. The pupils in his eyes shrank a little and said subconsciously, "Whoosh whoosh." But at this moment, Lin Xiu had already unfolded the sphere. All those terrifying laser beams hit Lin Xiu's sphere, and they did not have any effect on Lin Xiu. And at this time, with a wave of Lin Xiu's hand, all the laser weapons hidden on the walls on both sides exploded. At this moment, Lin Xiu stepped into the Chen family compound. Because of Lin Xiu's intrusion, a lot of red light flickered around. It seems to be a warning device. Who dares to break into our Chen family? At this time, with a loud noise, Lin Xiu, who had just stepped into the Chen family compound, could clearly see that there were a large number of warriors and they were coming over. Yi Kai watched this scene, holding the sword in his hand at this time, watching these warriors rushing out vigilantly. "Oh, turns out to be you, Yi Kai." And among the warriors who surrounded him, a middle-aged man came over. At this time, the middle-aged man saw Yi Kai here and said coldly, "Chen Jing, you betrayed your faith." Seeing Chen Jing, Yi Kai immediately said coldly. The swords in his hands were held tightly. You can clearly feel Yi Kai's anger. "Don't be stupid. The Yi family has been exterminated for so long and you told me it'll be back. What a joke." Chen Jing looked at Yi Kai in front of him and said coldly, "But I'm very curious. You actually escaped from the Bai family. How strange." Chen Jing said indifferently, "Master, he is Chen Jing." Yi Kai ignored Chen Jing's words and said to Lin Xiu, "N." Lin Xiu nodded slightly, then raised his hand and waved in the air and the token appeared in Lin Xiu's hand. "People from the Chen family, have you forgotten about this?" Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Chen Jing looked at Lin Xiu's hands subconsciously. Taking a closer look, you can clearly see what Lin Xiu is holding. The token. Seeing the token in Lin Xiu's hand, the pupils in Chen Jing's eyes shrank slightly. "Who are you?" He stared at Lin Xiu and said. At this time, he clearly felt that Lin Xiu's strength was only a warrior at the level of respected warrior. But tonight, guarding the gate were 4 warriors at the level of respected warrior. How did they get in? Since you know about the token, do you still remember how your Chen family reached this status? Lin Xiu ignored Chen Jing's words and continued to speak. "Humph. The Yi family has been destroyed. You people, don't try to fool me with this kind of thing." At this moment, Chen Jing shouted with a gloomy expression, "Kill them for me." At this time, with his flick of his sleeves, all the warriors of the Chen family around him attacked Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu didn't panic when he saw this scene. With a wave of his right hand, a large amount of flames burst out at this moment, charged towards the surrounding warriors. What? Those warriors were hit by the dark blue flames released by Lin Xiu and they began wailing and screaming. These warriors were burned by the hellfire and soon, They were burned into black coals. Shenjing looked at the scene in front of him with shock in his eyes. What kind of skills is this? The temperature of this flame is too terrifying. Even he felt as if he was in a big furnace. The rest of the Chen family's warriors retreated subconsciously, looking at the row of warriors who rushed out first. All turned into coke. This is too scary. Stop. When Shenjing saw that they actually stepped back, his face suddenly became ugly. When these warriors heard Shenjing's words, they also recovered from their fear. Looking at Lin Zhu over there, the weapon in his hand clenched tightly. Boy, there are some people you can't mess with. At this moment, Shenjing's eyes became gloomy. At this moment, the source strength of his whole body burst out. The surrounding ground shook slightly. Sage warrior level. Lin Zhu looked at Shenjing's movements and narrowed his eyes slightly. Shenjing moved his hands and suddenly the rocks on the ground shattered, flew directly into the air. Go! As Shenjing waved his hand again, all these flying rocks charged towards Lin Zhu. Yikai watched this scene and was about to make a move when he noticed a glass bead on Lin Zhu's neck, emitting a yellow light. Lin Zhu raised his hand and waved. All the rocks that were charging towards him stopped in the air. How is this possible? When Shenjing saw this scene, the pupils in his eyes shrank, and at the next moment, these rocks, in turn, charged towards him. At this time, Shenjing's reaction quickly unfolded the sphere. All the rocks charged toward him and were blocked by his sphere. However, the powerful impact still made Shenjing's body retreat a short distance. Damn! Shenjing, who retreated to the back, his expression became extremely ugly. Attack! He looked at the warriors around him and continued to shout at this time. Kill! The warriors of the Chen family, although they were frightened by the flames that Lin Zhu had just released, retreated to the back. But when they heard Shenjing's words at this time, they all burst out with powerful killing intent and charged directly towards Lin Zhu. Because the flames that Lin Zhu unleashed just now were so terrifying, they all started a sphere at this time, to prevent being hit by the flames released by Lin Zhu later. Lin Zhu watched as they charged towards them and the corners of his mouth twitched. The silence skill that he just learned, he decided to test it on them. Boom! With the triggering of Lin Zhu's thoughts, the source strength in his body instantly transformed into a large amount of black energy. At this moment, these dark energies swept towards the surrounding warriors. These dark energies directly penetrated the sphere that they unfolded and wrapped directly around their bodies. Bang bang bang. With a strange sound, the bodies of these warriors all burst out. Chapter 1097 People from the Bai Family. Chapter 1097 People from the Bai Family. Those warriors who rushed over died in an instant. Seeing this scene, Shenjing's expression changed greatly. What exactly is going on? He looked up at Lin Zhu, and he could clearly see that Lin Zhu's body was covered with a large amount of dark energy. There is no doubt that everything just now was done by Lin Zhu. The power of this kid! How can he be so strong? Who the hell are you? At this moment, Shenjing stared at Lin Zhu and said angrily. Just now, Lin Zhu used this strange power to instantly kill more than 30 warriors from his Chen family. Those warriors are all at the respected warrior level. They were the backbone of their Chen family. All of them died instantly. It's okay to betray your faith, but you hand over Ye Kai and the others to the Bai family. That's not right. Lin Zhu said lightly. Humph, you garbage. Do you really think you can overthrow the Bai family? Shenjing snorted coldly at this moment, and when he moved his right hand, a long sword flew from the ground into his hand. Swoosh! Holding the long sword, he directly slashed into the air. With the swooshing in the air, a sword aura burst out immediately and charged towards him. Lin Zhu saw this scene in his eyes and showed a mocking smile. With a flick of his finger, the sword aura was directly annihilated. When Shenjing saw this scene, his eyes widened. Just annihilating your sword aura. Shenjing's expression changed at this time. Looking at Ye Kai on the other side, a savage expression appeared on his face. In a flash, he disappeared in place. The moment it appeared again, it appeared in front of Ye Kai. Holding the long sword in his hand, he slashed directly at Ye Kai. Because Lin Zhu's displayed strength is really too powerful, Now he can only kill Ye Kai first. Ye Kai looked at Chen Jing, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and instinctively wanted to block with the sword in his hand. Dang. But the moment Ye Kai resisted with his weapon, the weapon in his hand was shot straight away. Go to hell. The long sword in Chen Jing's hand was about to pierce Ye Kai's heart. But at this moment, out of the corner of Chen Jing's eyes, he saw a cold light stabbing towards him. The pupils in Chen Jing's eyes shrank slightly. He was about to stab out with the long sword. But at this moment, he directly held the long sword in his hand and blocked it from behind. Dang! With a crisp sound, in the next moment, the long sword in his hand was knocked out. Lin Xiu! It was Lin Xiu who attacked with a spear from behind. At this time, Ye Kai also reacted quickly and retreated to the back. Chen Jing didn't expect Lin Xiu to attack so quickly, and the expression on his face changed slightly. At this moment, Lin Xiu continued to hold the dark-edged spear in his hand and continued to attack Chen Jing. Get lost. Chen Jing's face changed greatly, and when he moved his hands, the soil on the ground surged instantly. Then a wall was formed, blocking the front. Boom! But at this time, Lin Xiu directly slashed and smashed the wall. The spear stabbed Chen Jing's sphere in the next moment. Boom! The huge impact force made Chen Jing's body fly straight out. He hit a huge boulder behind it heavily. PFFD! In the next moment, a mouthful of blood spit out from Chen Jing's mouth. Master! At this time, the warriors of the Chen family all gathered towards Chen Jing. Get away from me! Chen Jing directly pushed away the warriors who wanted to help him get up, then wiped the blood flowing from his mouth. And at this moment, a lot of light flickered in the entire sky. What is this? Lin Xiu, who originally wanted to continue attacking the past, frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Taking a closer look, he saw that some aircraft were flying over. There were also a large number of warriors on the aircraft. Ha ha ha, you are dead meat. When Chen Jing saw this scene at this time, he suddenly burst into laughter. People from the Bai family, Ye Kai, who was standing on Lin Xiu's side, looked at the aircraft at this time and his face became ugly. At this time, a large number of warriors in white uniforms jumped down from the aircraft. These were all warriors of the Bai family. Elder Bai. It's him. This person is the remnant of the Yi family. Chen Jing looked at the warrior who jumped down first and immediately pointed at Lin Xiu and shouted loudly. The warrior jumped to Chen Jing's side at this time and looked up at Lin Xiu and Ye Kai. He killed my Bai family and escaped. He glanced at Lin Xiu and Ye Kai and said coldly. Undoubtedly, what he was talking about was the Bai family warriors who were killed in the inner courtyard of the Bai family when Lin Xiu rescued Ye Kai. Boy, can't you imagine that from the very beginning? You've already been a turtle in the jar trapped. Chen Jing also said coldly at this time. It seems that you'll have a lot of experience tonight. Lin Xiu and Ye Kai were surrounded by many Bai family warriors. Not only did he not have any fear in his eyes, but he was a little excited. Because of killing these warriors, he would be able to gain a lot of experience. The Yi family, the so-called big family, has long since perished. The warrior known as Elder Bai approached at this time and said coldly to Lin Xiu, still trying to restore it. Huh? It's a fool's dream. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. The Bai family only brought so many warriors. I'm afraid it's not enough. Lin Xiu said lightly. Crazy, or won't even know how you died later. When Chen Jing heard Lin Xiu's words, he immediately shouted. With the arrival of the Bai family's warriors, it seemed that Chen Jing's nervousness just now was relieved. He was really afraid that he would be killed by Lin Xiu. After all, the strength that Lin Xiu showed was simply too powerful. Elder Bai, he has the token of the Yi family in his hand. Chen Jing spoke to him at this time. Imperial token. Elder Bai clearly knew something, and the pupils in his eyes also shrank slightly at this time. That thing was key to open that place. Hand it over. Elder Bai stared at Lin Xiu at this time, and said lightly. There was murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly, through the analytic eye. This time, there were a total of 5 sage warriors from the Bai family. There were also many warriors of the respected warrior level. and the power of this elder Bai is considered very powerful among the sage warriors. With this kind of strength, ordinary warriors can only wait for death. Unluckily for them, the person they were against was Lin Xiu. Chapter 1098 Who is the Turtle in the Jar? Chapter 1098 Who is the Turtle in the Jar? Want it? Lin Xiu shook the token in front of them. When Elder Bai saw the scene, the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. Give it to me. At this moment, Elder Bai moved and rushed towards Lin Xiu. His speed was very fast, and the moment he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Lin Xiu. Reaching out, he was about to grab the token in Lin Xiu's hands. Swoosh! But at this moment, Lin Xiu's figure disappeared instantly. Elder Bai grabbed the air. Where is he? Elder Bai had no idea that Lin Xiu's speed would be so fast. Lin Xiu's figure appeared on the other side. Kill him! Elder Bai's face became gloomy and he shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, in the next moment, those warriors in the air released various skills at the same time, charging towards Lin Xiu and Ye Kai. Ye Kai's expression changed greatly at this time and he subconsciously unfolded his sphere. Just as he unfolded the sphere, a matrix covered his body. Seeing the sudden appearance of the matrix that framed himself in it, Ye Kai's pupils shrank slightly. Boom boom boom. Before Ye Kai could react, a large amount of skill power rushed towards him and Lin Xiu. Suddenly, a loud noise sounded. At this time, Lin Xiu had already unfolded the sphere. Those seemingly terrifying skills were all blocked by Lin Xiu's sphere. These skills did not cause any damage to Lin Xiu at all. He'll continue to use you guys to practice. At this moment, Lin Xiu mumbled to himself. He triggered his thoughts. At this moment, a large amount of black energy bodies suddenly emerged. Silence! As the source strength of Lin Xiu's body erupted, these black energies instantly charged toward the numerous warriors around. Wish! Those dark energies rushed to the surrounding warriors like a tide. Get out of the way! Elder Bai looked at these dark energies, and the expression in his eyes changed slightly. Those warriors in the sky were still attacking Lin Xiu. But at this time, there was absolutely no way to dodge. Those dark energies that rushed through like a tide covered their bodies in an instant. As those dark energies covered their bodies, their eyes seemed to lose their radiance in an instant. Die! At the same time as Lin Xiu said in a faint voice, the bodies of those warriors covered by dark energies all fell to the ground. They could not even scream or struggle and they all fell to the ground. All their vitality was drained by those dark energies. Even those warriors of the respected warrior level who unfolded the sphere were not spared. Bang bang bang. As a large number of warriors continued to fall from the sky, Elder Bai's complexion had become extremely ugly. Damn! He clasped his hands together. Silence! You got silence. He clearly knew what skill Lin Xiu used just now. This is one of the 3 Hala-level skills of the Yi family. Silence. Did he learn this skill? Standing behind Elder Bai, Chen Jing's eyes widened. His eyes were full of disbelief. He had also heard of this legendary skill, but he didn't expect to see it now. Moreover, this skill is too terrifying. In this short moment, all the warriors of the Bai family in the sky actually died. Oh right. His warrior was killed by this guy using this skill too. It seems that Bai Zhan didn't get this skill card. Elder Bai continued to speak with a gloomy expression. Bai Zhan, are you talking about the warrior who died in my hands? Lai Yuzu looked at him and said lightly. Humph. Elder Bai's expression became even nastier at this time. He snorted coldly and the source strength in his body erupted. Although he couldn't feel Lin Xiu's specific strength, Lin Xiu's performance just now was enough for him to regard Lin Xiu as an opponent of the same level. Gurgle. With a wave of his hands, all the water in the surrounding pools flew into the air, then gathered towards his hands. Go! Elder Bai shook his hands, and a huge water droplet instantly dissipated into thousands of small water droplets, charging toward Lin Xiu. These small water droplets, at this time, flew faster than bullets. If there is no accident, Lin Xiu's body will be completely damaged by these small water droplets. And now, Lin Xiu is still standing in place and not dodging. Just when those thousands of small water droplets were about to hit Lin Zia's body, they stopped in the air, as if they were frozen. How can that be? Seeing this scene, Elder Bai's expression changed greatly. Go! In the next moment, Lin Ziu waved, and these thousands of small water droplets stagnating in the air, in turn, charged toward Elder Bai and the others. Sphere. When Chen Jing saw this scene, he couldn't care about anything else and directly unfolded his sphere. The same goes for Elder Bai. Bang bang bang. The remaining warriors of the Chen family in the back were all pierced by those small water droplets. Immediate death. In a short period of time, the warriors of the Chen family and those brought by the Bai family were almost dead. It's just that in addition to Elder Bai, there were 4 other sage warriors of the Bai family, standing in the 4 corners of the place, and they haven't moved. Which Lin Ziu found a little weird. What do these people want to do? Elder Bai looked at the necklace on Lin Zia's neck. The necklace has 5 transparent glass balls, and inside the glass balls, there is actually some attribute energy in it. It looks very weird, although he was not clear what it is. Lin Ziu has such a powerful strength, and it is very likely that it has something to do with it. Must kill him. Elder Bai. At this moment, Chen Jing said with a trembling voice. He never thought that the strength of the people Ye Kai brought would be so strong. All the warriors under him have died. His heart is bleeding. These are the strengths that their Chen family has cultivated for so many years. Shut up. At this time, Elder Bai said with a gloomy expression. With a move of his right hand, he drew out a long sword from behind him. This long sword was very strange. It turned out to be all black like charcoal. Chapter 1099 The Peculiar Energy Rope. Chapter 1099 The Peculiar Energy Rope. Lin Ziu held tightly onto his long spear. The 4 sage warriors who were standing at each corner were still motionless as they stared at the scene before them. Even when the warriors from the Bai family were getting killed, they still didn't do anything. It was obvious that there was something peculiar about them. Lin Ziu was trying to be cautious as well. Move back. Battles at such levels will only kill an idiot like you. Elder Bai stared at Lin Ziu as he muttered to himself. Yes. Yes. After hearing what Elder Bai said, Chen Jing nodded his head and retreated to the back. Where do you think you're going? However, at the same time, Lin Ziu's figure appeared out of nowhere. Chen Jing trembled. When he had the time to react, he noticed that there was a dim, golden glow around his body. He was a sage warrior after all, so he could quickly react by activating his own skills, allowing his body to be teleported to the other corner of the room. What was this? As he looked behind him, he noticed that there was a semi-transparent golden array that was on the ground where he was standing at previously. Ziu ziu ziu. He didn't even get the chance to breathe when a large number of arrays suddenly appeared all around him. Even when Chen Jing's reflexes were quick, his body was still trapped inside the arrays. Let me out. Chen Jing was struggling like mad, but he soon noticed that there were no ways where he would be able to escape from this array. Elder Bai also noticed that there was an obvious black source mark that appeared on Lin Zia's forehead. This must be the energy of Lin Zia's source mark. Was this a spatial source mark? Elder Bai was starting to feel that Lin Zia's abilities were peculiar. But, without much hesitation, his body shifted and he appeared right in front of Lin Ziu. He held onto the sword with his left hand and was about to chop Lin Zia's body in 2 parts. He wanted to just chop this man into 2. Clang! Lin Ziu raised the long spear above his head and blocked the attack. Then, with the energy in his body, he blasted them and sent Elder Bai flying into the distance. Following that, before Elder Bai could react, the long spear that was in Lin Zia's hands was already coming at him. Elder Bai's face turned pale as he started a fight with Lin Ziu and his long spear. He slowly transferred the energy into his sword. The body of the long sword that was pitch black was slowly replaced by a bright, white light. Soon, the entire body of it that was black slowly started glowing with a bright light. As for Lin Ziu, who was fighting this sword with his long spear, Lin Ziu could feel that there was a terrifying sword aura that came from Elder Bai. This caused all of the skin on Lin Zia's arms to break. It was such a terrifying sword aura. However, it was only the superficial skin that broke, and soon they were quickly healing on their own. Now, Lin Ziyu was transferring his energy onto his long spear, and soon the entire body of the long spear turned transparent like glass. As the skills of the Destiny Spear art were being used, Elder Bai felt an intense pressure coming over him. As he was trying to block Lin Ziyu's attack with his sword, he kept moving backwards. "Quick!" Elder Bai screamed on top of his lungs. As Lin Ziyu heard his scream, Lin Ziyu started looking around as well. All four of the sage warriors were still like monks standing at their respective corners. With Elder Bai's commands, all four of them started releasing a large amount of energy. This energy slowly materialized, and there was an eye-blinding glow that came from it. Soon, there were rays of bright light that shone from the ground. Slowly, these rays joined together to form a huge complicated rune. What was this? When he saw what was happening, Lin Ziyu immediately used the purification domain. Lin Ziyu tried to use his domain force, and a bright white glow came out of Lin Ziyu's body. It slowly covered the entire floor. However, the purification domain was unable to get rid of these things that were on the ground. This was not a domain. As soon as the huge runes appeared, the entire ground was shining brightly in purple. Ziyu, Ziyu, Ziyu. Before Lin Ziyu could react to what these things were, there were numerous purple energy ropes that appeared from the ground. These purple ropes then tangled themselves all over Lin Ziyu's body. At the same time, there were still more energy ropes that kept coming out of the ground. All of them were headed towards Lin Ziyu. It was only a short period of time where Lin Ziyu was completely locked by the ropes. Initially, he wanted to use the energy in his body to set himself free, but Lin Ziyu realized that he could no longer use the energy inside him. It felt as if all of the energy inside his body had been sealed by this peculiar energy. Young Master, Ye Kai, on the other side of the room, was getting anxious. He was still stuck inside an array and he couldn't get out of it. But, even if he could, there was nothing that he could do as well. Ha ha ha. Bai Zhan laughed as he saw what happened. What's wrong? You can't use the energy inside your body. After hearing what Bai Zhan said, Lin Ziyu had an awful look on his face. Since the beginning, Lin Ziyu has been paying attention to the four warriors. He was already extremely cautious, but he didn't think that these sage warriors would work together to release their energy from their source marks. Lin Ziyu figured it out when he saw the source mark on each of the warriors' foreheads. Damn it! Lin Ziyu was still struggling to set himself free, but Lin Ziyu realized that he wasn't able to do so. These energy ropes seemed to have a special ability. Not only were they able to tie him up tightly, they stopped him from using the energy inside his body. Elder Bai, kill him! Shen Jing, who was inside the array, started screaming. Shut up. Elder Bai was obviously unhappy with Chen Jing. Then, he held onto his sword and headed towards Lin Ziyu. Give me the Imperial Order. When he didn't see the Imperial Order on Lin Ziyu, Elder Bai frowned. Lin Ziyu ignored him and the look on Lin Ziyu's face started turning bad. What the FK? The source marks of these warriors were able to join together to release such unique strength. Plus, while he was being tied up, he couldn't even use mirror image. I'm telling you to tell me where the Imperial Order is. Seeing how Lin Ziyu was ignoring him, Elder Bai felt furious. He used the sword in his hand and pierced it toward Lin Ziyu's shoulders. Boom! But, just as the tip of the sword slightly entered into Lin Ziyu's body, it couldn't go any further. Chapter 1100 It's my turn next. Chapter 1100 It's my turn next. When Elder Bai saw what happened, his eyes widened in shock. HMPH. He sneered and tried to push the sword deeper into Lin Ziyu's shoulder. However, Lin Ziyu's body was too tough. The sword that he had was unable to pierce through Lin Ziyu's body. Did you think that you'll be able to hurt me like this? Lin Ziyu stared at Elder Bai while asking him the question. Elder Bai's face turned pale when he heard what Lin Ziyu said. Crackling. Suddenly, with his mind controlling it, there were large, horrifying lightning bolts that appeared on the sword. Then, he pierced Lin Ziyu's body once again with his sword. This time, there were large amounts of lightning bolts that traveled around Lin Ziyu's body. Elder Bai let out a cold smile, but soon, the smile on his face froze. This was because they could see that even when Lin Ziyu's body was completely wrapped with the lightning bolt, His body was not injured at all. How was this possible? How could he have such a tough body? These lightning bolts had no effect on Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu was still struggling to set himself free from the energy ropes. Damn it! Lin Ziyu cursed under his breath. At this point, there was only one skill left for him to try. Give me the Imperial Order. Elder Bai was in rage. He held on to the sword with both hands and was trying to thrust it into Lin Ziyu's body. The Imperial Order was still in Lin Ziyu's hands earlier, but how did it suddenly disappear? This brat must have done some special technique to hide it. Lin Ziyu didn't care what Elder Bai was doing. His body has been through a lot of tough training, and with the regeneration from before, Lin Ziyu's body strength was already at a very high level. It wouldn't be that easy to pierce the sword through Lin Ziyu's body. Leave him alone. Ye Kai was screaming at Elder Bai when he saw what was happening. But he didn't have the strength to stop him. Plus, at this point, the 4 sage warriors standing at each corner were gathering their energies as well. Then, all of the energy left their bodies and headed toward Lin Ziyu. The sage warriors had a different look in their eyes when they saw what was happening. But they were now using a combined source mark and none of them were allowed to move. Source strength control. The cooling time for this skill was about 1 month long. But when Lin Ziyu got the god's blessings from earlier when he got to a new level, the cooling time for it got reset. This was why Lin Ziyu was able to use it now. Just as Lin Ziyu had assumed, the energy ropes around him were formed by source energy. By using the source strength control, Lin Ziyu could clearly feel that he was in control of all the source energy around him. This included the source energy from these ropes, the energy from the 4 warriors as well as any living things around him, including plants and animals who have source energy. Go to hell. Elder Bai was still unable to thrust the sword through Lin Ziyu's body and he was getting even angrier. But he did not realize that all of the ropes that were formed by the source energy were slowly disappearing. All of them were slowly turning into source energy and it was getting absorbed by Lin Ziyu. Is that enough? Elder Bai was still putting his best effort into trying to pierce Lin Ziyu with his sword. That's when he suddenly heard Lin Ziyu's voice. Then, there was a hand that grabbed onto his sword. Elder Bai's pupil shrunk when he saw what happened. He finally looked up and realized that all of the ropes that were entangled around Lin Ziyu's body had completely disappeared. As he looked around, he could clearly see that the energy coming from all 4 of the warriors at each corner were slowly getting weaker. It looked as if the energy in their body was being absorbed by something else. Clang! At the same time, there was a crisp sound that ran through the room. Elder Bai then realized that the sword that he was holding onto had been broken into 2. He looked at it carefully and noticed that it was Lin Ziyu who broke it with his hands. At the same time, all of the energy ropes around Lin Ziyu's body have completely disappeared. Elder Bai had a drastic change of expression. Just as he wanted to escape, Lin Ziyu had already swung a huge punch onto his body. There was also a bright light that appeared around the fist. Explosive strike. Boom! As the punch landed on Elder Bai's body, there was a loud explosion that followed. Then, his body was like a kite that got cut off from its string, uncontrollably flying across the room. In the end, he landed heavily on one of the huge rocks. PFFT. There was brighted blood that came out of his mouth. Elder Bai's eyes were opened wide and he could feel that all of his ribs had broken. The intense pain that he was feeling at this moment prevented him from moving. Kill him! Elder Bai spoke with great difficulty. All 4 of the warriors in each corners turned and looked at Lin Ziyu. Everything that had happened was getting more and more peculiar, and it felt as if all the energy in their body was getting absorbed by Lin Ziyu. When they took a good look at Lin Ziyu's body, it looked as if his entire body was filled with a bright, white light due to the large energy absorbed. It was looking incredibly odd. As for the plants around it, all of those who had energy in them were getting absorbed by Lin Ziyu. All of the plants wilted. The warriors quickly released their spheres before attacking Lin Ziyu. Ziyu Ziyu Ziyu. Although most of the energy in their body has been absorbed by Lin Ziyu, they still have quite a large reserve in them. Lin Ziyu sneered when he looked at them. The long spear that was on the ground soon returned to Lin Ziyu's hands. As soon as he held onto the long spear, Lin Ziyu swung it in the air around him. The sage warriors, who held onto their weapons about to attack Lin Xiu, were pushed far away by one simple attack from Lin Xiu's spear. It sent them flying in the air. Boom boom boom. Then, their bodies immediately fell onto the ground. There was also fresh blood that came out from the corners of their mouth. Well, it's my turn next. Lin Xiu sneered, and he gripped onto his long spear with his body that was full of energy. All of the energy in his body was transferred onto his long spear. This horrifying energy caused all of the sage warriors who were on the ground to feel frightened as their pupils shrunk. Chapter 1101 Prepare for the Lottery. Chapter 1101 Prepare for the Lottery. Goodbye everyone. Lin Xiu bid them goodbye in a calm tone. Then, with the long spear, he drew an arc in the sky, heavenly breaking strike. As the energy of this warrior skill got released, the space above them felt like it had been sliced open. The four sage warriors who were on the ground subconsciously released their spheres. However, with the impact coming from the energy, all of their spheres exploded. Their bodies were blasted into halves as well due to the horrifying energy. Most of the energies in their bodies have been absorbed by Lin Xiu, and with the strong energy from the sage warrior skills, it was impossible that they would be able to withstand it. Shenjing, who was trapped inside the array, felt his entire body shivering. They were about to kill Lin Xiu. How on earth did things change so suddenly? Elder Bai looked at the scene ahead and he was trembling as well. His ribs were all broken, and if it wasn't for the energy that was protecting his internal organs, the broken ribs would have punctured all of his organs. Now, he was thinking of how to escape. Where do you think you're going? Lin Xiu was getting closer to Elder Bai as he spoke. After killing all four sage warriors, Lin Xiu had an increase of 10 in his EXP. This progress was a good one. Once he killed Chen Jing and Elder Bai, Lin Xiu should be able to get even more EXP. Young man, do you know what the consequences are for offending the Bai family? Although Elder Bai was severely injured, he was still screaming on top of his lungs. I only know that you are about to die. Lin Xiu answered naturally. Then, as Lin Xiu moved his long spear in the air, there were terrifying flames targeted at Elder Bai. Nuo. As he watched what was happened, Elder Bai screamed internally. However, he had no other way of dodging it at this point. Plus, he couldn't release his sphere now. Boom! It was a dark blue flame that directly attacked his body. These dark blue flames completely filled his entire body. It was burning like crazy. Ah! Elder Bai wailed in pain, and he was struggling as he tried to move away from the flames. But these flames were terrifying. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't get rid of the flames that were all over his body. Soon, Elder Bai, who was already injured from the punch earlier, stopped struggling. As the fire slowly died down, they could clearly see that Elder Bai's body was now pieces of burnt charcoal. Shenjing's body froze on the spot and looked at the scene ahead of him. Horrifying, this was horrifying. Elder Bai ended up being burnt into this state because of the flames. Please, let me go, let me go. Shenjing started at Lin Xiu, who was walking towards him. His legs turned weak and his eyes were filled with fear. Goodbye. As Lin Xiu said in a soft tone, he caused the array to immediately explode. Boom! There was a loud explosion that followed, and Shenjing's body completely disappeared in the air. Lin Xiu only ended up with 5 of EXP after killing Elder Bai and Chen Jing, along with the EXP for killing the other warriors. Lin Xiu already had a 20 progress. Uncle Yi, are you alright? Lin Xiu turned around and looked at the man behind him. Then, he got rid of the array that was holding Yi Kai. I'm fine. Yi Kai shook his head. Let's go. Lin Xiu looked around before suggesting it to Yi Kai. Yi Kai nodded his head. After leaving the Chen mansion, Lin Xiu and Yi Kai went to a hotel. Inside one of the rooms, Uncle Yi, do you know how many sage warriors the Bai family have here in Bai Dai City? Lin Xiu was trying to get more information about the Bai family of Bai Dai City through the internet as he asked Yi Kai. According to the information that I received previously, it should be about 100 of them. Yi Kai answered Lin Xiu. As he thought about it, Yi Kai frowned. With so many sage warriors, it seemed a little difficult for them to overrule the Bai family. Plus, The Bai family of Bai Dai City was merely one branch of the Bai family. The true Bai family was in another city and the warriors there will be much stronger. But, because these warriors are in another area, there should only be about 30 of them here. Ye Kai added on to what he said previously. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes and said, about a week later, I will annihilate the entire Bai family here in Bai Dai City. He has already killed multiple sage warriors from the Bai family on his own. There would only be about 20 of them remaining. He was already at level 68 and he even had silence with him now. Lin Xiu felt that there wouldn't be any difficulty with facing so many sage warriors together. Yo master, you want to do it alone? When Ye Kai heard what Lin Xiu had planned to do, the look on his face changed. Lin Xiu nodded his head. That's right. He will be fighting the Bai family alone. Yo master. No. There are too many of them in the Bai family and if you went alone, it would be too dangerous. Ye Kai tried to stop Lin Xiu. I can't wait any longer. Lin Xiu shook his head. He has already gotten the Orchid of Heaven. He would have to start looking for the warrior god realm in order to find Luoyu. But Ye Kai was planning on getting all the allies of the Yi family and defeating the Bai family together. But Lin Xiu wanted to do it alone now. It was incredibly dangerous. Don't worry about it. I won't do things that I am unsure of. Plus, with my abilities, even if I can defeat them, I can still run away from them. Lin Xiu was telling the truth. He had flashing souls with him and it would be a piece of cake for him to escape. Uncle Yi, just wait another week and you'll see that there is nothing known as the Bai family. Lin Xiu stood by the window and looked into the distance as he spoke. When Ye Kai left his room, Lin Xiu immediately went into the system interface that was in his mind. For some reason, he already had 3 lucky draw chances. Let's do it first then. It was still the same interface as before, but there were 3 boxes with a question mark on it. When Lin Xiu saw the question mark, he was delighted. Chapter 1102 Turn the Others Blind. Chapter 1102 Turn the Others Blind. Usually, when there are question marks like these, it would mean that something good would appear. This interface was similar to the previous one and there are 10 slots in it. 3 of them were warrior skills cards. 3 with odd crystals. 3 of them with a question mark, and the very last one was for the big prize. Lin Xiu didn't need the skills card of the odd crystals. He only wanted those with the question marks. This was because there would definitely be rare items inside it. Let's do 3 continuous ones then. He had 3 chances anyway. As Lin Xiu selected the option, the roulette started spinning. Stop. As Lin Xiu screamed internally, the roulette that was spinning before slowly stopped. Ding. Congratulations master on getting 1 odd crystal. Congratulations master for getting 1 warrior skills card. Congratulations master for getting 1 mystery prize. As the notifications came from his mind, Lin Xiu let out a breath of relief. I was thinking that I must have had bad luck since it was odd crystals and warrior skills cards. I didn't think that there would be a mystery prize. Lin Xiu mumbled to himself. When he left the system interface, there was a bright light in front of him and an odd crystal appeared. Lin Xiu then grabbed the odd crystal. It was a Saint Beast odd crystal. Then, there was a card floating in the air as well. A purple gold warrior skills card. It was a hammer skills card. Lin Xiu was speechless. Even if this was a purple gold card, the system should have at least given him a fist warrior skills card instead since it would be more useful for him. But none of these mattered because the most important one was the very last one. It had to be something good. A black bag appeared right in front of him. This was the mystery prize. Lin Xiu had no idea what was in it. He reached out and grabbed onto the bag. The bag seemed a little heavy. As he opened the bag, Lin Xiu could see that there were a few black objects inside the bag. What on earth are these? As he looked at the items inside the bag, Lin Xiu was stunned. A grenade. Lin Xiu's eyes were wide open when he saw what it was. There were at least 5 grenades inside the bag. Lin Xiu was completely speechless. Then, he used his analytical eyes to get information on these items. Super flash grenade. After using it, you can blind the other person, cause the other party to be blind for at least 3 seconds no matter what level they are at. Will not affect the owner. After reading the description given by the analytic eye, Lindsay's eyes were wide open, blind for 3 seconds, and it didn't matter what the other party's level was. This was definitely something incredible. I thought this was rubbish, but it turned out to be something great. Lin Xiu laughed as he placed it in his expansion space. At the same time, on the other side, nonsense. Inside the estate of the Bai family in Bai Dai City, there was an old man with a head full of white hair that slammed the rock throne that he was sitting on. The rock throne that was extremely hard had cracks on it almost immediately. You're saying that Bai Shanfei died on his way to Wildfire City? The head of the Bai family, Bai Rui, had an awful look on his face. Standing right in front of him were several warriors of the Bai family, and Bai Rui, who was in rage, was trembling as well. Yes, not only the young master, even the 5-element warriors, all of them died as well. One of the warriors spoke up anxiously. Who was the one who dared go against the Bai family? Find him. Bai Rui spoke in a low tone. Yes. A group of warriors immediately answered to it. Bai Zhanfei was the heir of the main family. His death made Bai Rui furious. None of these warriors dared to speak to him. Also, then, another warrior was stuttering as he was trying to say something. What else? Bai Rui screamed. Elder Bai went with some of them to the Chen family, and all of them are dead now. The man quickly reported what he knew. Who did it? Bai Rui, who was already furious, blasted the energy in his body as he stood up. Boom! The rock throne that he was sitting on earlier blasted into tiny pieces. All of the warriors in the Chen family were killed as well. We are still looking into it. The warrior quickly answered. I want the answer in 3 days. Bai Rui said coldly to his men. Yes. For the next few days, Lin Xiu stayed inside the hotel and continued cultivating. He still had to continue cultivating silence. Although he was able to kill lots of warriors in the Chen family in an instant, he still felt that it wasn't the true power of this warrior skill. He has not learnt everything yet. Time passed quickly and it has already been a week. Knock knock. While Lin Xiu was still cultivating, sitting cross-legged on the floor, someone was knocking on his door. Who is it? Lin Xiu opened his eyes and asked. Hello. I am the staff of the hotel and I am here for maintenance. As soon as Lin Xiu asked, there was a meek voice that came from outside the door. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes as he could feel something odd. Looks like they are here already. Coming. Lin Xiu got up and went to the door. Squeak. As soon as he opened the door, there was a bright light that flashed across his eyes. Then, a dagger filled with energy was aimed at his body. Lin Xiu was not worried at all as he lifted up his hand and caught the dagger. The man who held onto the dagger was shocked. He didn't think that there would be no harm done to Lin Xiu. This man even caught his dagger with his bare hands. Back. Before he could react, Lin Xiu tightened his grip on the dagger and broke it. When Lin Xiu broke the dagger, he held on to one of the broken pieces and sliced it at the man's neck. Within seconds, there was blood everywhere. The man didn't even get the chance to release his fear and he was already killed by Lin Xiu. Boom! Suddenly, there was a powerful bomb that directly came from outside of his window. There was a huge explosion that happened in Lin Xiu's room. As he took a closer look at the sky outside, there was a large number of warriors from the Bai family who were riding on flying androids. The other warriors who were around the hotel started running away. HMPH, that brat should be dead by now. There was a middle-aged man that spoke in a cold tone as he looked at the room that exploded. The bomb that exploded carried highly toxic substances. Even if it was a sage warrior, he would be dead by now from the toxin by being so close to the bomb. There are so many of them here. Looks like they look very highly of me. Chapter 1103 Capture Beatty City. Chapter 1103 Capture Beatty City. At this moment, a voice came from above the sky. A middle-aged man from the Bai family looked up at the sky and he could clearly see Lin Xiu's figure. At this time, Lin Xiu's body was suspended in the sky and a large number of Bai family warriors could be seen below. Bai Tao is not an easy chap. At this time, another sage warrior from the Bai family spoke to the middle-aged man from the Bai family just now. Humph. The man known as Bai Tao snorted coldly at this time. He looked at Lin Xiu, who was floating above the sky. His eyes were full of killing intent. This time, the family ordered it. You guys better kill him quickly. Bai Tao looked at the surrounding warriors and said coldly. This time, in addition to Bai Tao, the Sage Warrior level warrior, there were also 5 Sage Warrior level warriors. Now these 5 Sage Warrior level warriors have been suspended in all directions of the sky. It was blocking any direction Lin Xiu could escape. Bang bang bang. And those warriors sitting on the aircraft, at this time, started to activate the laser cannon and blasted towards Lin Xiu in the sky. Lin Xiu, who was suspended in the sky, snorted coldly as he watched the laser cannons charging towards him. With his right hand, he took a direct shot at the laser cannons that were charging, and all those laser cannons were sent flying. In turn, it blasted towards the aircraft. Boom boom boom. At this time, the aircraft exploded and fell from the sky. Go! When Bai Tao saw this scene, his face became sinister. He looked at the 5 Sage Warriors from all sides and said aloud. At this moment, the 5 Sage Warriors rushed towards Lin Xiu. Their speed was very fast, but in Lin Xiu's eyes, it was nothing. Lin Xiu, who has now reached level 68, was far more powerful than the average Sage Warrior level warrior. These Sage Warriors were all holding long swords. Surrounding Lin Xiu, they stabbed him. Swoosh! Seeing that they were about to stab him, Lin Xiu's figure disappeared. What happened? Seeing this scene, the expressions in the eyes of the 5 Sage Warriors changed slightly. Boom! And in the next moment, the dark blue flaming birds charged towards them. Not good. The expressions of these 5 Sage Warriors changed greatly, and they directly unfolded their sphere. Those flaming birds hit their sphere in an instant. Although separated by the sphere, the scorching flame of the flaming bird still made them feel an extreme burning sensation. Make them feel like their bodies are about to be melted away. Taking a closer look, Lin Xiu's figure had already appeared on the other side of the sky. Holding a spear in his hand, he danced in the air. As the spear danced, in the next one, a large number of flaming birds burst out from the dark spear in Lin Xiu's hand. Boom boom boom. Those flaming birds hovered in the air and charged toward the rest of the Bai family warriors. Those aircraft in the sky, hit by the flames, all exploded directly. As soon as those respected warrior-level warriors unfolded the sphere, their spheres were directly burned and melted by the terrifying flame of the flaming birds. Without the protection of the sphere, the flames would instantly erode their bodies. What? The incomparably hot flames instantly made their bodies fall to the ground. Bai Tao's eyes widened as he watched this scene. He had no idea that Lin Xiu's strength would be so powerful. No wonder Elder Bai and the others died at the hands of this kid. At this time, Bai Tao mumbled to himself. Although there were 5 Sage Warriors this time, but Bai Tao still had a bad premonition. Damn. He cursed secretly, then picked up his contact device. At this time, the 5 Sage Warriors finally broke free from the flaming birds released by Lin Xiu. They looked battered at this time. The power of the flaming birds that Lin Xiu unleashed just now was simply too great. They could still feel the heat all over their bodies. Don't let your guard down. This kid is not an ordinary warrior. One of the Sage Warriors has now become extremely cautious. At this time, these 5 Sage Warriors were all about to release their domain forces at the same time, directly suppressing Lin Xiu. Tisk tisk. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiu immediately showed a sneer, with a wave of the right hand. With the release of white light, all their domain forces disappeared. How can that be? These Sage Warriors, who clearly felt all this, widened their eyes at this time, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Swoosh! And at this time, Lin Xiu, who was originally on the other side of the sky, flashed and disappeared instantly. Before the Sage Warrior in the south could react, he saw Lin Xiu holding a spear and appearing in front of him. The pupils in his eyes shrank and he subconsciously held the long sword in his hand to resist. Dang! With a crisp sound, the long sword in his hand was directly blown away. Torrential storm of rose flowers. And at the next moment, Lin Xiu continued to stab out with the spear in his hand. At this moment, The spear suddenly transformed into thousands. Sphere. This sage warrior roared in his heart and was about to unfold his sphere. Thousands of spears pierced his sphere. With that powerful impact, even if he unfolded the sphere, at this time, he could clearly see a large number of cracks appearing on it. His entire body also fell. Humph. Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu snorted coldly and he flew down. The dark-edged spear he was holding instantly transformed into a ferocious tiger as he flew straight down. Boom! Before the sage warrior could react, the dark-edged spear, which was like a tiger rushing down, smashed him into pieces. In the next moment, the dark-edged spear directly penetrated the head of the sage warrior. A sage warrior was killed by Lin Xiu just like that. This is impossible. When the other 4 sage warriors saw this scene, the expressions in their eyes changed greatly. A warrior of the sage warrior level was killed so easily. Moreover, Lin Xiu pulled out the long spear that pierced his head at this time, and swung the dark-edged spear in both hands directly into the air. Boom boom boom! One after another flaming birds continued to be released, charging toward them, with his strength getting stronger and stronger. Lin Xiu, now without using system skills, can also fight these ordinary sage warriors and kill them. Chapter 114 Capture Beatty City 2. Chapter 114 Capture Beatty City 2. At this time, Lin Xiu waved the dark-edged spear in his hand and continued to release a large number of flaming birds. Although those sage warriors reacted fast, there were too many flaming birds and they couldn't dodge completely. Soon, the flaming birds covered their bodies. Even with the sphere, the burning sensation of those flames spread to their bodies. When they wanted to break free from the flames, the source strength of Lin Xiu's body all converged on the dark-edged spear in his hand. With the gathering of source strength, the dark-edged spear began to tremble. Get out of the way! Bai Tao, who was at the bottom, roared loudly when he saw this scene, because he could clearly see the powerful force gathered on the dark-edged spear in Lin Xiu's hand. The pupils in his eyes could not help shrinking. Heaven-breaking strike. At this time, Lin Xiu had already swept out the dark-edged spear in his hand. An arc-shaped terrifying force swept over directly. In the surrounding sky, a large number of space cracks appeared in an instant because of the impact of this force. The sphere of the 4 sage warriors was already weaker because of the burning of the flames. At this time, as the terrifying force swept over, their sphere burst directly. The terrifying power didn't just destroy their sphere. Their bodies were also directly impacted and shattered into 2 pieces. Blood spurted out from the sky at this time. Experience. It has risen to 25. Continued to send more people. Lin Xiu said indifferently to Bai Tao who was below. You're dead meat. At this time, Bai Tao looked at Lin Xiu in the sky and said with a trembling voice. The 5 sage warriors died just like that. What kind of power is this to be able to kill all sage warriors in such a short period of time? Trash. And at this moment, a loud voice resounded from the sky. Master. Seeing this scene, Bai Tao was surprised, because now there were a large number of warriors in the sky, and taking lead was Bai Rui, the head of the Bai family in Beatty City. You are really trash. Bai Rui looked at Bai Tao and said coldly, notify the people from the city Lord Council to come. Bai Tao's body trembled when Bai Rui saw him like this. Then he nodded quickly and went to the other side. I have all your information. Descendant of the Yi family. Bai Rui was also suspended in the air at this time, looking at Lin Xiu opposite him, and said lightly. At this time, the entire sky was filled with warriors of the Bai family, and the scene looked very spectacular. Being able to kill so many warriors from my Bai family, it seems that your strength is not bad. However, do you really think that with your strength, you can restore the Yi family? Seeing so many people around, Lin Xiu suddenly sneered. Who said it was by my strength alone? Lin Xiu showed a sneer at this time. At this moment, there was an explosion in the distance of Beatty City. Hearing the explosion, the expression in Bai Rui's eyes changed slightly. What happened? Master. At this time, Bai Tao's figure flew back again. Shut up. What are you panicking about? Bai Rui, who was already full of anger, roared out at this time. Beatty City. Someone is attacking Beatty City. Bai Tao, who flew back, said out of breath at this moment. What? A look of horror appeared in Bai Rui's eyes. There were people attacking Beatty City. Are they courting death? The City Lord Council is now leading people to defend against the attack. At this moment, the corners of Lin Zia's mouth twitched, because this week, he had already notified the forces he had formed before. Sima Kang of Wildfire City, Zhao Yanyuan of Zhao Family, Wu Jai of Sanxi City and Wang Kang of Tianjiao City, had led many warriors to prepare a few days ago. Now that all of them were rushing over, they will take down Beatty City in one fell swoop, and because of the support of the Wu group, the weapons and aircraft they use are all the latest. Boom! At this moment, another huge sound broke out. The gate of Beatty City was directly smashed by the flying artificial angel. Kill him first. At this moment, Bai Rui's face became extremely red with anger as he looked at Lin Ziyu and ordered. Boom boom boom. As soon as his words fell, all the surrounding Bai family warriors released their skills and charged toward Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu looked at this scene, snorted coldly, and used Heavenly Array and Fury directly. And at this moment, Lin Zia's sphere also unfolded. Those forces that filled the sky charged toward Lin Ziyu. But Lin Ziyu did not suffer any damage. His sphere perfectly resisted all those forces. And at this moment, Lin Ziyu sneered and the dark energy ball on his neck trembled. As Lin Ziyu burst out with extreme power, in the next moment, a large amount of dark energy appeared. A large amount of black energy material burst out from Lin Zia's body, then swept towards the surroundings. When Bai Rui saw these dark energies coming in, the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. Flee! The sage warriors beside him also clearly felt this. At this time, they all used the movement technique to dodge directly, but the rest of the warriors didn't react so quickly. Those terrifying dark energies swept over in the next moment. Those warriors had unfolded the sphere, but they found that these black energy substances directly penetrated their sphere, then covered their bodies. Those warriors who were penetrated into their bodies by the black energy substance suddenly opened their eyes wide and wanted to struggle madly. But no matter how hard they struggled, there was no way to get rid of those dark energy substances. Soon, the bodies of these warriors seemed to be drained and they suddenly became extremely shriveled. All fell from the sky. In an instant, a lot of people died. Silence. Bai Rui, who had dodged the impact of those dark substances, was shocked at this time. So many warriors died in such a short period of time. How powerful is this skill? What Bai Rui didn't know was that this silence skill was very powerful and coupled with the energy from the dark attribute energy ball. This skill became even more terrifying. The Yi family. As expected, he belongs to the Yi family. Chapter 1005 Capture Beatty City E3. Chapter 1005 Capture Beatty City E3. At this time, Bai Rui's face was already a little hideous. Previously, he also wanted to look for this silence skill. Elder Yu gave him the skill card to absorb at the time, but he couldn't learn this skill at all. He tried to use this skill, but there was no response at all. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Ziyu actually learned this skill. Bai Tao call all the sage warriors on the mission back. At this moment, Bai Rui spoke to the warrior below. Got it. When Bai Tao responded, his figure disappeared. Today, in Beatty City, there will be no more Bai family. While Lin Ziyu said coldly, the earth attribute energy ball on his neck suddenly burst into dazzling light. In the next moment, the surrounding ground cracked instantly and a large number of rocks charged toward the sage warrior in the sky. Whoosh whoosh. When these rocks came up, they all shattered and turned into rock cones. Those sage warriors of the Bai family looked at the rock cones that charged up from below, and the expressions in their eyes changed slightly at this time. All of them spread out the sphere for protection. Lin Ziyu didn't give them the slightest time to breathe. At this moment, the electric energy, fire energy and water energy on the energy ball burst into dazzling light. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the entire sky turned pitch black. One after another huge thunder and lightning slashed directly from the sky. And all the surrounding water sources flew into the air, forming water cones. The flames that filled the sky also swept toward those sage warriors. Damn it. Seeing these various attribute forces rushing in, the faces of those sage warriors also became extremely ugly. These attacks were really terrifying. Even if they unfolded the sphere to resist, it was very difficult. Die. At this time, a sage warrior displayed his body skill and instantly appeared behind Lin Xiu, holding a sword in his hand. He was about to slash at Lin Xiu's body, cutting Lin Xiu in half. Dang. But Lin Xiu seemed to have eyes on his back. At this time, the dark edge spear in his right hand stretched out, blocking his attack. And at this moment, Lin Xiu reflexively attacked with the dark edge spear in his hand. That sage warrior's face changed greatly, and when the sword in his hand was resisted, he was directly knocked out. And at this time, the dark edge spear in Lin Xiu's hand was full of power, because his source strength gathered on it. With a single stroke of the spear in his hand, the sphere of this sage warrior was damaged. PFFT. After the sphere was broken, there was a backlash, causing the sage warrior to spit out blood directly. But at this time, Lin Xiu hadn't stopped the movements in his hands and frantically waved his spear. Without the sphere defense, this sage warrior could not withstand Lin Xiu's attack at all and instantly fell from the sky to the ground. It all happened in a flash. All of you attack him. When Bai Rui saw this scene, his face became even more sinister and he let out a roar. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 20 sage warriors around him used the sphere to withstand those terrifying lightning and flames and charged directly toward Lin Xiu. At this moment, the source marks on their foreheads lit up. A large amount of source mark power were released to bombard Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu snorted coldly at this scene. He didn't even unfold his sphere. Just at the moment when those skills rushed toward him, Lin Xiu's body suddenly turned into a golden statue. Golden body immortality. Boom! Those source mark powers impacted Lin Xiu's body, making a loud explosion. But at the next moment, they were shocked to find that Lin Xiu had not suffered any harm. He was completely immune to the terrifying power generated in that second. Go! At this moment, Lin Xiu's thoughts were triggered and the source strength of his body erupted and the entire sky was suddenly a sea of fire. Holy level fire refining starlit sky. After using skill enhancement, the skill strength of this fire refining starlit sky has directly evolved into holy level. The entire sky was filled with dark blue flames. And in the next moment, among these dark blue flames, there were incomparably huge fireballs, slamming down directly towards the bottom. Boom boom boom. These fireballs were like falling meteorites and they looked extremely terrifying. Be careful. Those who were still shocked how Lin Xiu was still perfectly fine after being attacked by so many sage warriors just now, quickly came to their senses as they watched these incomparably terrifying fireballs coming. Their eyes were full of horror. They wanted to dodge the impact of these fireballs, but they found that these huge fireballs seemed to have a tracking function, so they could not dodge at all. Bang bang bang. As the huge fireballs hit their bodies, a huge sound suddenly erupted. What? With the sound of howling and screaming, the spheres of these warriors were directly melted and their entire being was covered by a huge flame. The terrifying flames directly burned their bodies. In a short moment, 7 or 8 sage warriors fell directly from the sky. Those flames also directly burned their bodies like black coal. Ding, congrats on killing a sage warrior level warrior and gaining experience 264,946,4564. Ding, congratulations, master. At this time, in Lin Xiu's mind, the system prompts of gaining experience kept ringing. But Lin Xiu ignored these prompts. Holding the dark edge spear in his hand, he continued to attack the surrounding sage warriors. Bai Rui had been hiding in the sky at the back, looking at the scene not far away. His expression became uglier. In such a short period of time, Lin Xiu was able to kill so many warriors. Moreover, these were all warriors of the sage warrior level. Lin Xiu ignored Bai Rui and while he was in fury, he frantically waved the dark edge spear in his hand. Gain experience, gain experience. Right now, Lin Xiu has only one thought. The more warriors at the sage warrior level, the better for Lin Xiu. Only by constantly killing these sage warrior level warriors will his experience increase the fastest. Boom boom boom. With a loud noise, several more sage warriors fell directly from the sky. Chapter 116 Capture Beatty City 4. Chapter 116 Capture Beatty City 4. At this time, while Lin Xiu was attacking the Bai family's sage warriors, the sound of the battle outside became even louder. A large number of aircraft were continuously shot down from the sky and loud explosions continued to sound. There were too many warriors outside Beatty City. Those warriors in the City Lord Council were completely unprepared before. Soon, most of Beatty City was captured. Those warriors who didn't want to get dragged down in this all flew away from Beatty City. At this time, Bai Rui's source strength also burst out and blue energy burst out from his body. These were all formed by the materialization of source strength. At this time, Bai Rui looked at Lin Xiu who was fighting over there and stretched out his right hand. The blue energy group instantly charged toward Lin Xiu, and at the moment of the impact, this blue energy group turned into a huge claw, then went toward Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu waved his spear and just knocked a warrior out of the air. Looking back, he saw a claw transformed from a huge blue energy, grabbing his body. Damn! Lin Xiu's eyes widened at this time and he wanted to break free. But at this time, he found that he had no way to break free. Boy! Old ginger is still spicier than younger ones. At this time, Bai Rui looked at Lin Xiu being caught by the huge energy claws he released and said coldly, "Kill him." At this time, Bai Rui looked at the remaining sage warriors and shouted loudly. Now there were only 5 sage warriors left. They also looked a little battered and exhausted at this time. But when they heard Bai Rui's roar, they quickly reacted, holding the weapons in their hands and attacking Lin Xiu who was caught by the huge blue energy claws. Dang dang. But when their weapons hit Lin Xiu's body, there was a loud noise. Their weapons were like they were attacking some hard metal and there was absolutely no way to cause damage to Lin Xiu. How can that be? The faces of these sage warriors changed greatly at this time. Taking a closer look, they found that although Lin Xiu's body was caught by the huge claws, the outer layer of Lin Xiu's body was covered by a faint blue source strength, protecting Lin Xiu's body. "You're trying to kill me with this little strength," Lin Xiu sneered. At this time, the strength of his whole body was mobilized again. Under the state of fury, Lin Xiu's power has reached its limit now. Boom! The blue giant claw that grabbed Lin Xiu's body immediately exploded. PFFD. As the blue giant claws broke, Bai Rui's body was attacked and he vomited out a mouthful of blood. Heavenly Dragon wrecks the city. And at this time, the long spear in Lin Xiu's hand directly drew an arc, forming a huge black dragon, attacking the remaining few sage warriors. These sage warriors originally wanted to continue attacking Lin Xiu, but when they saw the scene in front of them, their expressions suddenly changed. This black dragon was very terrifying. They felt that there was no way to resist it, so they wanted to dodge. But the black dragon seemed to have self-consciousness. They dodged, but the black dragon followed them. Bang bang bang. Soon, 2 sage warriors were caught off guard and were directly bitten by the open-mouthed black dragon. Boom! The entire ground was shaking due to the impact of the black dragon. It felt as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake. The bodies of the 2 sage warriors were also covered in wounds. Before the sage warriors could move, the 2 flaming birds slammed down from the air, hitting their bodies directly. At this moment, their bodies were covered in flames. In an instant, 2 pieces of black coal appeared. The other 3 sage warriors who were lucky enough to escape the attack of the black dragon had expressions of fear on their faces. So many warriors. So many sage warriors. Just killed by a kid. They almost thought that they were in a dream. But Lin Xiu wouldn't give them any chance to breathe. At this time, he used the flashing soul's body skill and appeared directly in front of them. The dark edge spear in his hand continued to attack them. Dang. They wanted to block with their weapons. But when their weapons collided with Lin Xiu's spear and they immediately felt the terrifying force, they couldn't even hold on their weapons any longer. Torrential storm of rose flowers. At this moment, Lin Xiu continued to use his skills. The moment the spear was pierced, thousands of cold lights appeared in the air. At this time, the three sage warriors simply didn't have time to react. At this moment, their bodies were riddled with holes. A large amount of blood sputtered out at this time. Looking at the progress of the total experience at this time, it has risen to 45. The remaining time of fury was about to end at this time. Without any hesitation, Lin Xiu continued to activate the reset skill before using fury. Using fury twice does not strengthen the effect of fury, but only prolongs its duration. Bai Rui, your Bai family betrayed and destroyed the Yi family. Today, it's your turn to suffer. Lin Xiu looked at Bai Rui on the other side and said coldly. The light in Lin Xiu's chest that the old man gave him at the Tower of Trial dissipated slowly in an instant, becoming a special kind of power that converged on Lin Xiu's whole body. Lin Xiu, who felt this, was surprised. This energy light group has been in Lin Xiu's chest for a long time. He never thought that at this time it would be absorbed by him in this way. The remnants of the Yi family. Do you think that the Bai family has only this power? Bai Rui's face was extremely ugly at this time. He looked at Lin Xiu from a distance and said angrily, "That's right. Apart from Beatty City, the real Bai family is on the other side of this planet. The Bai family in Beatty City is just one of the largest branches. You guys are just the beginning," Lin Xiu said lightly. Courting death. At this time, Bai Rui roared, and with a wave of his hands, all the rocks on the surrounding ground flew into the air. Clack clack. Those rocks did not directly impact Lin Xiu, but all gathered together, forming a huge rock giant. At this moment, this incomparably huge rock giant waved his fist and attacked Lin Xiu. Looking at this scene, Lin Xiu didn't have the slightest fear and charged directly with the dark edge spear in his hand. Chapter 1107 Bai Rui's Death. Chapter 1107 Bai Rui's Death. Holding the dark edge spear in his hand, Lin Xiu attacked the rock giant who was attacking with a huge rock fist. Boom! As the spear collided with it, there was a loud noise. The rock giant shattered into countless pieces in the next moment. And at this time, Lin Xiu, still holding the dark edge spear in his hand, continued to charge toward Bai Rui. When Bai Rui saw this scene, his face became extremely sinister. He never imagined that the rock giant formed by his own power would be smashed to pieces by Lin Xiu so easily. Come here! Bai Rui roared and waved his right hand. At this moment, all the weapons scattered on the surrounding ground flew into the sky. They flew to Bai Rui. Those weapons were all assembled into a huge group, then formed a huge evolved beast, charging toward Lin Xiu who was fighting. Seeing the scene, Lin Xiu's expression changed slightly. Holding the long spear in his hand, he attacked the behemoth composed of a large number of weapons, making a loud noise. But Lin Xiu didn't send this thing flying. Instead, his body was hit and retreated to the back. Die! Bai Rui roared and moved his hands. The giant beast formed by the gathering of weapons continued to attack Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, who flew to the back, snorted coldly when he saw this scene. In the next moment, the dark edge spear held in both hands swiped directly into the air, following the burst of flaming birds. They gathered in the sky to form a huge flaming phoenix. At this moment, the flaming phoenix charged toward the giant beast formed by the weapons. Boom! With a loud sound, the giant beast formed by the gathering of weapons was instantly burned by this terrifying flaming phoenix until it melted into a pool of metallic liquid. At this time, Lin Xiu used the flashing soul's body skill and his body instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Bai Rui. When Bai Rui saw Lin Xiu who suddenly appeared, the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. A source force was released, forming a source strength wall, blocking his front. Boom! Lin Xiu's spear hit the source strength wall, making a loud noise. At this moment, a large number of cracks appeared in the source strength wall, and Bai Rui, who was behind the wall, moved his right hand and a sword on the other side flew into his hand, slashing directly at Lin Xiu. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, there was a sudden whooshing sound in the air and one after another huge sword aura rushed toward Lin Xiu. As soon as Lin Xiu smashed the source strength wall, he saw the terrifying sword aura that came. Humph! Lin Xiu snorted coldly. After the sphere of his body unfolded, all those attacks were blocked by Lin Xiu's sphere. It didn't cause any damage to Lin Xiu at all. When Bai Rui saw this scene, the pupils in his eyes shrank slightly. Now he really felt the power of Lin Xiu. A sense of powerlessness instantly surrounded his heart. Now, he no longer has the will to fight, want to flee. Lin Xiu clearly felt that Bai Rui seemed to want to escape, and snorted coldly at this moment. When the body skill, Flashing Souls, was used, he appeared in front of Bai Rui in an instant. Go away! Looking at Lin Xiu who suddenly appeared in front of him, Bai Rui roared angrily. The sword in his hand, full of source strength, slashed directly at Lin Xiu. Dang! But at this time, Lin Xiu directly blocked the dark edge spear in his hand. And at this moment, Lin Xiu's whole body burst out, and Bai Rui was knocked to the back. While shaking Bai Rui away, Lin Xiu continued to attack with the dark edge spear in his hand. Blood flowed from the corner of Bai Rui's mouth and he wanted to hold the sword against Lin Xiu's attack. But at this time, he couldn't resist at all. Lin Xiu's offensive was really too violent. Go to hell soon! With Lin Xiu's roar, the dark edge spear in his hand hit the sword in Bai Rui's hand into the air, and at the same time the spear had stabbed at his forehead. Although Bai Rui's eyes were full of terror, there was no way he could resist. Boom! The spear's head pierced Bai Rui's head the next moment. Blood spurted out in an instant. He opened his eyes wide and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Bai Rui, dead. Stop. And at this moment, a roar came from the sky. Bai Tao rushed over with more than 20 sage warriors from the Bai family. Looking at the scene in front of him, his body trembled. Bai Rui actually died. Master, the master of the house is dead. The eyes of those sage warriors in the sky widened at this time, and their faces became extremely ugly. Bai Rui was a very strong warrior among the sage warriors. But at this moment, he was killed by a young man. Kill him. Although Bai Tao's body trembled slightly, he still roared loudly. The dozens of sage warriors he led all attacked Lin Xiu at this moment. Boom boom boom! As they used a terrifying force, they directly bombarded the sphere that Lin Xiu unfolded. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. But even so, Lin Xiu's sphere still blocked all their attacks. Lin Xiu didn't suffer any damage at all, and what made them feel puzzled was that these sage warriors wanted to release their domain forces, but they found that their domain forces could not be used at all. Damn it! At this time, the expressions of these sage warriors changed slightly, but they didn't think too much. Holding the weapons in their hands, they were already besieging Lin Xiu. Whoosh whoosh! And when Lin Xiu saw this scene, he kept using his body skill and his figure kept dodging the attacks. And while dodging the attacks of these sage warriors, his spear madly attacked them. At this time, the source mark on Lin Xiu's spear also burst into a fiery red light. Reset. The attribute power on the spear, along with Lin Xiu waving the weapon in his hand, also erupted with extreme power. Bang bang bang. With a loud sound, some sage warriors were also knocked down by Lin Xiu from the sky at this time. They hit the ground below heavily, making a loud noise. Impossible. It's impossible. When Bai Tao saw this scene, his eyes widened. His eyes were full of horror and disbelief. Chapter 1108 City Lord Ning Tanliuo. Chapter 1108 City Lord Ning Tanliuo. Bai Rui and the others were all killed just now. How could Lin Xiu still have such a powerful force? It seems that his power is inexhaustible. Looking at Lin Xiu who was still fighting, his eyes were full of disbelief. Boom boom boom. Now, as Lin Xiu swung the dark edge spear in his hand, more and more flaming birds were continuously released, charging towards those sage warriors. There was a constant loud noise in the whole sky. But facing more than 20 sage warriors at the same time was exhausting for Lin Xiu as well. While using his body skill to dodge, Lin Xiu directly used source strength control. Because of the reset refresh, this skill can be used again, and with the release of source strength control, the surrounding source strength, including some of the source strength on the sage warrior's body, quickly converged on Lin Zia's body. At this time, there was still shock in the eyes of those sage warriors. They didn't seem to understand at all why the source strength in their bodies would all converge towards Lin Ziu at this time. Lin Ziu, who had absorbed a lot of source strength, had already reached an extremely strong level at this time, and at this moment, Lin Ziu directly used the system skills, exotic summoning, with the use of the skill. At this moment, a huge hole was torn apart in the surrounding space. In the next moment, the huge black alien beast rushed out from the broken space. What is this? Some sage warriors clearly saw this scene, and the expressions in their eyes changed slightly. When they raised their eyes to look over the space crack, they could clearly see the alien beast that climbed out and attacked them. Boom! A sage warrior-level warrior was caught off guard by the huge black claws of the alien beast and was immediately sent flying. His body also slammed into the ground below and a loud sound erupted. Roar! At this time, this huge alien beast made a loud roar and frantically attacked the surrounding sage warriors. Those sage warriors who were going to continue to attack Lin Ziu in the sky were startled. They dodged quickly. The strength of this alien beast is comparable to that of Lin Ziu, so the fighting power that erupted was also extremely strong. A number of sage warriors were directly shot away by its huge claws. At this time, Lin Ziu held the dark edge spear in his hand and attacked the rest of the warriors. Dang dang. Every time Lin Ziu attacked with the weapon in his hand, he sent the weapons held by the sage warriors directly into the air. Because of the source strength control skill, Lin Zia's current source strength was extremely powerful. With the constant release of various skills, the source strength in the body cannot be exhausted at all. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing a sage warrior level warrior. You have experienced the 4-5-1-49. Ding! And at this time, Lin Zia's mind kept having system prompts. These 20 or so sage warriors were continuously killed by Lin Ziu. In a short period of time, only the last sage warrior Bai Tao was left. Don't you come here. Bai Tao, who was in the air, looked at Lin Ziu and looked at him, and his body suddenly trembled. Terrifying. It's really too terrifying. He alone killed almost all the sage warriors who came from the Bai family. How powerful is this young man? At this time, he no longer has any will to fight, and the second he moved, he was about to fly away. Trying to escape, Lin Ziu sneered when he saw this scene. At this moment, the body disappeared. Lin Ziu, who was flying in the other direction, suddenly saw a cold light in front of him. What is this? Seeing this flash of cold light, the pupils in Bai Tao's eyes could not help shrinking slightly. But before he could react, his eyes widened and he completely lost his voice. The dark edge spear, at this moment, penetrated his head. Goodbye. Lin Ziu appeared in front of him with a dark edge spear, and the body of the spear had penetrated his head completely. Boom! As the spear was pulled out of his head, his body also fell directly from the sky. It's over. Looking at this scene, Lin Ziu mumbled to himself. Because all the sage warriors of the Bai family should have died. The rest of the sage warriors were still performing tasks in various regions of the world, and they will not return so quickly. But for Lin Ziu, even if they came back, it was only a gift of experience. Lin Zia's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the battle afar. HMPH. Just a few of you useless garbage actually dare to fight me. At this time, the city lord of Beatty's city, Ning Tanyuo, looked at Sima Qiang and Zhao Yanyuan, who were standing on his left and right sides, and said aloud. Taking a closer look, Sima Qiang and Zhao Yanyuan both had injuries on their bodies, and there was blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. This Ning Tanyuo could become the city lord of Beatty's city, so obviously he was quite strong. Although Sima Qiang and Zhao Yanyuan were both warriors of the sage warrior level, they were not opponents of Ning Tanyuo. I think he'll just kill you first. He looks towards Sima Qiang, and with a grin, he disappeared. Not good. When Sima Qiang saw this scene, his expression changed. When he reacted, Ning Tanyuo's figure had already appeared in front of him. Ning Tanyuo was holding a huge sword. There's also an eye on this sword, which looks extremely strange. Dai. Ning Tanluo, who appeared in front of Sima Kang, slashed at him with a sword in both hands. Sima Kang subconsciously used his long sword to resist, but Ning Tanluo's sword was too sharp and terrifying. His long sword was directly cut in half. Moreover, Ning Tanluo's sword also slashed on Sima Kang's sphere at this time. Boom! With a loud noise, a large number of cracks appeared in Sima Kang's sphere. At this time, Dao Yanyuan held the spear in his hand and attacked from behind. Get lost! It seemed that he felt Zhao Yanyuan attacking from behind, and Ning Tanluo let out a huge roar. The power of the body, at this moment, completely exploded. Affected by this terrifying power, Dao Yanyuan, who rushed over, was directly knocked out. Boom! His body slammed into the building behind and made a loud noise. Chapter 1109 The Bai family has been destroyed. Chapter 1109 The Bai family has been destroyed. Ning Tanluo ignored Zhao Yanyuan, who was hit behind him, and continued to wave the sword in his hand, frantically attacking Sima Kang, who was unfolding a sphere. Originally, Sima Kang, who had cracks on the sphere, was attacked by Ning Tanluo, and the sphere broke. PFFD. With the explosion of the sphere, Sima Kang spat out a mouthful of blood. Go to hell! At this time, Ning Tanluo roared fiercely, and the sword in his hand slashed straight down. The pupils in Sima Kang's eyes shrank, seeing that he was about to be cut in half by this sword. His eyes were full of horror. Dang! But at this moment, with a crisp sound, Sima Kang saw the sword that Ning Tanluo swung down was blocked by a long spear. Master! Sima Kang's face suddenly filled with surprise, and upon closer inspection, he found that Lin Xiu had already appeared in front of him. Leave it to me. Lin Xiu, who appeared in front of Sima Kang, said lightly, courting death. Ning Tanluo looked at Lin Xiu, who suddenly appeared, and actually blocked his attack with that long spear, and his face suddenly became ugly. With a roar, he waved his sword, and he was about to continue slashing at Lin Xiu's body. Dang dang! But Lin Xiu reacted quickly at this time, holding the dark-edged spear, and continued to fight against him. As the weapons collided with each other, there were loud noises. Moreover, Lin Xiu's destiny spear art was extremely powerful. Under the collision of the two weapons, the powerful force made Ning Tanluo keep retreating. Damn! At this moment, Ning Tanluo's expression became extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth, and the source strength of his body burst out in an instant. Blast of turbidity. He clenched the sword in his hand tightly, and when he stepped back, he directly slashed into the air. Boom! At this moment, an extremely terrifying force charged towards Lin Xiu. The surrounding ground cracked instantly, and the blackward flames formed a wave and swept across it. Lin Xiu gave a cold snort when he saw this scene. The dark-edged spear held in his hand waved directly into the air. A more terrifying dark blue flame burst out directly, charging towards the skill power released by Ning Tanluo. Boom! Under the collision of the two energies, a huge sound suddenly erupted. The skill power that Ning Tanluo released was instantly dissipated. This is impossible. Seeing this scene, the expression in Ning Tanluo's eyes changed greatly. He never imagined that his skill power would be neutralized so easily. Die! Ning Tanluo now looked at Lin Xiu and continued to roar. He held the swords with both hands and slashed across the sky. Suddenly, powerful black and red flames burst out from his sword and charged towards Lin Xiu. The temperature of the blackward flame was extremely high, and Lin Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly as the flame hit. But at this time, Lin Xiu didn't dodge at all, allowing these flames to his body. Die! Looking at this scene, Ning Tanluo couldn't help roaring in his heart. But even though the blackward flames covered Lin Xiu's body, Lin Xiu, who was in the flames, didn't seem to be hurt in any way. How can that be? Seeing this scene, Ning Tanluo's eyes widened. The flames he released were all extremely powerful. Didn't the surrounding ground melt because of his powerful flames? Does this kid have a strong resistance to flames? Generally, people who practice fire attribute skill will have resistance to flames. Thinking of the dark blue flames that Lin Xiu used just now, he could probably understand what was going on. This kid is also a warrior who uses fire. Next, it's my turn. Just when Ning Tianluo was thinking about it, Lin Xiu held the dark-edged spear in his hand and waved it in the air. At this moment, the dark blue flaming birds charged directly toward him. The temperature of this flaming bird is obviously higher than the temperature of the flame he just released. Ning Tianluo also clearly felt all this. The expression in his eyes changed slightly, and his body flew straight into the air. Boom! But the moment he flew up, he saw a dark shadow coming. The huge alien beast that had appeared in the sky here. At this moment, the alien beast waved its huge claws and attacked Ning Tianluo, who flew into the sky. This Ning Tianluo instinctively unfolded the sphere, but when he was hit by the giant claws of this alien beast, his body also fell directly from the sky. Boom! He hit the ground heavily, making a loud noise, and raising a thick layer of dust. What is this? Zhao Yanyuan and Sima Kang wiped the blood from their lips at this time, and looked at the giant black beast in the air that looked like a lizard with a pair of wings, and they were shocked. I brought it here. It won't attack you. At this time, Lin Xiu said in a faint voice, holding the spear in his hand, and walked towards the front. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, their eyes showed surprise, because the strength of the alien beast was obviously very terrifying. It is definitely the strength above the holy level. Damn. And in that thick dust, Ning Tianluo's figure slowly appeared. At this time, Ning Tianluo looked extremely battered. He never imagined that there was such a terrifying beast in the sky. Boy, do you know what you are doing now? Before Ning Tianluo could catch his breath, he saw Lin Xiu's figure walking towards him. Seeing the scene, while his body instinctively retreated, he shouted loudly, "The Bai family in Beatty City. When their people come, you all will die." Hearing Ning Tianluo's words, Lin Xiu sneered. Bai family? You probably don't know that the Bai family has now been destroyed. Destroyed? Ning Tianluo was stunned when he heard Lin Xiu's words, and then roared. This is impossible. The Bai family has so many sage warrior level powerhouses. How could they be wiped out so easily? Nothing is impossible. Just like when they killed the Yi family back then. This time, it's their turn. Lin Xiu said lightly. Yi family. When Ning Tianluo heard these two words, the pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly. You are from the Yi family. Chapter 1110 The Death of Ning Tianluo. Chapter 1110 The Death of Ning Tianluo. Ning Tianluo was completely shocked at this time. Impossible. Impossible. The Yi family. We have already killed all of them back then. Ning Tianluo then shook his head and mumbled to himself. Oh, it seems that you also participated. Lin Xiu heard his words. Suddenly his eyes narrowed slightly. So what? Ning Tianluo snorted coldly and black energy burst out from his body. He wanted to use his domain force. Swoosh! But at this moment, Lin Xiu waved his right hand and white energy burst out at the same time. As this white energy bloomed, his domain force disappeared instantly. The pupils in Ning Tianluo's eyes shrank a little when he clearly noticed this situation, and without waiting for him to make a move, Lin Xiu's figure instantly disappeared. Then he appeared in front of Ning Tianluo. At this moment, the dark-edged spear in his hand attacked Ning Tianluo. Dang! Ning Tianluo held the sword in his hand to resist, but the impact of Lin Xiu's attack was so terrifying that his hands instantly felt numb for a while. Moreover, Lin Xiu's offensive was not at all sloppy. Under the frantic attack of the spear, Ning Tianluo could no longer hold the sword in his hand. Even the sword was directly knocked out. And in the next moment, this long spear will attack Ning Tianluo. Bang bang bang. At this time, Ning Tianluo had already unfolded his sphere, but Lin Xiu's offensive continued to attack his sphere. With a loud sound, Ning Tianluo, who thought that his sphere was indestructible, had a large number of cracks appearing on his sphere. Ning Tianluo's eyes widened. His body moved. His body skill was displayed and he was about to leave. He already felt the gap between himself and Lin Xiu and he didn't want to fight at all. He just wanted to leave quickly. Whoosh whoosh. When his body skill was displayed, his whole body seemed to be transformed into phantoms and he fled frantically in an instant. But Lin Zia's body skill was even faster. The body disappeared in place and instantly appeared on the other side. Where are you going? Ning Tanliuo, who had fled to the other side, found Lin Zia's figure in front of him. Damn it. The pupils in Ning Tanliuo's eyes shrank slightly and, after cursing, he turned to flee to the other side. But just when he wanted to escape, he found that the front side was blocked by a large number of matrices and there was no way to escape. With his eyes wide open, he looked around and found that the surrounding space was surrounded by a large number of translucent matrices. These matrices formed an elliptical space, so Ning Tanliuo who was inside had no way to escape. Bang bang bang. He waved his fist and frantically attacked the matrix. But no matter how he attacked, these matrices seemed to remain intact. There was absolutely no way to break this matrix. There was no way. The strength of his whole body was gathered in his hands and he was about to tear the space and escape. But at this moment, he was shocked to find that he couldn't tear this space apart at all. What exactly is going on? This was learned in your dungeon. The power of rules. Isn't it? Lin Zhu said lightly. The power of rules. Impossible. You can't learn it. Ning Tanliuo heard Lin Zia's voice from behind, turned to look at Lin Zhu who was approaching. His eyes widened and he said in disbelief. In the dungeon, there was indeed the power of rules, but it was left over by the previous city lord and it has been more than 100 years. That city lord had entered the realm of warrior god. He has already left the planet Namir. You can feel it now, don't you? Lin Zhu said lightly. In the space formed by this matrix, there is already a specific rule force. The power of rules was to make it impossible for anyone other than Lin Zhu to use the power of space. Therefore, it is impossible for Ning Tanliuo to break through the space and escape. Ning Tanliuo's face at this time has become extremely ugly. The real Bai family is in the holy city. They are the main force that participated in the killing of the Yi family. Boy, you are dead meat. Ning Tanliuo roared at this time. That's none of your business. Lin Zhu ignored Ning Tanliuo's words and at the same time, all the soar strength he had just absorbed with soar strength control gathered in the dark edge spear in Lin Zhu's hand. At this time, the dark edge spear also burst into dazzling light. Who? Lin Zhu took a deep breath at this moment and at the next moment, the dark edge spear in his hand waved directly into the air. Profound intent awe of the phoenix. A large number of flaming birds burst out at this moment. These hundreds of flaming birds instantly gathered together to form a huge flaming phoenix, which charged directly towards Ning Tanliuo. The entire space, because of the appearance of the flaming phoenix, seems to be a melting core of a large furnace. Incredibly hot. Get away from me. When Ning Tanliuo saw this scene, he roared in his heart. The source strength of the whole body also burst out at this time. With a wave of his hands, a huge black-red flame was also released from his body. This time, he used all the source strength of his body to form this huge black-red flame, and the black-red flames turned into the shape of a huge alien beast at this moment, pouncing towards the flaming phoenix that was charging over. What? Ning Tanliuo roared loudly, and the strength of his whole body was completely released. The flaming phoenix and the black-red flame beast collided together and a strong and dazzling light suddenly appeared. But obviously, the crazy energy of this flame was even more powerful. At the next moment, the black and red flames began to be madly impacted by the flames. They gradually weakened, then began to disappear. No. Looking at this scene, Ning Tanliuo's eyes widened and he roared loudly. This was the flame he unleashed with all his strength and it disappeared. While he was roaring furiously, the flaming phoenix had already impacted his body, and the moment the flaming phoenix hit his body, it formed a flame tornado and swept across his body frantically. Ning Tanliuo's body turned into a skeleton at a speed visible to the naked eye, then completely disappeared. Chapter 1111 Epilogue. Chapter 1111 Epilogue. Dead. Ning Tanliuo, the city lord of Beatty City, just died like that. Who? Seeing the scene, Lin Zhu took a deep breath. Then his body was about to fall from the sky. The surrounding matrix also disappeared instantly at this moment. Boom! Linzia's body fell heavily on the ground below. PFFT. A mouthful of blood was immediately spit out. The time for fury was up. Damn. I forgot the time. Master. And Sima Kang and Zhao Yonyu also ran over at this time. I'm fine. Just a little tired. Lin Xiu looked at them running over and said aloud. Dao Yongyong and Sima Kang heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Lin Xiu did not seem to have suffered much damage. Now, go over there and help first. Lin Xiu said lightly at this time. Once Ning Tanluo died, the other warriors in the City Lord Council should not be able to fight back. Furthermore, there were alien beasts that he summoned and the existence of artificial angel. Defeating Beatty City was a matter of time. Zhao Yongyong and Sima Kang nodded when they heard Lin Xia's words. At this time, they also rushed to the area where they were fighting on the other side. The alien beast summoned also followed them there. Boom boom boom. There was a loud explosion sound around. Obviously, the battle was not over yet. But the sage warriors here were almost wiped out by Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was lying here at this time, because of the after effects of his rage. His body could not move at all during this short period of time. But because of his strong body, Lin Xiu was not afraid that someone would attack him at this time, because their attacks couldn't do much damage to him at all. Time went by and Lin Xiu's power quickly recovered at this time. Soon, Lin Xiu, who was lying on the ground, slowly got up. It's time to wrap up. Lin Xiu stretched a little and when his thoughts were triggered, his body flew directly into the sky. Looking at the warriors of the Beatty City who were still frantically defending against the attack, Lin Xiu snorted coldly. At this moment, the dark-edged spear in his hand was swung. Boom boom boom. As the spear was swung, a loud sound suddenly sounded. Thousands of huge flaming birds burst out directly from Lin Xia's dark-edged spear. Towards those warriors in the Beatty City, he charged over. What is this? The warriors of the City Lord's mansion of Beatty City were still fighting with the warriors brought by Sima Kang and others. At this time, their expressions changed greatly when they saw the flaming birds charging from behind. Although they have already unfolded their sphere, under the impact of the flaming birds, their sphere was directly burned and melted. Those flames burned their bodies in an instant. What? With the constant screams coming, the bodies of these sage warriors all fell from the sky. Master, Wang Kang, who was in the middle of the battle, looked at everything in the sky and said in surprise, only Lin Xia's skill can release these flaming birds. Kill! And at this time, Sima Kang and Zhao Yonyu continued to lead the rest of the warriors to fight frantically. At this time, the artificial angel was also frantically waving the spear in her hand, frantically attacking the warriors. Every time she waved the spear in her hand, a warrior fell. It's over. Lin Xia's figure was in the air. After watching all the warriors who resisted being killed, he said to himself, the remaining sage warriors of the Bai family hasn't came over yet. But it didn't matter anymore. Beatty City has already been captured. Of course. This is only the first step. 3 days later, the City Lord Council. Master, everything has been arranged. Sima Kang said to Lin Xiu at this time. In the past 3 days, the original forces in Beatty City have been cleaned up and the Bai family, which occupies a huge area, has also been rebuilt into a training base, as a place to train warriors. After all, this battle has just begun. The next step is to attack the holy city. The real core of the Bai family was there. Now the Bai family in Beatty City is only one of the largest branches of the Bai family. Lin Xiu nodded, then looked at the lobby, where many people were already standing. However, only Sima Kang and Zhao Yanyuan were at the sage warrior level. Wu Jai, Wang Kang and the others were all at the level of respected warrior only. At that time, Zhao Kai, the head of the Zhao family in Aishuang City, had a very surprised expression on his face. He had no idea that Lin Xiu had grown to this level. Of course, he was now very grateful for his choice. If I guess correctly, the real Bai family in the holy city should know what's going on here soon. Lin Xiu looked at the crowd at this time, then said lightly, Although the news here was almost completely blocked, it would still be detected eventually. At that time, they would probably send people over. Hearing Lin Zia's words at this time, the expressions of everyone around became a little heavy. Wu Hao, has that energy barrier been built? At this time, Lin Ziu looked at Wu Hao and said aloud. This time, Wu Hao also helped a lot. He mobilized many aircraft built by his group to support him. There were also many heavy weapons. Almost. Wu Hao nodded and said, after this energy barrier is built, it will be able to expand and surround the entire Beatty city. At that time, the warriors outside will not be able to break through it so easily. Even the Sage Warrior level warriors. I'm sorry to trouble you this time. Lin Ziu nodded. What's the trouble? Now you are the real controller of the Wu group. I'm just helping you manage it. Wu Hao laughed boldly at this time, because Lin Ziu helped him find Angel's tears. His wife is finally awake now. He looked radiant at this time. By the way, during this period of time, I want to help you guys quickly increase your strength to the Sage Warrior level. Lin Ziu looked at everyone at this time and said aloud, Sage Warrior level. When Wang Kang and the others heard Lin Zia's words, their eyes were filled with surprise. You must know that it is not so easy for respected warriors to cross over to Sage Warrior, unless you have powerful and extremely high energy odd crystals to absorb. Uncle Yi, share these with them. Chapter 1112 failed to unlock the gene lock. Chapter 1112 failed to unlock the gene lock. At this time, with the triggering of Lin Zia's thoughts, the pile of odd crystals appeared in front of him. This is. Looking at the scene in front of him, his eyes widened. There were simply too many of these odd crystals, and all of them were above the Beast Emperor level. The energy contained in it is really powerful. It was too late for them to think about how these odd crystals suddenly appeared in front of them. The amount of Beast Emperor odd crystals had already made them completely shocked. Master, this! Ye Kai widened his eyes in disbelief. You are in charge of splitting it up. In the past few days, you will absorb the energy inside and reach the Sage Warrior level as quickly as possible. Lin Ziu said lightly. He needed a strong Sage Warrior team. Yes. Ye Kai restrained his excitement and nodded. By the way, these days, you guys are responsible for handling the affairs of Beatty City. I want to be in seclusion. Lin Ziu said. Coming up, the real battle. At this time, Lin Ziu had already returned to a room. After taking a deep breath, Lin Ziu entered the system interface. His experience progress has risen to a little over 90. As long as he continued to kill Sage Warriors to gain experience, he will be at level 69 soon. Moreover, the rank 5 gene lock has not been unlocked yet. Now, Lin Ziu wanted to try it. Unlock success rate. 10. Consequences of failure physical destruction. This was the prompt to unlock the rank 5 gene lock. This made Lin Ziu hesitate a bit. Unlocking the rank 5 gene lock will obviously make a qualitative leap in one's strength. But equally, the risk of failure is also very high. What should he do? Lin Ziu hesitated. Whatever. Give it a go. But thinking of the crisis he will face next and the need to go to the warrior god realm to find Liu, Lin Ziu is even more eager to gain power. At this moment, Lin Ziu took a deep breath and directly clicked the button to unlock the gene lock. Boom! At this moment, Lin Ziu felt that his mind was completely blank. The gene lock is being unlocked. Soon, the system's prompt was heard in his head. But soon, the pupils in Lin Zia's eyes shrank. Unlock failed. A cold voice came from Lin Zia's mind at this time. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Ziu seemed to hear a loud noise. His body, at this moment, actually exploded. Lin Zia's mind and eyes suddenly turned white. Died. I'm going to die. After failing to unlock the gene lock, the body is destroyed. Lin Ziu now regrets that he was too careless just now. The 10 success rate is really too low. After some time has passed, just when Lin Ziu thought he was going to die, the whiteness in front of him seemed to disappear at this moment. He could slowly open his eyes and realize that he was still in the room. No, not dead. Lin Ziu was extremely shocked at this time. After looking around, Lin Xiu stretched out his hands to take a look, and Lin Xiu's eyes widened. Damn! Seeing the scene in front of him, he cursed, because his hands had turned into bones. The flesh and blood on it were completely gone. He looks towards the front, and under the illumination of the mirror, he could clearly see that his body had turned into a skeleton. It's really the destruction of the body. When Lin Xiu saw this scene, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking down, he didn't even have a younger brother anymore. Fuck. Lin Xiu stood up at this time and walked back and forth in the room. But still no clue. Anyway, since the physical body has been destroyed, I shall continue to unlock it. Anyway, the failure to unlock the gene lock was just the destruction of the body. Now that he had become a skeleton, he didn't care anymore. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xiu entered the system interface and clicked to unlock the gene lock. Unlock failed. Soon, a cold voice came and Lin Xiu fell to the ground, with a white light in front of him again. Soon, when he was able to see everything around him again, he found that he was still in the state of a skeleton, but not dead. Very good. Then I'll keep trying. 10%. I will succeed. At this moment, Lin Xiu said aloud like he was talking to himself. Unlock failed. Unlock failed. After several times, a voice that made Lin Xiu feel very pleasant finally came. Congratulations! Master successfully unlocked the gene lock. Finally unlocked successfully. Lin Xiu was extremely excited at this time. And at this moment, he felt that everything around him became different. His own strength, perception ability, and everything else seemed to have undergone special changes. Taking a closer look, Lin Xiu's bones turned golden. It looked so weird. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise came from outside. Whole city on alert. Hearing this, Lin Xiu was stunned for a moment. Looks like it's time to get experience again. Taking a closer look at this time, above the Beatty city, there were 20 or 30 sage warrior level powerhouses, madly waving their weapons and attacking the city below. After the energy barrier blocked their attacks, a large number of cracks appeared on it, to dare to attack Beatty city. It's just courting death. These sage warriors of the Bai family came back from all over the world, or from other planets. Their eyes were full of anger and they frantically attacked the energy barrier. As long as they break through this energy barrier, they will be able to destroy Beatty city. Damn. When Sima Kang and Zhao Yonyuan in the courtyard of the city Lord Council saw this scene, their faces became extremely ugly. Yi Kai and other warriors at the respected warrior level are now absorbing the power of the odd crystals given by Lin Xiu. With the strength of their 2 sage warrior level warriors, there was absolutely no chance of winning against so many sage warrior level warriors. Let me do it. At this moment, Lin Xiu's figure came from behind. Master. At this moment, Sima Kang and Zhao Yanyuan could clearly see a golden skeleton in the back. Seeing the scene, their eyes widened and they seemed to be taken aback. Chapter within 113 Skeleton Lin Xiu. Chapter within 113 Skeleton Lin Xiu. The source strength of Zhao Yanyuan and Sima Kang's bodies subconsciously mobilized at this moment. It's me. At this moment, a familiar voice came again. Master. Sima Kang and Zhao Yanyuan were stunned for a moment, then said. This voice clearly came from the skeleton in front of them. This is really strange. Well, something happened and I became like this. Lin Xiu said helplessly at this time. He never thought that he would turn into a skeleton. Although Zhao Yonyuan and Sima Kang's eyes were still full of shock, but slowly they realized that this was really Lin Xiu. Okay. I'll take care of the affairs outside, Lin Xiu said lightly. As Lin Xiu's words fell, Lin Xiu, who turned into a skeleton, flew directly into the sky. This is really the master. Zhao Yonyuan still kept his eyes wide open at this time. No doubt. Sima Kang nodded affirmatively at this time. Although he didn't know why Lin Xiu suddenly turned into a skeleton, it was definitely Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, who was flying into the air at this time, felt that although his body was destroyed, the source strength of his body was stored in every part of his bones. He was still capable of bursting with great power. What is this? One of the sage warriors saw this group of golden light flying over and his eyes were full of shock. Go away! The sage warrior watched this golden light rush towards his body and immediately roared. With a wave of his right hand, a terrifying skill directly slammed into it. Boom! But his skill didn't seem to have any effect. Lin Zia's figure instantly appeared in front of him. Ask a skeleton. Seeing the golden skeleton appearing in front of him, the warrior's eyes were full of disbelief. At this time, Lin Zia's thoughts were triggered and the dark edge spear appeared in Lin Zia's hand from the expansion space. Holding the dark edge spear, he directly attacked the sage warrior in front of him. The pupils in sage warrior's eyes shrank slightly. At this time, he subconsciously unfolded his sphere. Boom! Lin Zia's stab directly hit his sphere. Clang! With a sound like glass breaking, the sphere he unfolded exploded at this moment. This is impossible. His eyes widened, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The sphere he unfolded was actually blown up by a skeleton with a weapon. And as his sphere burst, blood spat out of his mouth. Torrential storm of rose flowers. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the spear turned into thousands of cold lights and continued to charge towards him. At this moment, a large number of holes appeared in the body of this sage warrior. A warrior at the sage warrior level just died. Everything happened in a flash. The surrounding sage warriors were going to attack the energy barrier of Beatty City, but at this time they all looked at Lin Ziu. Seeing the scene in front of them, their eyes were filled with shock. Skeleton. A golden skeleton. This skeleton was holding a black spear and killed one of their sage warriors. What the hell? Some sage warriors watched the big scene and roared, holding their weapons in their hands and attacking Lin Ziu. HNG. Lin Ziu snorted coldly and as the source strength was transferred to the spear, the dark edge spear instantly turned into amethyst glass. Dang dang. The spear danced wildly and collided with their weapons, bursting out sparks and loud noises. The moment when Sage Warrior and Lin Ziu fought, their expressions changed greatly. They couldn't believe it. Why a skeleton could have such a mighty power. But at this time, they had no time to think, because a large number of flaming birds burst out from Lin Zia's spear. Sweeping toward them, these sage warriors clearly felt the extremely scorching temperature from the flaming birds, and the expressions on their faces changed slightly at this time. They instinctively unfolded their sphere to resist. Bang bang bang. When the flaming birds hit their sphere, they knew that there was no way to resist this flame. Those terrifying flaming birds seemed to melt their sphere. What? Some sage warriors obviously couldn't bear the terrifying flames and let out a wailing scream. Their sphere was melted directly by the flame of the flaming birds. After their sphere melted away, those flames directly burned their bodies. Without the protection of the sphere, these sage warriors instantly fell like moths to the flames. One by one fell. 1, 2, 3. In a short period of time, more than a dozen sage warriors all died at the hands of Lin Ziu. What the hell are you? The remaining dozen powerful sage warriors looked at the golden skeleton and roared aloud. Skeleton, can't you see it? Lin Ziu, who was holding the dark edge spear, glanced at them at this time, then said lightly. Lin Ziu was also a little helpless about turning into a skeleton. But fortunately, the strength was still there. Ew! When the surrounding sage warriors heard Lin Ziu's words, their faces became extremely ugly. They didn't know how such a darn thing would suddenly appear. It was obviously a skeleton, yet it had such great power. You should be the only sage warrior of the Bai family in Beatty City. That's right. If I kill you guys, I should be able to level up. At this time, Lin Ziu said lightly. Although these sage warriors didn't know what Lin Ziu meant by leveling up, it was obvious that Lin Ziu was going to attack them. Courting death. With a roar, they were about to release their domain force. But when they just released their domain force, they found that it disappeared in an instant as a white light flashed. The sage warriors had no way to use their domain force at all. They clearly felt all this and the expressions in their eyes changed greatly. Crackling. But those sage warriors responded quickly and used their source mark power. A large amount of electricity, flames and other attribute powers all charged towards Lin Ziu. Chapter 114 Level 69. Chapter 114 Level 69. Boom boom. The power of various attributes rushed toward Lin Xiu and a huge sound broke out in an instant. Lin Xiu didn't use the sphere at all, letting those attacks hit his body. At this time, Lin Xiu's resistance had reached its peak. Lin Xiu's body was destroyed, but the attribute energy collar around his neck was still there. The control of attribute energy was much stronger than theirs. "He'll give it all back to you." As Lin Xiu roared, he swung the spear forcefully and those terrifying electric currents, flames and other attribute powers suddenly attacked these sage warriors instead. What? Although these attribute energies were released by them, but at this time, the impact on their own bodies still caused them to let out a scream. Umph! Lin Xiu snorted coldly. When they were about to unfold the sphere, the dark energy ball on the neck jumped wildly in an instant. Silence! With the triggering of Lin Xiu's thoughts. At this moment, Lin Xiu's body suddenly released a large amount of dark energy. Because of the dark attribute energy ball, the release of the dark attribute energy appeared more powerful. In an instant, it spread to those sage warriors. The entire sky seemed to be suddenly covered by darkness. Silence, it's silence, run. Some sage warriors clearly felt something and roared loudly at this time. However, the impact of this dark attribute energy was too fast, and before they had time to dodge, they were covered by these dark attribute energies. And these dark attribute energies were very strange. Even if they unfold the sphere, these dark attribute energies could directly penetrate their sphere and instantly enter their bodies. A wailing and screaming sound came out continuously. They frantically mobilized the source strength of their bodies and wanted to break free from those dark energies. But at this time, the source strength of Lin Xiu's body had already gathered towards the dark edge spear in his hand. Heaven-breaking strike. Lin Xiu looked at the sage warriors who were still trying to break free from the dark attribute energy, and he waved the dark edge spear full of infinite power in his hand. Boom! With a loud sound, those sage warrior level warriors, at this moment, were directly smashed into countless pieces by the powerful force that erupted from the swing of the dark edge spear. Ding! Congratulations to the master for killing the sage warrior level warrior and gain experience. Ding! Congratulations to the master on your successful upgrade. The current level is 6 to 9. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining the divine blessing. With the sound of the system prompts in his mind, a white light bloomed from the sky. Then it irradiated Lin Xiu's body. With the white light shining on Lin Xiu's body, Lin Xiu could clearly feel a warm feeling. Very warm. The source strength that was just consumed seems to have been replenished at this time. When he entered the interface of the system, he could see that his system skills and all the cooldowns had been refreshed. Sure enough, it was the same as before. This divine blessing could refresh the cooldown of all his system skills. Moreover, he upgraded himself twice in a row and both received divine blessings. Right. Leveled up. Level 69. Experience point Strength 8598. Physique 9000. Speed 3200. Potential points 69. Skills: Analytic Eye, Fury, Disguise, Engulf, Mirror Image, Heavenly Array, Reset, Power of the Stars, Golden Body, Immortality, Exotic Summoning, Sacrifice, Skill Enhancement, Source Strength, Control. Titles: Sage Warrior. Unworn titles: Rank 1 Warrior, Rank 2 Warrior, Rank 3 Warrior, Rank 4 Warrior, Rank 5 Warrior, Rank 6 Warrior, Rank 7 Warrior, Rank 8 Warrior, Rank 9 Warrior, Master Warrior, Respected Warrior. Tiawanflio. Rage build-up Tiawanflio. Damn. Looking at the attributes displayed by the system, Lin Xiu's eyes widened. His physique points, from more than 7 before, had suddenly become 9 and it's even higher than his strength points. It was the highest of all attributes. Is it because I turned into a skeleton? Lin Xiu muttered to himself, dumbfounded. Without thinking too much, Lin Xiu directly added the potential points obtained from the upgrade to his strength attribute. As soon as the attribute points were added, Lin Xiu felt his own strength and became stronger. He was now level 69. He just had to level up once more and he would reach level 70. For every 5 levels, one can cross a rank. In other words, when he reaches level 70, Lin Xiu will be a warrior god. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu couldn't hold back his excitement. The energy barrier has just been about 80 destroyed. It was almost completely destroyed. At this time, Wu Hao's figure also appeared in the courtyard of the City Lord Council. He said helplessly to Zhao Yangyuan and Sima Kang, the energy barrier that can cover the entire Beatty city was not fully installed. Therefore, it was far from being hard and strong enough. Fortunately, they were all destroyed. Sima Kang heaved a sigh of relief at this time. At this time, there was also a look of shock in his eyes that could not be concealed. There were more than 20 sage warriors and they were all dealt with by Lin Xiu. How powerful must one be to do this? Could it be that Lin Xiu's power has reached the level of a god warrior? By the way, what about the city lord? Wu Hao said subconsciously at this time. Now he has subconsciously called Lin Xiu the city lord. Because this Beatty city belongs to Lin Xiu. I'm here. At this moment, a voice came from behind. When Wu Hao heard Lin Xiu's figure, he subconsciously turned around and looked behind him. He originally had a smile on his face, but when he turned to look behind him, the smile completely froze, because in front of him is a golden skeleton. At this moment, Wu Hao's body trembled and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Skeleton, and a talking skeleton. This is the city lord. Sima Kang and Zhao Yangyuan looked at each other and said helplessly. Just now, they were all startled. But looking at the weapon in Lin Xiu's hand and the skills he just used, it was obvious that it was Lin Xiu. There was absolutely no one else who could use heaven-breaking strike and silence. Or even those flaming birds. City Lord. Chapter 1115 Holy Water. Chapter 1115 Holy Water. Wu Hao widened his eyes in disbelief when he saw how Lin Xiu had turned into a skeleton. For some reason, my flesh has been destroyed, Lin Xiu said helplessly. When Lin Xiu's gene lock was unlocked, there seemed to be an obvious change to his bones. Plus, with the rule of Power's domain, he felt much tougher as well. It felt as if he had suddenly entered an entirely new realm. This was a type of upgrade in his realm. I was so afraid just now. After making sure that it was Lin Xiu standing right in front of him, he felt relieved. Looks like all the warriors of the Bai family in Bai Dai City has been completely destroyed. The holy city is far from us as well. They don't have a teleportation device that connects here as well. Even if they heard of this, it would not be that easy for their men to get here. Lin Xiu looked at them and said calmly. Yi Kai and the rest of them were still absorbing their odd crystals. These odd crystals were the ones that he got from killing the ice crystal snakes. Lin Xiu had killed a large number of them. Therefore, he had a large number of odd crystals as well. It wouldn't bring Lin Xiu much EXP even if he absorbed them, but for respected warriors like them, this was a very powerful energy source. They should be able to become sage warriors very soon after absorbing them. I would have to fasten my speed on building the energy barrier. Otherwise, it might be destroyed by these fellas once when they are done tomorrow. Wu Hao nodded his head and he let out a bitter laugh. It must have troubled you. Lin Xiu answered instead. Wu Hao looked at Lin Xiu who was now a body of gold skeleton and he looked incredibly odd. How did Lin Xiu end up in this manner? What was most shocking was how Lin Xiu could still talk after turning into a skeleton. Oh, do you know about Purple Crystal Spirit? Lin Xiu seems to have thought of something before asking him. Back then, when Lin Xiu's body was regenerated, he also used the Purple Crystal Spirit to rebuild his body. Purple Crystal Spirit. After hearing what Lin Xiu asked, Sima Kang and the rest were stunned. But soon, all of them shook their heads. I don't think we've heard of it. Lin Xiu was not surprised with their answer. Since the Purple Crystal Spirit was only found on Marquee Planet, it was not a surprise that they have not heard of it. Young Master, if you want to regenerate your body, you can use the holy water. Zhao Yangyuan was reminded of something and he told Lin Xiu respectfully. Holy water. Lin Xiu was the one who was shocked this time. He has never heard of the holy water. This was a treasure of the Yi family. The holy water is able to save dead people, even skeletons. Zhao Yangyuan continued answering Lin Xiu. Where is it then? Lin Xiu asked anxiously. Although his energy had not dropped, he was now only a skeleton, and this was definitely a problem. By family in Holy City, Dao Yanyuan answered in a solemn tone. Back then, when the Bai family attacked the Yi family, they took away the holy water as well. Holy City was a place that belonged to the Yi family. In the heart of it, there is a well, and with the help of heaven and earth, there will be one drop that will be formed each year. If I'm right, there should be quite a large amount of holy water there. As Zhao Yanyuan spoke, Lin Xiu nodded his head. That's great. He had a new target now, which was to rebuild his body, and this was only a matter of time. He'll need some time to prepare and will be leaving soon. Lin Xiu told the rest of them. Young master, are you really going to Holy City? Sima Kang asked subconsciously. What's wrong? Upon hearing Sima Kang's question, Lin Xiu asked in return. I heard that the Bai family would have warrior gods over there. It would be very dangerous. Sima Kang continued. Warrior god? There shouldn't be any. This is because there is the rule of power. Warrior gods shouldn't be here unless they have used a certain type of energy to transport parts of their energy here. Lin Xiu shook his head. This energy was similar to the god's domain that the Huanfes have. However, these energies were minimal, and for now, it would not be a threat to Lin Xiu. Well, young master, please be careful. Seeing how Lin Xiu had already made up his mind, he no longer tried to stop Lin Xiu. Oh, Wu Hao. I'll leave the building up to you. Yan Yuan and Elder Kang, both of you will have to train them once they become sage warriors. Lin Xiu reminded them, since they have been upgraded to sage warriors using the fastest route by absorbing odd crystals, their domains might not be stable yet. This was why they still needed Zhao Yanyuan and Sima Kang to help them. Please rest assured. Young master. Sima Kang and Zhao Yanyuan nodded their heads. All right, be prepared for the battles. I will be headed to Holy City now. If there's any news, I will pass them to you. Lin Xiu told the rest of them. Then, he looked for an armor, a helmet, and also a mask in Bai Dai City before leaving for Holy City. Lin Xiu was now seated on an android battle horse. After checking the projection on the computer installed on the battle horse and making sure that it was the right direction, the android battle horse automatically went toward the destination. The Holy City was on the other side of the planet, which was far away. However, this android battle horse was traveling at a quick speed, and it was also because of the map that he had downloaded. All of the routes where they would face obstacles have been eliminated. The only reason why he did not take the angel with him was because the angel was too big, and it would catch too much attention. After that battle, words of the angel would have spread it online. For now, Lin Xiu was entering different cities, and with the help of the teleportation device, Lin Xiu was getting closer to Holy City. One day, while Lin Xiu was riding on his android battle horse, he heard a loud noise in front of him. Lin Xiu was shocked when he heard the sound. He quickly stopped his android battle horse and walked closer to the sound. That's when he saw that it was a huge bird. The bird was flying in circles in the air, and there was a bright flame all over his body. The warriors on the ground were running in different directions in order to hide from its attacks. After seeing what was happening, Lin Xiu subconsciously used the analytic eye and knew that this bird was the phoenix, a beast saint. A beast saint, huh? Lin Xiu looked at the huge phoenix. He hesitated for a short while, but then quickly got on his battle horse and went close to the bird. Chapter 1116 Holy City. Chapter 1116 Holy City. The odd crystals from a saint beast would not be of much use for Lin Xiu at this point, but he can give them to the others so that they could be upgraded into sage warriors. It wouldn't work if he was the only one. The android battle horse was running toward the phoenix, and Lin Xiu realized that there were a large number of warriors passing him in the opposite direction. They were trying to run away from the phoenix. This looked like a bunch of warriors who wanted to kill this phoenix, but they have failed, and now they are running for their lives. Boom! Lin Xiu, who was on the android battle horse, could clearly see that there was a huge flame headed in his direction. Lin Xiu did not dodge even when he saw the huge ball of flames. He quickly released his sphere instead. As the flames landed on Lin Xiu's sphere, it did not bring any damage to him. Quick run! Most of the warriors around started screaming anxiously. Lin Xiu leaped from his battle horse and there was a long, black spear that appeared in his right hand. With the long spear in his hand, he immediately attacked the phoenix. The phoenix let out a loud cry and it started flapping its wings. As it flapped its wings, there were continuously terrible red flames that went after Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu did not dodge any of them. His spear was able to completely block the flames. As he flew in front of the phoenix, Lin Xiu tightened his grip around the long spear and went directly for its head. Lin Xiu was quick and the phoenix had no place to hide as well. Boom! Then, the long spear went straight through the phoenix's head. After getting to level 69, Lin Xiu's abilities were only a step away from being a warrior god. It definitely was a piece of cake for him to kill a saint beast that isn't that powerful like the phoenix. Boom! As Lin Xiu stabbed the long spear through its head, the huge body immediately fell straight onto the ground, causing a loud fall. It's finally dead now. Lin Xiu flew back onto the ground as well. Seeing how the phoenix has fallen to the ground, Lin Xiu swung his long spear and sliced off the head of the phoenix. Boom! With a soft groan, the head of the phoenix was broken into two. One large odd crystal then appeared in front of Lin Xiu. This odd crystal of a saint beast was indeed a good item. Lin Xiu then placed the odd crystal into his expansion space. He went back on his android battle horse and was prepared to leave. After so many days of being on the road, he was getting closer to Holy City. You're the one who killed the phoenix. Right at that moment, the warriors who ran away from the scene had returned. When they saw that the phoenix had been killed, they turned toward Lin Xiu. What's wrong? Lin Xiu looked at them before asking the rest of them. Lin Xiu had a mask over his face and with his dark eyes. It made him look incredibly odd. It gave off a scary feeling. Excuse me, we were the one who found the phoenix. Would you be able to give us the odd crystal? One of the warriors stepped out and asked Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu could easily defeat the phoenix who was a saint beast and it obviously showed that he was a powerful man. But they would not allow Lin Xiu to leave so easily. It's mine. Lin Xiu chuckled when he heard what the man said. These people had really off logic. We're from the divine domain. This is something that we were told to get, so please return the odd crystal to us. The man spoke in a solemn tone. The headquarters of the divine domain was right ahead, which meant that this area was under their control. Therefore, even with the strong abilities that Lin Xiu had shown earlier, he still wasn't afraid of Lin Xiu, since he had the divine domain supporting him. Divine domain, Lin Xiu said calmly. Give it to me and you will still be friends with the divine domain. After hearing what Lin Xiu said, he thought that Lin Xiu was now afraid and he let out a cold laugh. Are you guys idiots? Lin Xiu took a look at them before giving off the comment. Goodbye. Lin Xiu raised his long spear and swung it in the air. Then, there was a bright arc that appeared which went towards the group of warriors. Boom boom boom, following the soft groans. The bodies of the warrior instantly blasted into two halves. Their eyes were opened wide and it was filled with disbelief. It was something unbelievable for them to suddenly attack them. So, I have entered the region under the divine domain. Lin Xiu did not care about the warriors from the divine domain. He went back onto his android battle horse and continued moving forward. Divine domain. There were two huge words that were hung on top of the gates of the city right ahead. Divine domain. There were lots of warriors who were entering and leaving the city gates. This city was called Divine Domain. Lin Xiu didn't think that he would get to the headquarters of the Divine Domain on his way to the Holy City. Who are you? Lin Xiu walked toward the gates of the city, and when the guards noticed how Lin Xiu was looking a little odd, they decided to stop him. What's wrong? Why can't I enter? Lin Xiu looked at them and asked carefully. Lin Xiu, who had a mask on his face, looked at the guards and the looks on their faces changed drastically. This was because Lin Xiu's eyes were dark underneath the mask. They couldn't see Lin Xiu carefully, and this sent chills down their spines. No one is allowed to use android battle horses inside the divine domain. One of the voices of the guards trembled as they spoke to Lin Xiu. For some reason, he was feeling frightened of Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu nodded his head and got down from his android battle horse. Can I enter now? Lin Xiu said calmly. Of course. The guards quickly answered him. As Lin Ziyu walked into the city, the android battle horse followed behind Lin Ziyu. What's with that person? The guards looked at Lin Ziyu who was leaving and started whispering to themselves. I'm not sure as well, but that guy seemed a little scary. One of the guards said to his comrade, Lin Ziyu, who has entered the city, noticed that this place was huge and it was similar to Bai Dai City. Chapter 1117 News on the Holy City. Chapter 1117 News on the Holy City. Looks like it's quite a big city. Lin Ziyu parked his android battle horse by the side and went to one of the underground bars inside the city. Usually, bars like this would be a place to get missions as well as intels. Lin Ziyu still wasn't sure about what the Holy City was like, and it seems like the information on that city has been blocked on the internet. This city was a little mysterious. When he got to the underground bar, Lin Ziyu noticed that there were lots of warriors inside it. As he walked into the bar, it caught most of their attention. I want to get some information. Lin Ziyu sat on one of the tall stools and spoke to the bartender. What would you like to ask? The bartender asked Lin Ziyu with a smile on his face. The Holy City. Lin Ziyu answered softly. The Holy City. When the bartender heard what Lin Ziyu wanted, the look on his face changed. I'm sorry, but I don't know much about the Holy City. The man shook his head. After hearing what he said, Lin Ziyu was a little surprised. He didn't think that this man would reject him so bluntly. Where would I be able to find them? Lin Ziyu continued asking. I'm not sure as well, but if you want to head to Holy City, you would have to pass the qualifying test. The bartender answered Lin Ziyu. A qualifying test? How strict were they? Previously, with the directions placed on the battle horse, he assumed that he would head directly to the Holy City. He didn't think much about it, but when he got here, he noticed that the location entered was wrong. This was why Lin Ziyu decided to come to the Divine Domain, which was closer. Where is he? Right inside. I saw him walking into this place. Suddenly, with his sharp ears, Lin Ziyu heard a voice that came from behind him. Then, he turned around subconsciously and noticed a large group of warriors walking into the bar. The men from the Divine Domain are here. The rest of the warriors were whispering amongst themselves. Most of them stared at the members of the Divine Domain who had a golden combat suit with envious eyes. This city was under the control of the Divine Domain. Most of the warriors would like to be part of it, since the power of the Divine Domain was found all over the planet. He's the one. One of the Divine Domain pointed at Lin Ziyu, who was sitting on a tall stool. When they heard what the man said, all of the other warriors turned and looked at Lin Ziyu. They were all getting curious now. This was because Lin Ziyu was looking odd. He was wearing huge armor, with a helmet and also a peculiar-looking mask. They couldn't even see his eyes. All they could see were two windows that were pitch black, and it was incredibly weird. You're the one who took the odd crystal of the phoenix. One of the men walked towards Lin Ziyu and asked him about the odd crystal. I am the one who killed it, so it belongs to me. Lin Ziyu answered calmly. So these warriors were here because of what happened just now. Lin Ziyu was still wondering what the issue might be. HMPH, this is the Divine Domain. Everything within 100 kilometers radius belongs to us. The man stared at Lin Ziyu as he warned Lin Ziyu. You're the one who made up the rules. Lin Ziyu picked up the glass as he answered, but when he thought of how he was only a skeleton now, and would not be able to drink anything, he was speechless. I'm telling you to hand it over. Do you understand? The warrior was obviously mad at Lin Ziyu now. Then, he pulled out a machete and swung it toward Lin Ziyu. All of the warriors around them gasped. Lin Ziyu raised his hand as well, and he caught the machete that was right above his head. Boom! The warrior's face looked shocked when he saw what happened. This man caught his machete. When he took a closer look at Lin Ziyu, he noticed that there was a thin layer of energy around the armor. Back! Then, with only one hand on the machete, Lin Ziyu managed to break it. Do you still want another one? Lin Ziyu asked with a monotonous voice. Kill him. The man was in shock as he stepped back. Then, he screamed at his men. The rest of the warriors didn't dare to stay any longer to watch the show and decided to leave. Lin Ziyu sneered. He still had half a piece of the machete that broke, and he threw it at the man who attacked him. When the man saw how the broken piece was coming at him, He quickly released his sphere hoping to stop it. Boom! But the small piece of machete went through his sphere. It directly landed on his neck. With a soft groan, his neck was sliced by the broken pieces of his own machete. The rest of the warriors held onto their weapons as they attacked Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu remained on the same spot and he did not move at all. Boom boom boom. Just when their weapons were about to hit Lin Xiu, his sphere had already been released. The outermost layer had a dark blue flame around it. The warrior's weapon landed on top of his sphere. The dark blue flame looks terrifying and it turned their weapons red. Their faces then showed that they were in pain as they held onto their weapons. Then, there were smokes that appeared from their hands. Clang clang clang. Suddenly, all of their weapons fell onto the floor. It was getting too hot and they couldn't hold it any longer. Boom! Lin Xiu waved his right arm and there were countless terrifying flames that were released. All of the flames that covered their bodies. These warriors didn't even have the time to scream in pain and they were already toasted black by the terrifying flames. Within a short period of time, he killed all of the warriors from the divine domain. Killing these warriors who were only respected warriors was as easy as killing an ant. The bartender who was hiding somewhere close looked frightened and shocked. Lin Xiu's abilities were so scary. Isn't this too much? Then, there was a voice that came from outside the bar. I just got rid of the minions and now the boss is here. Lin Xiu didn't even turn around when he spoke. He felt speechless as he stared at the wineglass on the table. It looks like he still couldn't drink it. HMPH. A cold snort appeared and the entire ground started shaking. Chapter within 118 grudges from the past and now. Chapter within 118 grudges from the past and now. All of the tables and chairs around them started shaking as well. Soon, they were dancing in the air. Plus, they were all surrounded by source energy which made these tables and chairs much tougher than before. The durability of it was similar to metals. Suddenly, all of these metals headed straight at Lin Xiu. Boom boom boom. However, Lin Xiu did not move at all. When the table and chairs landed on his sphere, all of them broke into pieces. Lin Xiu slowly got up as well. When he turned around, he could clearly see that there was only one sage warrior that came from the divine domain. You're the only one, Lin Xiu asked calmly. Only one is enough to kill you, the sage warrior answered coldly. Although he was quite shocked that Lin Xiu was able to stop his attacks earlier, he still thought that with his full abilities, he should be able to kill Lin Xiu easily. Xiu! Then, there was a sound in the air and a long spear appeared in Lin Xiu's hands. When the sage warrior noticed how there was a spear that suddenly appeared in his hands, Lin Xiu was a little shocked. He didn't see Lin Xiu bringing any weapons earlier. How was it that this weapon suddenly appeared in his hand? However, he didn't have time to think about it. His eyes were now filled with a murderous intention. He held onto his sword and went directly towards Lin Xiu. A terrifying sword aura was headed at Lin Xiu. There were even sounds of the air being sliced by the sword aura around them. Suddenly, Lin Xiu's body disappeared from the ground. Where did he go? When the man saw what happened, his pupil shrunk. Before he could react, Lin Xiu's body had completely disappeared. Then, he noticed a bright light that flashed across his eyes. Clang! He subconsciously blocked the attack with the sword in his hands. With a loud crisp sound, he felt his hands turn numb and his body was forced to take a few steps backwards. He looked up and noticed that Lin Xiu, who had disappeared earlier, was now standing right in front of him. With a blink of an eye, Lin Xiu held onto his long spear and went straight for the man. Clang clang clang. The man did not have time to react and could only try his best to block the long spear with his sword. However, Lin Xiu was too quick with his sword and his strength was incredibly strong as well. Then, the sword flew out of his hand. This was impossible. He screamed internally. His entire palm had turned red and it felt numb. Sphere. Seeing how there was a bright cold light coming at him, Lin Xiu immediately released his sphere. The tip of the black spear instantly landed on his sphere. Boom boom boom. At the very next moment, the man was thrown out of the bar. Lin Xiu then grabbed his long spear and went outside as well. Sizzling. Just as Lin Xiu was about to walk out of the place, there was a horrifying current that appeared all over Lin Xiu's body. This was obvious that the man that Lin Ziyu had attacked earlier had used the energy of his source mark. This is impossible. When the sage warrior standing outside saw Lin Ziyu coming out of the bar unharmed, he was beyond shocked. After being attacked, he had quickly activated his electric source mark, but he didn't think that there would be no effects on Lin Ziyu. Plus, Lin Ziyu was already wearing a huge armor and this would have slowed down his reflexes. But he didn't think that Lin Ziyu could still be so quick. This amount of current is nothing to me, Lin Ziyu answered as he waved his left hand. Then, another scarier current went straight for the sage warrior. Although he had his sphere around him, the warrior still noticed that when the terrifying lightning bolts came towards his sphere, he was unable to block the impact of it. The lightning bolts went through his sphere and landed directly on his body. Ah! A loud cry came out of his mouth. Although his body had certain resistance towards electricity, the ones that Lin Ziyu released had a much higher voltage. The current was so strong that there was intense pain coming from all his organs. Then, Lin Ziyu raised the long spear over his head and continued his attack on the monsphere. Back! With a crisp sound, there were cracks that appeared all over his sphere. Then, the entire sphere broke. PFFD. As the sphere broke, he got a backlash from it and forced a mouthful of blood out of his mouth. Nu! Seeing how Lin Ziyu was still coming closer to him with the long spear, he screamed out loud. Boom! When he was done screaming, the long spear went straight through his brains. Blood splattered everywhere. His eyes were opened wide as he was filled with disbelief. He was a sage warrior, but he ended up being killed. Only 0.5 of exp. Lin Ziyu looked at the progress bar on his system as he mumbled to himself. This EXP was indeed too little. He would have to kill at least 200 sage warriors in order to move to the next level. But the divine domain would not have so many sage warriors for him to kill. Ring ring ring. Then, there was a warning siren that rang throughout the city. As he looked up, he could clearly see that there was a large number of flying devices that appeared in the air. On both sides of the alley, there were also a large number of warriors that surrounded him. How dare you cause so much trouble in the divine domain? You have messed with the wrong person. The elders of the divine domain, Huan Fuzhang and Huan Fu Len, appeared on both sides of the streets. They looked at Lin Ziyu's spear that was covered in blood, and the body of the sage warrior on the ground whom Lin Ziyu had just killed. They had an awful expression on his face. He managed to kill a sage warrior of the divine domain. Divine domain, let's clear all of our grudges from the past as well. Lin Ziyu looked at the warriors around him, and warned them in a low voice. When Huan Fuzhang and Huan Fu Lin heard what he was saying, they frowned. They did not understand what Lin Ziyu was referring to. Kill him. They did not think too much about it and immediately gave the order. With their commands, all of the warriors who were on their flying devices held their laser cannons and started attacking Lin Ziyu. Chapter 119 Come Again. Chapter 119 Come Again. Bang bang bang. With a loud noise, the laser cannon struck Lin Ziyu's body. Lin Ziyu's body unfolded a sphere. These laser cannons hit Lin Ziyu's sphere without causing any damage to Lin Ziyu at all. At this moment, Lin Ziyu looked at the numerous aircraft above and waved the dark edge spear in both hands. Boom boom boom. One after another, dark blue flaming birds swept the entire sky at this moment. Those aircraft were hit by the dark blue flaming birds and exploded immediately. At this moment, the entire sky erupted with a loud noise. A lot of wreckage, as well as the bodies of those warriors, fell from the sky. Although some warriors responded quickly and unfolded their sphere, the power of the flaming bird released by Lin Ziyu was too powerful. Even if those warriors unfolded the sphere, the flaming birds released by Lin Ziyu would melt it directly. The flames burned their bodies into black coal. Go! Huan Fuling said sharply to Huan Fuzhang. They also realized now that Lin Ziyu's strength is not that simple at all. Instead of letting the other warriors in the divine domain die, they might as well kill Lin Ziyu directly. When the two charged towards Lin Ziyu from both sides, they pulled out the swords behind them. Looking at this scene, Lin Ziyu snorted coldly and the dark edge spear in his hand danced. Dang dang. The weapon in Lin Zia's hand collided with theirs and a crisp sound suddenly erupted. In the face of the attacks of the two sage warriors, Lin Ziu didn't panic at all, and he seemed to be able to handle it with ease. On the contrary, these two sage warriors had extremely shocked expressions on their faces. They also did not expect that Lin Zia's strength would be so powerful. Lin Zia's current level has reached level 69 and he has also unlocked the gene lock. His strength was not comparable to these ordinary sage warriors. Bang bang. At the next moment, the bodies of the two sage warriors who attacked Lin Ziu were directly hit by Lin Ziu and they flew out. Their bodies slammed into the surrounding buildings heavily, making a loud noise. Damn. But soon, their figures rushed over from those buildings again, continued to attack Lin Ziu. Their faces were full of fury. They were elders in the divine domain and were also warriors at the sage warrior level. Yet they were actually knocked out by a warrior who was wearing a mask and they couldn't even see his face. For them, this was simply a great embarrassment. When Lin Ziu saw them rushing over again, there was no trace of panic and fear in his eyes. With the dark edge spear in both hands, he continued to attack them with the Destiny Spear art. Dang dang. Under the collision of the weapons, sparks sputtered in an instant. The more Huan Fuzhong and Huan Fuling fought against Lin Ziu, the more horrified they were, because they could clearly feel that under the collision between the sword and Lin Zia's spear, the hands they held the weapon with were in severe pain. Boom! And at the next moment, with a loud sound, the swords in their hands flew out. At this time, Lin Zia's rage buildup was already full, and with the help of profound intent torrential storm of rose flowers, he charged towards the two of them. At the moment when the spear was pierced, thousands of spear shadows and cold lights appeared in the entire area. Huan Fuling and Huan Fuzhong had no way to resist. Lin Zia's skill's power directly impacted their sphere. This powerful skill caused a lot of cracks in their sphere. The body was also directly hit and flew out, hitting the opposite building heavily. It should be almost done. Lin Ziu looked at this scene and mumbled to himself. At this level, Lin Ziu was confident that he could kill these two people. But Lin Ziu didn't do that. He is waiting for them. Use God descend. Sure enough, the two warriors rushed out of the building at this time. Their bodies were suspended in the air and they began to mutter to themselves. At this moment, a large number of strange golden patterns appeared on their bodies. Very good. Seeing this scene, Lin Ziu was very satisfied. He just wanted to wait for them to use God descend, then plunder their power. The power of the God warrior is much stronger than that of the sage warrior. Boom boom boom. At this time, the entire sky was covered with dark clouds. Soon, two golden rays of light passed through the cloud-covered sky and hit the bodies of the two of them. Kill him, kill him. When the warriors in the surrounding divine domain saw this scene, they all seemed to be excited and began shouting. This is the secret skill unique to their divine domain, God Descend, which can only be practiced by the core members of the divine domain. This is the divine power after all. Taking a closer look at this time, as Huan Fuzhong and Huan Fuling were infused with two golden lights, their bodies were filled with pale golden light at this time. Who dares to make trouble in divine domain? Huan Fuling's voice at this time has obviously changed. Huan Fuzhong also looked down at Lin Ziu at this time. Looking at the black spear in Lin Zia's hand, his brows could not help but wrinkle. It seems to feel very familiar. Finally came. Lin Ziu burst into laughter when he saw the scene. Huan Fuzhong and Huan Fuling were in the air when they heard Lin Zia's laughter. Their expressions changed slightly. The people who control their bodies now are Huan Fugu and Huan Fu Tai from the Sage Warrior realm. Their power has been transmitted to the Sage Warriors' bodies, making the Sage Warriors' power much stronger. But this kid, why is he not afraid at all? Instead he looks excited. At this moment, Huan Fugu and Huan Fu Tai's eyes were full of doubts. The next moment, a black source mark appeared on Lin Zia's forehead. With the appearance of this black source mark, a large number of matrices appeared in the surrounding sky in an instant. As soon as these matrices appeared, the entire sky was instantly surrounded by these matrices. A huge sky was formed with matrices. What is this? When Huan Fugu and Huan Fu Tai saw the scene, The pupils in their eyes shrank slightly. Lin Zi's figure appeared in the air at this time. It seems that this time, you are going to send me the divine power again. Lin Ziu looked at the two people who had been possessed by Huan Fugu and Huan Fu Tai and said lightly, Chapter 1120 God Warrior Battle. Chapter 1120 God Warrior Battle. God Warrior Battle. Give him the power of God again. Hearing Lin Zi's words, the two seemed to have recalled something. Combined with the familiar black spear that Lin Ziu was holding, they could be sure that was Lin Ziu, who they didn't manage to kill and was robbed of their power of God. Lin Ziu, it's you, kid. Huan Fugu roared at this time. He was the one who was deprived of the power of God the most. He could remember clearly the time he spent in the Sage Warrior space. Recently, in the God Warrior realm, they have already thought of a way to break the seal of the planet Namir and headed here directly. Unexpectedly, now they meet Lin Ziu again. This time, you will die here. Huan Fugu growled. This time, the sage warriors they possessed were stronger, so they can withstand more of their power. Wait and see, Lin Ziu said lightly. There was no sign of panic at all. Courting death. The two god warriors were already furious at this time. Although the power was attached to the bodies of Huan Fuzhong and Huan Fuling, the power they can use now is far stronger than that of ordinary sage warriors. At this moment, the two of them triggered their minds, and the source strength in their bodies instantly converged into a golden longsword, which appeared in their hands. The source strength is materialized and weapons appear. Looking at this scene, Lin Ziu muttered to himself. In the next moment, the figures of the two disappeared and appeared on both sides of Lin Ziu, holding the golden long swords in their hands. They stabbed at Lin Zi's body at the same time. Dang dang. But Lin Ziu seemed to have anticipated their attack long ago, and with a move of his hands, he blocked their attack. Wow. And at this moment, the power of the dark energy ball on Lin Zi's neck began to bloom. Starting from Lin Zi's body, a large amount of black energy surged towards the surroundings like a tide. What is this? Huan Fugu and Huan Fu Tai wanted to continue attacking Lin Ziu, but they didn't expect that so much black energy would burst out from Lin Zi's body, and they sensed that these dark energies were very dangerous. At this time, their bodies instinctively retreated to the back. However, this dark energy continued to attack the entire air like a tide. At this time, they looked at the matrices behind them. While holding the swords in their hands, they attacked those matrices. Bang bang bang. With a loud noise, those matrices remained motionless. Their attacks cannot break the matrix at all. And at this time, those dark energies have already swept towards them. Sphere. There was no way. At this time they unfolded sphere at the same time. Because of their power of God, the unfolded spheres turned out to be pale golden. Those dark energies, at this moment, were resisted by the sphere they unfolded. But there was still a trace of dark energy that penetrated their sphere, and into their bodies. PFFD. As these dark energies entered their bodies, they spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. At this moment, they all quickly mobilized the power in their body to clear out the dark energy that had penetrated inside. After all, they are God warrior level warriors. Although it is said that the power of the gods transmitted to the two people's bodies is not their full power, they can still annihilate those dark attributes of energy from their own bodies. Damn boy. Huan Fugu wiped the blood from his lips and clenched his hands. If it wasn't for their quick reaction to unfold the sphere, they would be finished. These dark energies are too destructive. At this moment, Lin Ziu appeared in front of them with the dark edge spear in his hand. Profound intent torrential storm of rose flowers. Lin Ziu continued to use his skills. Looking at the thousands of spear shadows stabbed out, Huan Fugu and Huan Fu Tai did not directly block the attacks. They flashed and dodged directly to the other side. Die! Huan Fugu roared angrily at this time. The long sword in his hand was directly swung out at this time. Whoosh whoosh. The instant the long sword flew out, it turned into thousands of long swords. All of them charged towards Lin Zi's body. Dang dang. Lin Ziu snorted coldly, and his hands holding the dark edge spear danced wildly. Those thousands of long swords that flew over were all blocked by Lin Zia's dark edge spear. Huan Fu Tai, go! While Huan Fu Gu continued to release thousands of long swords, he roared at Huan Fu Tai on the other side. At this moment, Huan Fu Tai flashed and appeared behind Lin Ziu. The long sword in his hand burst out with a dazzling golden light and he slashed directly at Lin Zia's sphere. Lin Ziu also clearly felt the Huan Fu Tai who appeared behind him. But at this time, he resisted the thousands of long swords released by Huan Fu Gu, and there was no way he could resist the attack of Huan Fu Tai who was attacking from behind. Boom! The long sword full of golden light slashed at Lin Zia's sphere in the next moment. With a loud noise, he remembered that Lin Zia's sphere was directly split into two halves. Go to hell! Huan Fu Gu shouted fiercely at this time. Huan Fu Tai's special power is that he can use his sword strength to condense an extremely sharp long sword, and this long sword is designed to attack the sphere of warriors, can easily break the opponent's sphere. And as Lin Zia's sphere broke, the golden long sword continued to slash at Lin Zia's head. But at this moment, Lin Ziu raised his left hand and grabbed the long sword. Snapped. The armor in his hand was instantly torn off by the golden long sword and Lin Zia's hand was also revealed. Hand bones. Huan Fu Tai also clearly saw it. Lin Zia's hands were golden bones, with no flesh at all. Get lost. While he was in shock, Lin Ziu stabbed his body with the dark edge spear in his hand. The speed of this stab was very fast and Huan Fu Tai thought that if Lin Zia's sphere was broken, he would be attacked. But he didn't expect that even though the sphere was broken, Lin Ziu didn't seem to be fighting back. Boom! At this moment, the dark edge spear pierced through his chest. Boom! And on the dark edge spear that penetrated his chest, a large amount of dark blue flames bloomed. Those flames instantly entered his body along with the dark edge spear, directly burned the flesh and blood in his body. What? Part 14 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.